Chapter 894. He is the principal? Ruahuan Gongzi carefully analyzed the cultivation of the 8 peculiarly dressed men before remarking, "Those fellows do possess some strength." While they had learned that those fellows were enemies, it would have been unwise to rush in recklessly without gaining an understanding of their strength. It seemed like the 8 of them were all transcendent mortal 8-dan ethereal treading realm experts, and on top of that, they carried an aura of callousness from the battlefield with them, which hinted that they might be veteran fighters who had gone through many battles in their life. If their deductions were correct, they should be from the military. After a moment of contemplation, Ruahuan Gongzi instructed, "Song Chao, the rest of you should return to the headquarters for now to make preparations. I will find a way to lure them over shortly after." "All right." Song Chao nodded before leading the others away. Waiting for a moment longer after the others had disappeared in the distance, Ruahuan Gongzi took in a deep breath and walked up to the group of 8 with a bright smile on his face. "Friends, I heard that you were looking for Zhang Xian. Indeed, you know where he is?" The group of 8 were still troubled over this matter a moment ago, so upon hearing Ruahuan Gongzi's words, their eyes immediately lit up, and they hurriedly turned their gazes over. "Of course I do. In fact, I am his closest friend in the academy. Why don't I take you to him?" Ruahuan Gongzi offered with an earnest and amicable smile. "That would be great." Seeing that someone was willing to lead the way to their target, the 8 of them nearly leaped up from sheer joy. As expected of the Master Teacher Academy, the students here were indeed friendly and kind. It was no wonder everyone hoped to enroll here. Just their manners toward strangers in itself was commendable. "I will be troubling you then." A young man, seemingly the leader of the group of 8, stepped forward and clasped his fist. "There is no need to stand on ceremony. As a master teacher, it is my duty to help those in need." Ruahuan Gongzi spoke righteously as he led the way. Not too long later, the group finally arrived at the headquarters of the Xinxian faction. At this very moment, gathered in the massive square at the center of the headquarters were over 10,000 students. "Why are there so many people here? Where is Zhang Xian?" Upon seeing that there were so many master teachers in here, the group of 8 couldn't help but feel their hair standing on ends as an ominous premonition fell on them. "Ah, I guess you aren't too familiar with the workings of the Master Teacher Academy. This is the freshman dormitory, and as a student who has only enrolled earlier this year, Zhang Xian naturally resides here too. The recent batch of freshmen enrolled into the academy is larger than usual, so there are more of us residing here this year. Don't worry, everyone in there is a master teacher, so they won't bite." Ruahuan Gongzi said with a welcoming smile as he gestured the group in. Even though the group of 8 felt a little wary at the situation before them, recalling that they were currently in the Master Teacher Academy, they decided to toss aside their worries and enter. Before long, they were already standing in the middle of the square, amid the huge crowd. At this point, Ruahuan Gongzi abruptly came to a halt and declared loudly, "All right, everyone. Here are the men who proclaimed that they would teach our faction leader a lesson. Give them the beating of their life. Make them spill out the name of the mastermind behind them. All right, to dare cross our faction leader, you must be tired of living." Before the group of 8 could process what was going on, blows were already raining down on them, striking every inch of their bodies. Fists, feet, metal pipes, bricks, flower pots, chairs, and even sandals. Pili-pala. Before they had even met Zhang Xian, they were already pummeled to the point where they were about to forget their own names. Their eyes gradually turned moist, and before long, they were bawling sorrowfully. The hell? Who was the one who said that master teachers were friendly and kind? Who was the one who said that the Master Teacher Academy was a safe haven, and it was impossible for anything bad to happen there? Just who in the world did they provoke for them to deserve such treatment? 10 minutes later, the 8 ethereal treading realm soldiers were lying flat on the ground, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably as if electricity was running through their veins. Even though most of the members of the Xinxian faction were freshmen, possessing cultivation at only the consonant spirit realm or so, there were simply too many of them. 10,000 men attacking 8 men simultaneously. No matter how powerful the group of 8 was, It was impossible for their 16 hands to fend off against 20,000 hands simultaneously. At the current moment, their faces were bruised all over, and there was not a single patch of uninjured skin on them. Seeing that the group of 8 was already on the verge of dying, Ruahuan Gongzi had the crowd stop before walking forward to begin his interrogation. Having suffered a vicious beating, both their minds and bodies were already at their limits. As such, they ended up confessing obediently. The ones who ordered us to teach Zhangxian a lesson are Lu Quan and Xin Jun from the 4 great clans. They said that as long as we do this well, they will give us 10 high-tier spirit stones. The young man with a scar on his face said. He could only be considered an acquaintance of Lu Qian's from the military, so there was no need for him to hide the secret for him. Where are Xin Jun and Lu Quan now? Ruahuan Gongzi continued asking. They should be in the Master Teacher Academy now. We agreed to meet at the gazebo by the lake to make the trade once we accomplished our mission, the young man hurriedly replied. Ruahuan Gongzi nodded before beckoning the crowd. Go, let's take a look. Thus, the many members of the Xinxian faction began marching together toward the lake located at the center of the Master Teacher Academy. In one of the gazebos by the lake stood Xin Jun and Lu Quan. They had their hands behind their backs as they gazed at the lake glistening under the warm rays of the sun, enjoying the beautiful scenery. A light breeze blew, bringing forth light ripples on the surface of the lake. They should be done teaching Zhangxian a lesson by now, right? Xin Jun asked. That fellow had put him in a spot during Princess Euphair's birthday banquet. He wouldn't be able to quell the rage in his heart unless he returned the favor to the other party. Young Master Xin, we have known each other for a long time. When have I failed before? Lu Quan chuckled softly. The men I have gathered this time are acquaintances from the military. They are capable individuals who possess the cultivation of ethereal treading realm. Subduing that Zhangxian will be a walk in the park for them. On top of that, given the shallow ties we have, no one will be able to trace the matter back to us. That would be for the best. It doesn't matter whether that fellow finds out that it was me or not. The important matter is for Fei to never learn of it. Xin Jun nodded. Don't worry. Lu Quan patted Xin Jun's back and reassured him. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, 2 master teachers suddenly walked into the gazebo and asked, Pardon me, may I know if you are young Master Xin Jun and young Master Lu Quan? Indeed, we are. Seeing 2 unfamiliar faces verifying their identities, the duo frowned in confusion, unsure of what was going on. Just as they were about to ask what business the other party had with them, the vision before them abruptly blurred. 2 specially created gunny sacks had been placed over their heads, and following which, Pili-Pala, sharp pain abruptly assaulted every single part of their body. In that instant, the both of them felt as if over 10,000 men were assaulting them simultaneously, trampling on their bodies viciously. After an unknown period of time, the duo finally awoke. Attempting to get up, a sharp pain immediately assaulted them, leaving them writhing in pain. Only then did they realize that there was not a single part of their bodies that was still intact. Broken bones, bruised face, shattered teeth. Even if their parents were here at this very moment, it was doubtful they would be able to recognize their own children. They hadn't done anything since arriving at the Master Teacher Academy, but they suddenly found themselves being pummeled so viciously. To make things worse, they didn't even know the culprit behind it. Who can tell me what is going on? After a long period of time, the duo spat through clenched jaws. It must be Zhangxian. No matter how foolish they were, the only one they had a feud with in the Master Teacher Academy was Zhangxian. They had come here to teach Zhangxian a lesson, only to be pummeled themselves? They would never believe it if the latter wasn't the one pulling the strings behind this incident. Young Master Xin, what should we do? Lu Quan asked. What else can we do? Let's return to our own manners and report the matter to the clan head. We must make sure to teach that fellow a harsh lesson. He shall learn that the members of the 4 great clans aren't people a pesky fellow like him can afford to cross. Xin Jun bellowed furiously. In their current state, it was impossible for them to attend the inauguration ceremony. Since that was the case, they could only return to their homes to report this matter to their fathers so as to have them get back at Zhangxian for them. Since you dared to raise your fist against us, Let us see if your fist will be tough enough to stand against the prowess of 2 of the 4 great clans. The enormous training grounds of the Master Teacher Academy was packed with men. There had to be at least 100,000 men gathered in the area. This was where the inauguration ceremony would be held. The emperors and pavilion masters of the neighboring empires, along with the experts of all kinds of powers, had assembled there to witness the grand ceremony welcoming the next principal of the Master Teacher Academy. It's about to begin. The new principal must be either Schoolhead Zhao or Schoolhead Lu. Even though they are still lacking slightly compared to the old principal, they are currently the 2 most capable and respected elders in the academy. Indeed, it's truly a pity that the old principal went missing, and to date, we still don't know whether he is dead or alive. However, based on the information leaked out from the academy, it doesn't look positive. I heard that the succeeding principal was the one who proposed a negotiation with the Cloud Mist Ridge. I think that he owes us an explanation for that. You're right. How could he stoop so low to bow to mere beasts? In any case, I will never approve of this. Let's make him spill out what shameful terms he had to promise the Cloud Mist Ridge in order to make them retreat. Such discussions could be heard from the crowds beneath. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the highest pedestal in the center of the square, curious to know who the succeeding principal would be. Who? Amidst the discussions, a few elders abruptly flew across the air. Silence. The one who spoke was Zhao Bingshu. Everyone was taken aback. If Zhao Bingshu had appeared here at this very moment, did it mean that the succeeding principal was Lu Feng? Even though they were overwhelmed by curiosity, the crowd still quietened down. It has been 2 years since the old principal went missing, and since then, the Master Teacher Academy has become divided. Even though it is fortunate that nothing severe has come out of it, the Master Teacher Academy cannot continue on in such a state. Thus, 3 days ago, under Musher's leadership, the 10 great master teachers unanimously decided on our next principal. Zhao Bingshu's powerful voice echoed throughout the entire square, allowing each and every one of the 100,000 gathered there to hear his words clearly. Today, we shall witness the inauguration ceremony of our next principal. I believe that with the capability of our new principal, our Master Teacher Academy will be brought to greater heights. With this, let's begin the first formality of the inauguration ceremony. First and foremost, let's welcome our new principal to the stage. As Zhao Bingshu's voice came to a halt, a figure slowly walked through the crowd, heading toward the stage. Upon seeing this figure, everyone was stunned, especially the students of the Master Teacher Academy. Their eyes were bulging from their sockets, unable to believe what they were seeing. What is our faction leader doing? Is he trying to exact vengeance on Schoolhead Lu by messing up the inauguration ceremony? It's one thing for him to wreak havoc in the apothecary school and empty it of its students and teachers. That is at least still an internal conflict within the academy, but there are many outsiders watching here today. This is bad. Someone, hurry and stop our faction leader. The members of the Xinxian faction were scared out of their wits, and some of faint-hearted ones even nearly blacked out. They knew that their faction leader was a troublemaker, but this was the inauguration ceremony of the new principal. Countless foreign master teachers, emperors, and influential figures were witnessing the ceremony. To cause trouble at such an important ceremony was no different from seeking death. If the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters were to learn of this, the consequences were not something that their faction leader could bear. Teacher? What is Teacher doing? Teacher. Not only were the members of the Xinxian faction aghast, Luo Qiqi, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Zheng Yang were also horror-struck. No one had informed them that Zhang Xian was the succeeding principal of the Master Teacher Academy, so they were unaware of the matter. As such, they also thought that their teacher was heading up to the stage in order to cause trouble. Just as nearly everyone was bewildered, unsure of what was going on, Zhao Bingshu's voice sounded once more. All right, allow me to formally introduce the next principal of our Master Teacher Academy to everyone. Zhang Shi, the next principal? Our faction leader is our next principal? How can this be possible? The entire training grounds fell deathly silent for a brief instant before a huge ruckus swept through the crowd like a wave. Every single person, be it student or teacher, widened their eyes in astonishment, and for that instant, they thought that the world had gone insane. Zhao Bingshu, Lu Feng, Emoju, Zhongdingchun, Jiangqingqin, Weiranxue. If it had been any of them, they would only have been surprised at the very most. But this fellow, can anyone freaking tell me what is going on? Chapter 895. Challenging the principal. Is this Zhang Shi whom you spoke about? He is much younger than I expected. In the area of the training grounds where the emperors were seated, Zhu Yi frowned in displeasure. He had already learned that the succeeding principal was only a 20-year-old 4-star master teacher a few hours ago from Yushanqing. But even though he had known this was going to happen, it didn't stop him from doubting his eyes when he saw an incredibly young man heading toward the stage. Never in the history of the Master Teacher Academy had anyone that young become the principal. Were the 10 great master teachers out of their minds? How could they nominate such a young brat as the principal? Didn't Mu Shi nominate Zhang Shi as the principal too? Where is he? One of the emperors asked. Hearing those words, the others scanned the surroundings as well, but they couldn't find Mu Shi anywhere. Mu Shi has left last night due to some urgent matters cropping up, Yu Shinqing explained. Left last night? Urgent matters cropping up? Zhu Yi sneered coldly. More like he doesn't wish to watch this farce unfold. In Zhu Yi's view, nominating a 20-year-old brat as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy was, in itself, a huge farce. Brother Zhu, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. You might have a different view of Zhang Shi once you get to know him better. Seeing that Zhu Yi was so prejudiced against Zhang Xian, Yu Shinqing sighed deeply. Knowing that it was impossible to change the other party's view with just words, he could only say those words. Let's just hope that is the case, Zhu Yi replied perfunctorily. The same sight was also occurring in the area where the heads of the regional master teacher pavilion were seated. Upon seeing that the succeeding principal was so young, their faces turned livid. Zhang Xian had also noticed the commotion below, but he paid it no heed and continued walking calmly onto the stage. He knew that for someone as young as him to become the principal, it was natural that there were many who doubted his capability. Ignoring the discussions below, Zhao Bingshu announced, Zhang Shi might be young, but he possesses exceptional talent and capability. He has received the unanimous approval of Mu Shi and the 10 great master teachers to take the position of the 104th principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. We shall proceed on with the first formality, the question symposium. Is there anyone who wishes to pose a question to Principal Zhang? An elder immediately stood up as soon as Zhao Bingshu finished speaking. I have a question for Principal Zhang. The head of the Hongqi Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Wu Weitian. Wu Weitian was a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, and he possessed exceptional standing and respect in the surrounding empires. Back then, in the selection of the 10 great master teachers of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he had lost to Zhao Bingshu by only a single vote. Had that not been the case, he would have been the head of the blacksmith school at this very moment. May I know what kind of question Wu Shi has for our principal? Zhao Bingshu frowned. The convention was to have several representatives pose the questions. For Wu Weitian to speak up so abruptly, it was clear that the other party was intent on causing trouble. However, the other party possessed a standing equivalent to his, so Zhao Bingshu didn't have the right to reprimand the other party for his actions. The principal of the Master Teacher Academy must possess superior strength, or else how could he command the respect of the masses? Wu Weitian said as a powerful aura burst forth from him. I am Wu Weitian, the pavilion master of Hongqi Empire. While my standing might be beneath that of Principal Zhang, I wish to challenge Principal Zhang to a cultivation duel. I hope that you can accede to my request. A cultivation duel? He is clearly trying to humiliate that young lad there. Indeed, that lad is only 20 years old. Even if he started cultivating from his mother's womb, how strong can he possibly get? On the other hand, Wu Weitian is a pavilion master, so little has to be said about his prowess. To challenge that lad to a cultivation duel, he sure isn't giving that lad any face at all. Hearing Wu Shi's words, a disturbance rippled through the crowd. A master teacher's capability to impart knowledge and nurture the capability of others was important, but without sufficient power, it would be difficult to command respect from others, and the master teacher's credibility would be called into question as well. It was just like how a transcendent mortal master teacher would never be able to guide a saint realm cultivator in their cultivation. Even if the transcendent mortal master teacher did indeed possess deep knowledge of Saint Realm cultivation, he would have to find a way to win the trust of the Saint Realm cultivator first. To challenge the new principal to a cultivation duel right from the start, it could be said that Wu Shi was intending to humiliate him through and through. Wu Shi, Principal Zhang, is only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage at the moment. How can he be a match against a Saint Realm One-Dan pinnacle expert like you? Not expecting Wu Shi to make such a request, Zhao Bingshu's face darkened. However, at that moment, Zhang Xian abruptly raised his hand to stop Zhao Bingshu before turning his gaze to Wu Weitian. Pavilion Master Wu, you wish to challenge me to a cultivation duel? Indeed. I hope that Principal Zhang can accede to my request. Wu Weitian sneered coldly. It was his intention to make things difficult for Zhang Xian today, cornering and humiliating him before the crowd that had gathered. I can agree to your request, but before that, I would like to ask, what do you define as cultivation? Zhang Xian asked. Cultivation refers to one's fighting prowess. Wu Weitian replied without any hesitation. I see. So, as a beast tamer, if I were to have my tamed beast aid me in my fight, is that considered part of my fighting prowess as well? Zhang Xian asked calmly. The ability to tame beasts is considered part of one's capability as a beast tamer. So naturally, one's tamed beast is considered part of one's fighting prowess too. Even though he did not understand why Zhang Xian would ask such a question, Wu Weitian still replied to it nevertheless. A beast tamer fighting alongside his tamed beast could be considered synonymous to a martial artist fighting using his weapon. I see. Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian raised his hand and said, Byzantium lad, I will be leaving this fellow to you then. Yes, master. Along with a furious roar, the crowd saw a massive saint beast descending from the sky, its massive palm aimed straight for Wu Weitian. What? Not expecting a spiritual perception realm saint beast to emerge out of nowhere, before Wu Weitian could even process what was going on, he was already smacked into the ground by the might of the palm, and huge spurts of blood spewed from his mouth. Even when the Byzantium Helios beast was still at Saint Realm One-Dan, none of the 10 great master teachers were a match for it. Even though Wu Weitian was not weak, he stood no chance against the spiritual perception realm Byzantium Helios beast. After Wu Weitian was smacked into the ground, Zhang Xian turned to the crowd and said calmly, Allow me to introduce everyone. This is my tamed beast, Byzantium Helios beast. Isn't the Byzantium Helios beast the old principal's tamed beast? How did Zhang Shi manage to tame it? Wait a moment. Doesn't it seem like Senior Byzantium Helios is significantly stronger than before? The strength of a tamed beast is considered part of the strength of the beast tamer as well. Since the Byzantium Helios beast is Zhang Shi's tamed beast, that means that Zhang Shi possesses strength beyond Saint Realm One-Dan as well. Zhang Xian's words caused a huge ruckus to break out beneath the stage. Beast tamers had always been feared for the frightening strength that their tamed beasts possessed. Given that Zhang Xian had such a powerful tamed beast, who would dare to underestimate him anymore? Shortly after Wei Weitian's defeat, someone else within the crowd spoke up. I admit that you are indeed capable to have been able to tame the Byzantium Helios beast. However, a man who possesses nothing but power can only be said to be a brute. To become the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, you must have a high soul depth as well. Thus, I, Liao Tsong, wish to challenge Principal Zhang to a duel of soul depth. I hope that you can accede to my request. Zhao Bingshu turned his gaze over. It was the head of the Yuanjiang Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Pavilion Master Liao Tsong. Pavilion Master Liao was slightly lacking in terms of strength as compared to Wu Weitian, but he was known for his incredible composure. It was rumored that he possessed an exceptional soul depth of 29, just a step short of reaching the level of a 7-star master teacher. A duel of soul depth? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. That's right. Pavilion Master Liao Tsong nodded. Given that the other party had the Byzantium Helios beast, a spiritual perception realm spirit beast, on his side, there was no way he would be a match for the other party in terms of fighting prowess. Thus, he would have to use other means to corner the other party. In any case, as long as he could defeat the other party in any challenge, the entire inauguration ceremony would be reduced to a farce. Fine by me. How should we conduct the duel? Zhang Xian asked impassively. Simple. We shall use the impartation of heaven's will on one another, and whoever manages to beguile the other will be the victor. Pavilion Master Liao Tsong said with a confident smile. Impartation of heaven's will? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. Change it to something else. I don't have an interest in bullying others. His impartation of heaven's will had grown considerably stronger after comprehending the heart of a teacher, allowing him to make the 100,000 spirit beasts of Cloud Mist Ridge submit to him. A mere 6-star master teacher like you. Just where did you find the confidence to challenge me? You. Hearing those words, Pavilion Master Liao Tsong nearly burst with rage. I am a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, a person who possesses a soul depth of 29. Yet, you said that you don't want to bully me? Ridiculous. Why? Are you backing out from my challenge? Pavilion Master Liao Tsong spat through clenched jaws. With a glint in his eyes, Zhang Xian said, Since Pavilion Master Liao insists on it, I will accept your challenge then. How about this? Pavilion Master Wu was injured in the previous duel, so why don't you help him out? There was a peculiar quality in his voice that seemed to compel others into obedience. Yes. Pavilion Master Liao Tsong was stunned for a brief moment before walking up to Pavilion Master Wu and driving his zhenqi to pull the ladder out of the ground. However, as soon as he finished doing that, he suddenly froze. To obey the other party's commands, it was clear that he had just been beguiled. You. Pavilion Master Liao Tsong's face turned livid, and just as he was about to speak, the young man opposite to him continued speaking with a composed look. It seems like there are some problems with your cultivation. Do you feel a persistent dryness in your throat and an aching pain in your Huyang acupoint? Don't worry, the symptom should be resolved by slapping yourself twice. Slapping himself? This? Pavilion Master Liao can't be so foolish as to listen to that, can he? That is clearly an attempt to humiliate Pavilion Master Liao. Hearing those words, the 100,000 people gathered in the training ground were taken aback. Every single eye in the area was gathered on Pavilion Master Liao Tsong, waiting intently to see how he would react. But before countless faces of disbelief, Pavilion Master Liao Tsong raised his palm and struck his face forcefully. Pa! Pa! After the two powerful slaps, blood began flowing out of the edges of Pavilion Master Liao Tsong's mouth. Paying no heed to the shocked crowd, Zhang Xian continued. Do a handstand right now and channel your zhenqi downward. Without any hesitation, Pavilion Master Liao Tsong immediately flipped over and did a handstand. A few breaths later, his face started swelling up intensely due to the two previous slaps. What is going on? Could this be impartation of heaven's will? But even if he is under the effects of the impartation of heaven's will, it shouldn't be possible to make a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, the head of a master teacher pavilion, slap himself and do a handstand on a whim, right? I have no idea what is going on either. However, it is clear that Pavilion Master Liao has lost utterly in this duel of soul depth. Seeing Pavilion Master Liao, who had just challenged Zhang Xian to humiliate the latter, abruptly slapping himself and doing a handstand, everyone felt lightheaded. The situation before them was unbelievable. They couldn't make sense out of what was happening at all. As master teachers, they were capable of using impartation of heaven's will themselves. However, to make another harm himself and pose in humiliating postures publicly, that was far beyond their capability. In fact, that was already beyond the capability of the impartation of heaven's will itself. Unless Zhang Shi isn't playing with him, and there is no mistake with what he is saying, causing Pavilion Master Liao to obey his words instinctively. A 6-star master teacher amid the crowd remarked. It was indeed possible for one to control a master teacher's body through the impartation of heaven's will for a short period of time, but it was only on the basis that the words spoken were flawless and aligned with the essence of the world. Even though he had no idea why Pavilion Master Liao would have to slap himself and do a handstand, there should be no mistake with the instructions. Otherwise, even if Zhang Shi's soul depth was far beyond Pavilion Master Liao's, it was still impossible for him to make Pavilion Master Liao obey his commands unconditionally. Pooh! A moment later, before everyone's astonished gazes, Pavilion Master Liao spurted a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, following which he got back to his feet, and facing the young man on the stage once more, he clasped his fist. This time, instead of skepticism, his eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Zhang Shi, I am truly grateful to you for saving my life. Chapter 896. Fight among students, saving his life? The succeeding principal had used the importation of Heaven's will to make Pavilion Master Liao Tsong embarrass himself publicly, but not only was the latter not angry at all, the latter had even thanked him for saving his life. This sight left the crowd confounded. They hadn't expected the situation to develop in such an unexpected manner. Noticing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Pavilion Master Liao Tsong shook his head and explained, "In my hastiness to accomplish, I erred in my cultivation, resulting in my flow of Zhenqi becoming disrupted, an aching pain in my Huyang acupoint, and a slight deterioration of my organs. I thought it was nothing much, and I only had to take note of it in the future to prevent any further deterioration. But after Principal Zhang's guidance, I realized that the foundation of my cultivation has actually been damaged. The 2 slaps to my face were actually to open my Longxi and Qiang acupoints, which allowed my Zhenqi to clear the blockage in my meridians. After which, the handstand served to circulate my Zhenqi, thus solving the hidden trauma within my body. Despite my provocation and attempt to humiliate Principal Zhang, he was still willing to overlook the matter and treat my trauma. This is the magnanimity of a true master teacher. From this day forth, I declare that our Hongxi Empire Master Teacher Pavilion will support him as the principal, and this decision shall stand as long as I live." Pavilion Master Liao Tsong vowed as he raised his hand. This is possible too? A hidden trauma is solved with just 2 slaps and a handstand? A commotion broke out beneath the stage. Everyone stared at one another, unable to believe their eyes. Had they not seen how Pavilion Master Liao Tsong provoked Zhang Xian earlier, they might have really thought that those 2 were just putting on an act. This Principal Zhang. In the area where the emperor sat, Zhui swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered, "It seems like he does possess some capability after all." Just like the Pavilion Masters, he had harbored doubts regarding Zhang Xian's capability due to his young age, and he had thought that the reason the latter had become the principal was due to pulling some strings behind the curtains. However, after witnessing how the latter dealt with the challenge of 2 of the Pavilion Masters decisively and promptly, his opinion of the latter was starting to change. Another emperor beside him shook his head and remarked, "Let's watch on first. I still think that he's a little too young for such an important position." While age wasn't a determining factor to gauge a master teacher's capability, it wasn't without reason that most were concerned about it. Time often tempered one's character and granted one collectedness, which allowed one to remain rational regardless of the situation. In comparison, the young were more prone to reckless outbursts, and in times of crisis, that could prove to be a fatal flaw. Given the importance of the Master Teacher Academy, this was a risk they couldn't afford to take. It seems like Zhang Shi's soul depth is above Pavilion Master Liao's. I am truly impressed. While the 2 emperors were chatting, yet another elder stood up amid the crowd and spoke. However, to become the principal, one's ability to impart and guide others is still extremely important. Despite my incompetence, I have taken in a few students and taught them, and they happen to be present for the ceremony today. If Principal Zhang doesn't mind, could you allow them to spar with your students so as to gauge your ability to impart? A spar between students? That sure is a vicious move. The crowd flew into an uproar after hearing those words. The core responsibility of a teacher was to impart knowledge, and the most direct way to determine one's capability to impart knowledge was through assessing the students one taught. The more capable one's students were, the more capable the teacher would be perceived to be. If the principal of the Master Teacher Academy was lacking in the ability to impart knowledge, that would mean that he had failed as a teacher. From this aspect, it could be said that this elder was even more vicious than the previous 2. If Wu Weitian and Liao Tsong had only intended to humiliate Zhang Xian, this fellow was attempting to force Zhang Xian off a cliff. Zhang Shi was a talented individual, and he possessed astounding capability far beyond his peers, but ultimately, he was only 20 years old, and his cultivation was only at chrysalis realm. Given such, how powerful could his students be? Voila! Shortly after the elder said those words, a middle-aged man stood up, and a powerful aura burst from him. A Saint Realm 1 Dan advanced stage expert. With such strength, he was already on par with the elders of the Master Teacher Academy. Principal Zhang, that man is Pavilion Master Shuet Songyun from Baitua Empire. If I am not mistaken, the middle-aged man is his direct disciple, Hong Lin. The latter has been learning from Pavilion Master Shui for over 100 years, and 35 years ago, he reached Saint Realm 1 Dan. Zhao Bingshu hurriedly filled Zhang Xian in on the details through Zhenqi telepathy. That middle-aged man has been his disciple for over 100 years? Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. That Pavilion Master Shui Tsongyan sure was ruthless. Putting aside the fact his direct disciple's cultivation was at Saint Realm 1 Dan advanced stage, just the fact that Hong Lin had studied under a Pavilion Master of a Tier 1 empire for over 100 years meant that it was likely that he possessed exceptional capability among his peers, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible among cultivators of the same power level. If it had been any other challenge, Zhang Xian might still have been able to turn it down through finding an excuse somehow. However, a duel between students involved his dignity as a teacher and his fundamental capability as a master teacher. Turning it down would be a huge blow to his credibility and reputation. In other words, whether he liked it or not, as a master teacher and the succeeding principal of the Master Teacher Academy, he had no choice but to accept the duel. As expected of the most powerful figure within a regional master teacher pavilion, he sure wasn't an easy person to deal with. Just as Zhang Xian was still busy contemplating over how he should deal with this matter, the middle-aged man Hong Lin turned to him and clasped his fist. I wish to challenge Principal Zhang's students to a duel. May I know who my opponent is? We are here. As soon as Hong Lin uttered those words, a few voices sounded clearly across the training grounds. Everyone turned their gazes over and saw Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, and Lu Yang rising from their seats. They were the guest elders of the Master Teacher Academy, so naturally, they couldn't be absent for the inauguration ceremony either. At this very moment, the strongest of them, Wang Ying, had achieved a breakthrough recently, reaching the Cosmos Bridge realm. To reach the Cosmos Bridge realm at 16, she would definitely be considered an incredible genius regardless of where she was. However, she was still far from a match for the Saint Realm 1 Dan advanced stage Hong Lin. There's no hope to victory whatsoever. The head of the martial arts school, Su Chongqing, shook his head and sighed deeply. He was the one who had invited Wang Ying and the others to become guest elders of the Master Teacher Academy, so he had a clear understanding of their capability. They had an extremely solid foundation, which allowed them to stand toe-to-toe even against cultivators with a higher cultivation than them. However, there was simply too huge a gap between them and Hong Lin. Even if Hong Lin were to lower his cultivation realm, given the disparity in their experience and reaction speed, he would still be able to defeat them easily. A gap of 6 realms wasn't something that could be overcome by just a strong foundation or a deep understanding of battle techniques. You are the students of Principal Zhang? Haha, I can suppress my cultivation to be equal to yours when we fight. Upon seeing that even the strongest among Zhang Xian's students was only at the Cosmos Bridge realm, Hong Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He could easily kill cultivators of that tier with just a puff of his breath. There was no doubt whatsoever. He would be the victor of this duel. Come at me then. With a furious roar, Wang Ying leaped onto the stage. Hong Lin chuckled softly before following suit as well. A tense atmosphere drifted between the two as they faced one another squarely. Zhang Xian was just about to step forward to offer some guidance to Wang Ying ahead of the duel when another voice abruptly sounded. Senior Wang Ying, you are teacher's direct disciple. It would be making a mountain out of a molehill to have you face this lad. Allow me to fight in your place instead. Who? Following which, an old man descended onto the stage and bowed deeply to Zhang Xian with a clasped fist. Student Zhang Qingqin pays respect to teacher. Upon seeing the other party, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten that he still had another student here? The old man was none other than the head of the demonic Tunis school, Zhang Qingqin. The other party had acknowledged him as his teacher through a formal ceremony, so he could totally take Wang Ying's place. Isn't that school head Zhang? One of the 10 great master teachers, school head Jiang, is actually Zhang Shi's student? You must be joking. How could that be possible? But since school head Jiang has already said it, there is no doubt about its authenticity. All master teachers view lineage with grave importance, let alone a 6-star pinnacle master teacher like school head Jiang. So how could he simply acknowledge another as his teacher easily? Even if he intended to help Zhang Shi, he wouldn't go to such an extent just for that. Even so, I just find this matter hard to believe. Indeed, for Zhang Shi to have tamed the old principal's tamed beast and even take school head Jiang as his student, it really feels like I am in a dream. The news that Zhang Xian had accepted Jiang Qingqin as his student had never been made public, so no one other than the 10 great master teachers were aware of the matter. Hearing of this matter for the first time, the crowd beneath the stage widened their eyes in disbelief. A 6-star pinnacle master teacher had acknowledged a 4-star master teacher as his teacher? Even though school head Jiang had admitted to it himself, the crowd still found it hard to accept. School head Jiang. Beneath the stage, Pavilion Master Shui Songyun staggered weakly and nearly keeled over. He had thought that given Zhang Xian's low cultivation and young age, the other party's student would only, at best, be at the Cosmos Bridge realm. Yet, all of a sudden, a member of the 10 great master teachers who was even stronger than him appeared. How was this battle supposed to go on? While he was feeling stifled on the stage, Jiang Qingqin chuckled softly and said, "You are the student of Pavilion Master Yun. Haha, I can suppress my cultivation to be equal to yours when we fight." Hearing those words, Hong Lin's eyelids began twitching. Those were the exact words that he had said to Zhang Xian's students just a moment ago, and Jiang Qingqin had returned them to him word for word. Knowing that it was too late to back down, Hong Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Come," following which, he swiftly flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. Tzizila. The cold glint of a sword flashed through the air as it shot for Jiang Qingqin. It must be said that Hong Lin's comprehension of swordsmanship had reached a profound realm, achieving the level of swordman union. Of course, he was still no match for Zhang Xian, but he was at least on par with Wang Ying and the others in terms of proficiency of battle techniques. If Wang Ying and the others were to fight him in a battle, they would stand no chance whatsoever. Putting aside the other party's superior eye of discernment and reaction speed, just the battle experience he had accumulated over the past hundreds of years of his life would make him more than a match for Wang Ying and the others, who had never faced a life-and-death battle in their life. However, just this bit of prowess meant nothing to schoolhead Jiang. With a light chuckle, he took out a zither and stroked it gently, and a crisp note immediately rang out. Trying. A sound reminiscent of a vase breaking echoed resoundingly in the air. Before Hong Lin could react, his sword had already shattered completely and, with a huge burst of wind, his figure was sent flying from the stage as if a cockroach. His silhouette swiftly grew smaller and smaller in the distance before eventually disappearing from sight with a twinkle. Judging from the distance he flew, even if he were to survive this ordeal, he would be bedridden from the next few days. 7-star demonic tunist? Pavilion Master Shui Songyun abruptly stood up from his seat. Under normal circumstances, even though there was some disparity between school head Jiang and Hong Lin's strength, it would still have been difficult for the former to defeat the latter in just a single move, unless the former's comprehension of demonic tunes had reached 7-star. In the face of a demonic tunist of this tier, even he could only flee as far as he could, not daring to face the other party head-on. To acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher despite possessing such strength, was there a screw loose in his head? While Shui Songyun was baffled by the situation before him, he suddenly heard the displeased mumblings of Wei Ronxue, another member of the 10 great master teachers, not too far away from him. Damn it, I let that fellow get ahead of me. Since Zhang Xian is a half-teacher of mine, I can be considered a partial student of his too. Against such a fellow, sending in a full-fledged student is such a waste. A half-student like me is more than sufficient. School head Wei is his student as well? Pavilion Master Shui suddenly felt the sight before him darken. The students and teachers of the academy staggered as they turned to look at Zhang Xian once more, this time with twitching lips. Brother, We can accept the fact that you have tamed the tamed beast of the old principal, turned half of the student populace into members of your Xin faction, becoming the half-teacher of the tens of thousands of apothecary school students. But to make at least 2 of the 10 great master teachers your students, how are we supposed to accept that? When did the Master Teacher Academy become your possession? Chapter 897 The Master Teacher Academy's Shock 1. After sending Hong Lin flying, school head Jiang put away his zither and scanned the crowd from the stage above with a gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. Is there anyone else who doubts my teacher's capability? I am more than willing to entertain you with a fight. The crowd fell completely silent. Those who had harbored such thoughts previously had been hushed by school head Jiang's menacing words. Against a member of the 10 great master teachers, a 7-star demonic tunist at that, how could any of them possibly fight him? Seeing that there was no response from the crowd, school head Jiang turned his gaze back to Pavilion Master Shui Songyun and smirked. Pavilion Master Shui, don't you still have other students? I don't mind facing them all at once. Feeling school head Jiang's gaze falling on them, Pavilion Master Shui Songyun's students hurriedly cowered away and lowered their gazes, not daring to meet the other party's eyes. Given that even the strongest of them, Hong Lin, had been defeated in a single blow, who else would dare face school head Jiang in a duel? Sighing deeply, Pavilion Master Shui Songyun clasped his fist and declared, Our Baitua Empire Master Teacher Pavilion has no objections to Zhang Shi becoming the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. Even he wasn't a match for school head Jiang, needless to say, his students. Seeing that Zhang Xian had managed to overcome this ordeal as well, Zhao Bingshu heaved a sigh of relief. Of the 5 representatives of the regional Master Teacher Pavilions, 3 have already recognized Principal Zhang. Vice Pavilion Master Bai of Qiao Empire and Pavilion Master Imo of Hongyuan Empire. What about you? As the inauguration ceremony had been organized in a rush, only 4 representatives from the Master Teacher Pavilions of the nearby empires had managed to make it in time. Counting in the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion as well, there were a total of 5 representatives in total. Our Qiao Empire Master Teacher Pavilion has no objections. Given that the 3 heads of the other Master Teacher Pavilion were no match for Zhang Xian, Vice Pavilion Master Bai, as a mere vice head, was less likely to be a match. Thus, he hurriedly stood up and clasped his fist. Our Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion has always supported Zhang Shi as the next principal. Imo Gaoyuan stood up and clasped his fist as well. He had witnessed how Zhang Shi had risen step by step in Hongyuan City, and he was also the first one to agree to the latter's succession as the next principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Naturally, he wouldn't voice any objections during the inauguration ceremony either. Good. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed on to the next formality. Zhao Bingshu nodded. The greatest obstacle the succeeding principal would face in the question symposium was mainly the representatives from the other Master Teacher Pavilions. Since even the representatives had no objections to the matter, Principal Zhang could be considered to have overcome this formality safely. At this moment, however, a huge group of students consisting of several hundred people suddenly stood up together, and a representative among them said, School Head Zhao, we have a question that we would like to ask Principal Zhang. The representative was the student who had killed the most spirit beasts in the battle against the Cloud Mist Ridge earlier. Grade 4 student, Zhu Chongqing. His family had been killed by the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge, so he harbored great hostility toward them. From the moment he enrolled into the Master Teacher Academy, he had already vowed to eradicate those scourges who had brought great suffering to mankind. However, it was a pity that, due to several considerations, the Master Teacher Academy had never made a move against the Cloud Mist Ridge. At the same time, his influence as a single student was limited, so there was nothing he could do about the matter either. He had thought that the Beast Stampede this time around could change the Master Teacher Academy's nonchalant attitude toward the Cloud Mist Ridge, forcing them to steel their resolve and eradicate the Cloud Mist Ridge once and for all. However, he had never expected that the succeeding principal would actually propose a negotiation with the Cloud Mist Ridge, and even come to an agreement with them at that. It wasn't hard to imagine how furious he had been when he heard the news. Thus, He rallied all of these students to rise with him for a single reason: to demand an explanation. In truth, he had managed to rally tens of thousands of people to stand up together with him before the inauguration ceremony, but many of them were from the Xinxian faction. After seeing that the new principal was their faction leader, they changed their mind and decided not to participate, thus resulting in the number of protesters falling to a mere few hundred. Speak. Zhao Bingshu frowned in displeasure, but he gestured for Zhu Chongqing to continue. I wish to ask Principal Zhang, when will the Master Teacher Academy clash with the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge once more? Zhu Chongqing said. Demanding the principal to reveal the results of the negotiation was extremely disrespectful, and it could be viewed as challenging the authority of the principal. As such, Zhu Chongqing chose to frame the question in another manner that would be slightly less insolent. Finally, someone dropped the bomb. It seems like we aren't the only ones concerned about the matter regarding the Cloud Mist Ridge. It seems like the students also want an explanation as well. Let's see how the new principal answers that question. Hearing Zhu Qingqing's question, Zhu Yi and the others glanced at one another and nodded in agreement. As emperors of Tier 1 empires in the region, it didn't really matter to them who became the principal. What was more important to them was whether or not the new principal had the ability to protect them. Considering what they had heard about the Cloud Mist Ridge, it was inevitable that they would doubt the succeeding principal's capability. If the other party couldn't even deal with mere beasts, could they really expect him to stand up for their empires in times of crisis? Clash with the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge? Zhang Xian and Zhao Bingshu traded glances upon hearing the question, and they couldn't help but chuckle softly. The latter shook his head, stepped forward, and replied, "There's no need to battle anymore. The problem regarding the Cloud Mist Ridge has been thoroughly resolved. No more will we have to worry about facing beast stampedes from them anymore." Thoroughly resolved? Zhu Chongqing and the other students looked at one another and frowned. What did those words mean? No more would they have to worry. Was the other party talking about the promises made by the kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge? But how could the words of the enemy be accepted so simply? That was taking this matter far too lightly. If this matter could be resolved that easily, the Master Teacher Academy wouldn't have been so helpless before this matter despite the emergence of numerous outstanding principals in history. Pardon me, but since School Head Zhao is so certain of this matter, we would like to know what kind of terms the Master Teacher Academy promised the Cloud Mist Ridge that could resolve the problem of beast stampedes once and for all. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Chongqing dove straight into the main point. Principal Zhang, allow me. Noticing the nuances behind Zhu Qingqing's words, Zhao Bingshu took a look at Zhang Xian and nodded. However, at that instant, an elder abruptly flew in hurriedly from the perimeter of the training grounds. Before reaching the stage, he was already yelling in a panic, "Principal, elders, bad news." What happened? Seeing an elder panicking like that in the midst of the inauguration ceremony, Zhao Bingshu frowned. Reporting to School Head Zhao, W.E., with a pale face, the elder's body trembled intensely as he uttered fearfully, "We have been surrounded by the spirit beasts and saint beasts of Cloud Mist Ridge." Surrounded? Zhao Bingshu and Zhang Xian were only slightly bewildered upon hearing the words, but the faces of the crowd instantaneously warped in horror. For the Master Teacher Academy to actually be surrounded by spirit beasts and saint beasts. In other words, they were trapped like cornered prey in an enclosure. Everyone immediately got to their feet, intending to take a look at the situation. However, at that moment, a loud sonic boom reverberated deafeningly through the air. Hoo. Raising their gazes, the crowd saw three immense saint beasts flying straight toward the training grounds. They were the Emerald Bamboo Earth Dragon King, White-Eared Beast King, and Steel-Scale Beast King of the 10 Indomitable Kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge. Even before their arrival, the overwhelming aura of three Saint Realm 1 Dan beasts permeated the training grounds, leaving the air and the surroundings tempestuous. Trailing neatly behind them were a dozen nascent saint beasts, followed by 30 or so half-saint beasts. If it had been just this, there was no way the crowd of 100,000 gathered in the training grounds at this very moment could possibly fear them. However, flying behind them was a huge formation of 3,000 aerial spirit beasts. Each of them was at least at Transcendent Mortal 7 Dan, and there were even quite a handful that had reached Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan. Moving in a neat formation, their majestic cries echoed resoundingly in the air. With just a single command from their leader, this mighty army could instantly swoop down from the sky and inflict devastating damage on them. The face of an elder from the Beast Tamer school paled, and he quickly roared furiously, "All master teachers, prepare for battle." Walala. Having gone through the previous battle, the master teachers behind him swiftly whipped out their weapons and got into formation. Each and every single one of them stared at the aerial spirit beasts warily, prepared to retaliate as soon as any of them made a move. Damn it! Those who aren't one of our own can never be trusted. I have said time and time again that we should never keep such a threat by our side. How could the Master Teacher Academy be so foolish to have thought that they could negotiate with them? Take a good look at what that has brought us. Zhui cursed with a pale face. Expecting the beasts to hold their end of a promise is a joke in itself. For the spirit beasts to fly together neatly without the slightest warning beforehand, it is clear that they have come prepared today. Even if the Master Teacher Academy manages to survive the ordeal today, it will surely suffer devastating damage that it might never recover from. Another emperor remarked with a livid face. Yet another emperor harumphed coldly. Indeed, to come under the attack of a beast stampede in the midst of his inauguration ceremony, that Principal Zhang is doomed to go down in history as a sinner. 3,000 aerial spirit beasts and dozens of half-saint and nascent saint beasts was indeed a fearsome formation, but it wasn't enough for them to bring them fear yet. The Master Teacher Academy had many trump cards up its sleeves after several millenniums of history, and on top of that, the Hongyuan Empire royal family was there as well. With their combined force, resolving this conflict wasn't too difficult. Just that, if this matter were to be made known to others, Zhang Xian and the Master Teacher Academy would become a laughingstock for many years to come. Roar, 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 hong long long, hong long long. But just as everyone was preparing themselves for a fight, a deafening war cry from countless beasts abruptly sounded in unison, shaking the heavens. Soon after, the ground began shaking intensely. "What is that?" someone amid the crowd shouted. Everyone quickly turned around, and what they saw left them completely frozen on the spot. Amidst a huge cloud of dust that had risen outside the Master Teacher Academy, they saw an army of enormous blue-trunk elephants charging toward them with astounding momentum. Those blue-trunk elephants each possessed a cultivation of at least Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan, and there were several thousand of them in total. Under the lead of a Saint Realm 1 Dan blue-trunk elephant king, their presence seemed to emanate an aura that sent a ripple of fear and panic through the crowd. As the ground trembled beneath those massive figures, seemingly heralding the end of the world, the hearts of those watching them jolted in fright as well. The blue-trunk elephants are here too? This will complicate things. Seeing that the thick-skinned, massive beasts were there as well, everyone's complexion worsened. The aerial spirit beasts were already troublesome foes to deal with by themselves. If they had the support of the blue-trunk elephants, who specialized in crushing through formations with the fearsome momentum of their charge, that would make the battle many times more difficult than it already was. Zhu Chunqing rose up and commanded, "Everyone, get into a defensive formation." Voila! Hearing the orders, the students hurriedly awoke from their daze and quickly got into a defensive formation that would help them cope against the furious charge of the blue-trunk elephants. Eolo! Eolo! But shortly after they got into formation, a piercing howl echoed in the air, following which, before everyone's twitching eyes, an army of several thousand Steelfang wolves charged in under the lead of a Saint Realm 1 Dan Steelfang Wolf King. Steelfang wolves were known for their cunningness and their exceptional ability in collaborating with one another to perform group assaults, making them a troublesome foe to deal with. For several thousands of them to appear simultaneously, it was truly a catastrophe. "We are doomed," someone amid the crowd muttered feebly as the faces of those around him warped in despair. Even Yu Shunqing couldn't help but feel his hairs stand on end from the sheer number of enemies before him. Even though the old eunuch Luo Fu had said that they would be able to uncover news regarding the results of the negotiation at the Cloud Mist Ridge before the inauguration ceremony, there seemed to have been some delays due to unexpected circumstances. As a result, he had no idea what school head Imo had promised the kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge back then. Roar, roar, roar. As if the heavens were decreeing their doom, before everyone's shocked gazes, a bunch of Scarlet Blaze Lions arrived under the lead of the Saint Realm One Dan's Scarlet Blaze Lion King. And just like those before, there were thousands of them as well. Following shortly behind were the Steel-backed Bear, Tiger-head Beast, Crimson Flame Ape. 9 of the 10 indomitable kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge had arrived with thousands of their subordinates, and altogether, they formed an impressive army of several dozen thousand beasts. In other words, it could be said that the entire force of the Cloud Mist Ridge was present at that very moment. It was as if they were declaring that they would eradicate the Master Teacher Academy by hook or by crook that day. Everyone's face turned ghastly white, and not a single person could find a word to utter. Chapter 898 The Master Teacher Academy Shock 2. Didn't the Master Teacher Academy negotiate with the Cloud Mist Ridge and receive the latter's promise to never cause a beast stampede anymore? How did this happen? How can we fight against so many spirit beasts and saint beasts at once? We are doomed. This is probably the greatest crisis the Master Teacher Academy has ever faced since its founding. This is even worse than the war that Principal Imo Liuzhen faced 4,000 years ago. It took a while before the crowd's voices finally returned. With so many saint beasts and spirit beasts surrounding them, even if the Master Teacher Academy were to achieve a victory eventually, it would still suffer devastating damage. Out of its 100,000 students, it would be a huge blessing if even a third of them were still alive by the end of this ordeal. If that were to really happen, this matter would surely go down in history. It was just a moment earlier that they had been told confidently that the problem of beast stampedes from the Cloud Mist Ridge had been resolved once and for all, but such a situation fell upon them in the very next instant. Even if that Zhang Xian fellow were to successfully be inaugurated as the next principal, he would be nothing more than a figurehead, devoid of any power or authority, and perhaps he might even be a laughingstock of the world. From the challenges by the Pavilion Masters, it can be seen that Zhang Shi does possess some capability. But faced with such a situation, there is nothing he can do. He can only blame his misfortune for meeting with such an incident on the day of his inauguration. One of the emperors sighed in lamentation. Indeed, no matter how well he copes with the situation and lowers the casualties to the bare minimum, it doesn't matter anymore. To be surrounded by so many saint beasts and spirit beasts during his own inauguration ceremony. No matter what he does, he is doomed to go down in history as the most incompetent principal of the Master Teacher Academy. Zhu Yi also shook his head, and he shot a glance at Zhang Xian with sympathy in his eyes. The previous performance of the young principal had indeed won his admiration and approval, but it was a pity that fate had toyed with him. No matter how capable a genius the other party was, there was nothing he could do in the face of so many saint beasts and spirit beasts. Just as Zhu Yi was lamenting over Zhang Xian's fate, he suddenly noticed that the commotion in the surroundings had abruptly died down. The breathing of those around him hastened, as if something huge was impending. Frowning, Zhu Yi asked Yu Shanqing, who was sitting beside him, "What's wrong? Take a look for yourself." With a pale face, the emperor of Hongyuan Empire raised a shaky finger to the sky. "Look at what?" Bewildered by the other party's response, Zhu Yi raised his head, and the sight that was reflected in his eyes left his pupils narrowing in shock. His body stiffened, and with a hoarse voice, he exclaimed in astonishment, "WWW, is that?" He wasn't the only one who was in such a state. In an instant, the crowd went mute. The training grounds plunged into an eerie silence. Every single one of them had their faces warped in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Bingshu also raised his head to take a look, and he saw that the aerial saint beasts and spirit beasts, at some point in time, had positioned themselves to form massive words that filled the boundless sky for several dozen kilometers. Every single one of those words was shaped beautifully, reminiscent of a calligraphy masterpiece of a master painter. Congratulations to Master for becoming the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. May you achieve extraordinary accomplishments and your name go down for generations to come. Could it be that they aren't here to cause trouble, but to offer their congratulations? Reading those words in the sky, Zhui felt his mind going blank. He had thought that those spirit beasts and saint beasts would make use of this opportunity to launch a fatal attack on them, or even extort them for even more favorable terms. But never in his dreams had he expected that they would form words to offer their congratulations instead. What was going on? Honglong. Before Zhui could recover from his shock, the three kings of the cloud mist ridge in the sky abruptly clasped their fists and bowed deeply to Zhang Xian and said, "Green bamboo earth dragon, white-eared beast, and steel-scale beast, congratulate Master on becoming the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. We have prepared 132,000 jin of cloud mist flower as a gift for you to celebrate this festive occasion. 66,000 kg, Walla." As they spoke those words, 30 half-saint aerial beasts descended onto the stage with a large chest each in their talons, placing them down gently before opening them. Wong. In an instant, the fragrance of tea leaves permeated the area. Mist puffed out from the chests to form a myriad of brilliant colors above them, creating an extraordinarily picturesque sight on the stage that seemed as if it had come out of a beautiful dream. This? Yu Shunqing's eyes nearly popped out from their sockets, and with quivering lips, he uttered, "These are supreme grade cloud mist flower tea leaves? Cloud mist flower tea leaves? Isn't that what you gift us from time to time?" Zhui asked in astonishment. As the emperor of a neighboring empire, he had the privilege of enjoying tea brewed from the valuable cloud mist flower as well. However, due to its limited quantity, he had only been able to drink it a few times despite his esteemed standing. Even so, that aroma, that flavor, and that texture, they were things that he would never forget in his life. Just the thought of it left his mouth salivating endlessly. "What I gifted you?" Yu Shunqing shook his head. "Far from it. What I have given you is just the lowest grade cloud mist flower tea leaves. Compared to the ones in those chests, those are nothing more than trash." "And nothing more than trash?" The faces of Zhu Yi and the other emperors turned livid. Noticing their expressions, Yu Shunqing realized that he had misspoken, so he quickly clarified himself. "Don't misunderstand. It's not that I am intentionally sending low-grade products to you. Those are already the best ones in our royal palace. We simply don't have the means to procure supreme-grade cloud mist flower tea leaves." "You don't have the means to procure them?" The other emperors were taken aback. To think that the most influential person in Hongyuan Empire would have something he would be unable to lay his hands on too? In order to reach such a grade, the cloud mist flower must be at least 200 years old and be nourished by the earth vein spirit essence. After which, it has to be carefully dried for 3 whole years before it is ready for consumption. In comparison to that, the tea leaves that our royal palace are able to procure only have a maturity of less than 3 years, so there is no way they can compare with those, Yu Shunqing said with a bitter smile. They were both cloud mist flower tea leaves, but there was a vast difference between their quality. Only what was in those chests could be considered as true tea leaves. In comparison to that, those procured by the Hongyuan royal palace were comparable to weeds. Tea leaves so valuable that even your Hongyuan royal palace doesn't have any. And those saint beasts actually gave away more than 100,000 jin of them as a gift? Coming to a realization, Zhu Yi and the other emperors exchanged glances, and they suddenly felt a dryness in their throats. There were no words that could describe the current emotions they were feeling. As fans, they were aware of the staggering value of the cloud mist flower tea leaves. Even the most ordinary and low-grade ones that Yu Shunqing had in his possession was easily worth a fortune. Yet, to give away more than 100,000 jin of the tea leaves so easily, this was simply way too generous, wasn't it? However, before they could recover from their shock, a hearty laughter suddenly boomed in the air, creating resounding echoes throughout the Master Teacher Academy. Scarlet Blaze Lion, Steel-backed Bear, and Tiger-head Beast also congratulate Master on becoming the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. We have prepared 30 chests of spirit medicine and saint medicine as a gift for you to celebrate this festive occasion. Walla. following which 10 scarlet blaze lions, 10 steel-backed bears, and 10 tiger-head beasts walked up to the stage side by side. Each of them carried a 2-meter-wide chest on their backs, and after placing them down gently on the stage, they slowly opened them. A fragrance immediately burst into the air, reaching over 10 li away. 5 kilometers. This is Dazzleflower Saint Medicine, Redleaf Saint Medicine, Myriad Chrysanthemum Saint Medicine. Not to mention, there are so many of them. Even if one were to empty out the entire physician school, it would be impossible to gather so many of them together. That's not all. Look carefully, there are green leaf flower stem, fleeting fragrance leaf, woodbeard spirit grass. These medicinal herbs are incredibly rare, and perhaps even the great herb king of Hongyuan Empire might not have them. Look, isn't that the 1,000 gold flower? Back then, I spent 10 years visiting over 20 Tier 1 empires, but I wasn't able to find a single one. But there is actually half a chest of them here. Is that the miniature heart-devouring grass? Isn't that the extraordinarily rare medicinal herb famed as the core ingredient for brewing the ultimate wine that can leave one deeply intoxicated, such that one can even forget the love of their life? When I was younger, in order to forget a relationship, I toured the world to find it, and it took me 3 entire years just to find one that was 3 months old. Yet, those in that chest have a maturity of at least several hundred years. Upon seeing the medicinal herbs in the chests, the master teachers of the apothecary school and physician school nearly went insane. Not only were these medicinal herbs insanely expensive, they were also extremely rare and difficult to find. Yet, those saint beasts actually gave out 30 chests of them in a single go. On top of that, all of the medicinal herbs were of a decent maturity too. To use those as a congratulation gift, were they intending to empty out the Cloud Mist Ridge? Steelfang Wolf, Blue Trunk Elephant, and Crimson Flame Ape also congratulate Master on becoming the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. We have prepared 30 chests of ores as a gift for you to celebrate this festive occasion. Voila! Before the crowd could even digest the astounding sight of 30 chests of spirit herbs and saint herbs, the final 3 kings also stepped forward and presented their gifts loudly. Hong Long Long, 10 Steelfang Wolves, 10 Blue Trunk Elephants, and 10 Crimson Flame Apes also made their way to the stage, putting down the huge chests on their back carefully and opening them. Wong. A ripple spread across the spiritual energy in the air, and a burst of color appeared before everyone's eyes. All kinds of rare ores, which the crowd had only heard about but never seen before, appeared before everyone's eyes. Is that the blues car metal? I heard that this metal is even tougher than Shin metal, and weapons forged using the blues car metal will have elegant blue veins running through them. It is said that those weapons are incredibly sharp, allowing one to slice through the flesh of another cleanly, without leaving the slightest bloodstain on the blade. Innumerable experts would die to just gain possession of a tael of it. For there to be an entire chest of it here, that should be at least several dozen tons, right? A tael equals 50 G. I saw the blood seal ore in one of the chests. If one grinds the ore down and smears it on a blade, even the toughest metal will be easily turned into liquid. Back then, I tried to purchase some of it from the blacksmith guild, but I was rejected on the grounds of my rank being too low. Yet, the Saint Beasts are giving an entire chest of it to Zhang Shi? Those are adamantium rocks. As long as they are carefully carved, they can become jewels more dazzling than diamonds. Even if its value doesn't compare to the other ores, surely they don't have to give away so many chests of it like that. Could those be snow accrue rocks? If cultivators of an attribute cultivation technique were to carry some on them, their cultivation speed could be boosted significantly. As soon as those ores appeared, all of the master teachers of the blacksmith school fell into a frenzy. As blacksmiths, they were able to recognize the ores in the chests, and they couldn't help but be astounded by their sheer value. Put all of them together, and the value could easily exceed the wealth of the entire Master Teacher Academy and the Hongyuan royal family. And yet, these were given away for free to Zhang Shi to serve as congratulatory gifts for his inauguration. Zhu Chenqing, didn't you say that our Master Teacher Academy agreed to humiliating conditions in order to convince the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge to retreat? But these gifts, even if one were to overturn the entire Master-Teacher Academy, it would be impossible to take out so many valuable resources. Not to mention, the 10 indomitable kings even delivered the gifts personally with their men. Those students who had stood up in protest against Zhang Xian earlier turned their sights to Zhu Chongqing. Previously, Zhu Chongqing had told them that the Master-Teacher Academy had compensated the Cloud Mist Ridge with huge wealth just to convince them to retreat so that the inauguration ceremony could carry on without any trouble. It was after hearing his story that they agreed to stand up with him to question the succeeding principal indignantly. But this, instead of the Master-Teacher Academy compensating the Cloud Mist Ridge, it was the Cloud Mist Ridge that was delivering valuable gifts one after another to them. No matter how slow they were, it was clear that they agreed to humiliating terms so that the inauguration ceremony could go on without any trouble, which they had been told was a lie. How was I supposed to know this? Zhu Chongqing exclaimed with a trembling body as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Considering that it was their side that had proposed the negotiation, and that the negotiation had been conducted in the enemy's den, where the negotiator could be easily pressured into giving in, the eventual terms decided upon in the negotiation were bound to be shameful and humiliating to them. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be the complete opposite? Zhu Chongqing felt as if his sanity was going to snap by the craziness happening around him. The heck? Are you sure that you went there to negotiate and not to rob them? Chapter 899. Inviting the predecessors. After a very long moment of silence, someone amid the crowd exclaimed, "Wait, have you noticed that they addressed Zhang Shi as master in their congratulations?" Overwhelmed by the shock of the gifts, none of them had really noticed it. However, now that they were given some time to process what had just happened, realization suddenly dawned upon them. Indeed, they did say congratulations to master. For them to call Zhang Shi their master, there can only be one possibility. They are his tamed beasts. Wait, doesn't that mean that Zhang Shi has managed to tame all of the kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge? Is that the reason they cleared out their den to prepare these gifts to offer to him during the inauguration ceremony? As if a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, a commotion swiftly rippled across the crowd. As students of the Master-Teacher Academy, none of them were fools. It only took them a brief moment to understand the situation before them. Shocked gazes swiftly turned to the composed, 20-year-old young man standing on the stage, and the crowd felt as if their minds were about to blow. This was especially so for the students of the Beast Tamer School. They were completely frenzied by the situation before them. Just to tame a single spirit beast, they would need to spend several years giving the other party all kinds of treasures and delicacies, while putting aside their dignity to fawn over the beast, as if trying to please one's ancestor. Yet, the young man on the stage had not only tamed the Byzantium Helios beast, but the kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge as well. Can you be any more exaggerated than that? While they were flabbergasted by the situation before them, the several dozen spirit beasts in the air and on ground abruptly bowed down toward the young man on the stage and howled in unison. Roar, 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 roar. That's the ancient beast language, one of the older beast tamers amid the crowd exclaimed. Someone else hurriedly asked, "Ancient beast language? What are they saying?" It was extremely difficult to learn the ancient beast language, and even among the master teachers of the Master-Teacher Academy, there was only a small handful who could understand it. I can only make out some of the simpler words. The older beast tamer hesitated for an instant before saying, "It seems like they are saying, 'Congratulations to Master for becoming the principal of the Master-Teacher Academy.' Master? Wait, it can't be that these spirit beasts have been tamed by Zhang Shi as well? All of them are his tamed beasts?" That seems to be the case. While taming the kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge, he conveniently tamed the other spirit beasts as well? Faction leader. Wait, it should be Principal Zhang now. Sure devastates everything in his path. The eyelids of the crowd began twitching uncontrollably once more. It was just a moment ago that they had thought that the situation was already sufficiently exaggerated, and that was when such a scene occurred before them. Principal Zhang, are you sure that you are only a 4-star master teacher and not Kong Shi in disguise? In fact, Even Kong Shi had no record of being able to tame several dozen thousand spirit beasts and saint beasts in a single breath during his younger years. One of the students of the Beast Tamer School who had participated in the battle was the first to realize the truth. It seems like we really got it all wrong this time around. Principal Zhang participated in the negotiations as well, but instead of humbling himself before the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge and paying a heavy price in order to bring about peace, he went to overturn the other party's din. Indeed, to run straight into their base to tame the 10 indomitable kings and all of the spirit beasts beneath them. With such capability, were negotiations even required? It's laughable that we actually doubted Principal Zhang. It is no wonder school head Zhao said that we don't have to worry about beast stampedes from the Cloud Mist Ridge anymore. With all of the spirit beasts and saint beasts becoming Principal Zhang's tamed beasts, how could a beast stampede possibly occur? The Cloud Mist Ridge is a problem that the Master Teacher Academy has been unable to resolve for countless years, and yet, Zhang Shi has already resolved it before he was even inaugurated as the principal. If I was one of the 10 great Master Teachers, I would also have nominated him to be the principal. Who else could possibly be better suited for the role than him? After recovering from the shock, a bitter smile surfaced on their faces. Previously, when they had heard that school head Mo was proposing a negotiation with the Cloud Mist Ridge, they had thought that the Master Teacher Academy was going to be forced into humiliating terms. But from the looks of it, they had been sorely mistaken. On the contrary, they had even helped to vent the many years of frustrations of mankind. Once the news spread, the entire Qing'an conferred empire would find their lower jaws dropping in astonishment as well. He actually managed to tame all of them. Watching the sight before him, Zhu Chunqing's eyes reddened in agitation. His greatest goal had always been to exact vengeance for his family, and with all of the beasts submitting to Zhang Shi, he could finally let go of this grudge. Principal Zhang, thank you. Kneeling to the ground, Zhu Chongqing expressed his earnest gratitude toward Zhang Xian. All right, all of you may leave now. After accepting all of the gifts, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella. He had no idea that the spirit beasts and saint beasts would cause such a huge ruckus during the inauguration ceremony. If he had known in advance, he would have surely stopped them from messing around like that. While it was true that their actions had indeed won him some prestige, he still couldn't help but feel stifled within. As the saying goes, flaunting one's wealth is nothing short of foolishness. How hard would it have been for you to have passed those gifts to me discreetly, but to present them as congratulatory gifts in the middle of the inauguration ceremony? Isn't that as good as telling everyone in the academy that I have struck it rich? Yes. Nodding, the Scarlet Blaze Lion swiftly led the spirit beasts and saint beasts out of the Master Teacher Academy. Watching the spirit beasts and saint beasts leaving orderly on command, the Master Teachers in the area couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. With such a principal leading them, it would just be a matter of time before the academy rose through the ranks. Seeing that Principal Zhang had managed to win everyone over, Zhao Bingshu chuckled softly and said, "All right, if no one else have any other questions, we shall proceed on to the next formality, paying respects to the predecessors. We are willing to recognize Zhang Shi as the next principal of the Master Teacher Academy." The crowd hurriedly responded. The young man on the stage had already shown outstanding character, professionalism, exceptional teaching capability, deep knowledge of cultivation, and magnanimity to them. They would only be embarrassing themselves if they challenged such a man further. Good. Invite the predecessors. Zhao Bingshu announced loudly. Inviting the predecessors to witness the inauguration of the principal was a convention of the Master Teacher Academy. In this formality, the succeeding principal will seek the recognition of the preceding principals. While this might sound similar to how the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall worked, there was a significant difference between the two. In the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall, Master Teachers would seek the acknowledgement from the wills of the outstanding predecessors of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and the more predecessors who acknowledged them, the greater one's accomplishments were likely to be in the future. On the other hand, in this formality of the inauguration ceremony, the succeeding principal would be seeking the recognition from the wills of the preceding principals. The greater the number of principals that recognize the succeeding principal, the greater the authority and power the succeeding principal would obtain in the Master Teacher Academy. The Master Teacher Academy wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. There were many deeper secrets to it that even an esteemed school head like Zhao Bingshu was unqualified to learn of. Hong Long. As Zhao Bingshu's words echoed in the air, a massive formation inscribed onto the stage began whirring into action, and the sky abruptly darkened, as if an ominous cloud had concealed the sun. What is going on? This was the first time that most of the students had witnessed this formality, so they couldn't help but be unnerved by the bizarre happenings around them. Didn't school head Zhao say that he would invite the predecessors? Why would the sky suddenly darken? Don't worry, I was present in the inauguration ceremony of the old principal, and this was the exact same situation that happened then as well. An elder stroked his beard and said, by predecessors, it actually refers to the wills that the preceding principals left behind in the academy. As these wills exist in a form similar to souls, they are unable to move around in the sunlight. So a formation must be activated to conceal the sun before the predecessors can be summoned. One of the students couldn't help but ask curiously, soul? Is that the means of a soul oracle? Means of a soul oracle? Of course not. The means of the soul oracles are extremely sinister and callous, consisting of methods to lengthen one's lifespan through possessing the bodies of others and turning living bodies into soulless metal humanoids. On the other hand, the methods our Master Teacher Pavilion use are upright and orthodox. The elder replied disdainfully. Then, the student was confused. According to what he knew, only soul oracles had to avoid the sunlight, confined in the shades of darkness. These predecessors are the wills left behind the preceding generations of principals, and naturally, they can't be compared with mere soul oracles. If you don't believe me, just take a look yourself. Shortly after the elder said those words, a huge gust of wind blew, and the vague silhouette of an elder materialized above the stage. This elder had a square face, and a hint of valiantness seemed to be etched into his glabella, granting him a majestic and authoritative disposition. Unlike the cold and sinister aura that soul oracles usually carried, his presence felt upright and warm. Upon seeing the elder, Zhang Xian couldn't help but frown. Just like the other students, he had also been wondering whether or not the predecessors had used the means of soul oracles in order to sustain themselves, as a duration of 10 millenniums was more than sufficient to dissipate the soul of even the most capable master teacher. However, after seeing the elder, he realized that the predecessors existed in a form strikingly similar to the young Kong Shi he had met at the Saint Acknowledgement platform. He wasn't too sure about the details, but the soul felt upright, devoid of the disquieting aura characteristic of a soul oracle. But of course, existing in such a form had its own disadvantages as well. For one, the soul before him didn't seem to be complete, which impeded it from exerting significant power. On top of that, soul oracles often possess their full consciousness, but the soul of the master teacher could only be said to be a sliver of will, similar to the state that Vicious was in at the moment. Judging from his appearance and aura, it seems like he is the first principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Mu Shi. Unlike Zhang Xian's questioning gaze, the eyes of the teachers and students of the Master Teacher Academy lit up upon seeing the elder, the founder of the Master Teacher Academy, appearing before their eyes. How could they not be excited? It might just be an incomplete soul, but it harnessed his will within it. Hoo. Shortly after Mu Kai appeared, several dozen more figures flickered into existence as well. Even though their silhouettes looked extremely faint, they harnessed a powerful aura that exerted great pressure on those before them. As students and teachers of the Master Teacher Academy, they were expected to remember the history of the Master Teacher Academy. Besides, those who were able to become the principal of the Master Teacher Academy in their generation possessed capability surpassing that of their peers, making them figures of admiration among students and teachers alike. Seeing so many of their idols appearing simultaneously, the atmosphere in the training grounds was about to burst through the sky. Is that Principal Lu Chongyuan from the 7th generation? I have been studying his Chongyuan Great Sorrow Palm and Thousand Leaves Revolution Palm for the past few years. That must be Principal Emoliosian. As expected of the one famed for possessing the greatest talent among all of the principals, just his presence seems to hint at the boundless might he possesses. Principal Emoliojin is indeed strong, but it's a pity that he entered the subterranean gallery in order to push himself to make a breakthrough to becoming an 8-star master teacher and never returned. His death is truly one of the greatest loss to the master teacher pavilion. My idol is Principal Zhu Xianqing of the 79th generation. Even though he never managed to become a 7-star master teacher in his lifetime, he specialized in a total of 12 supporting occupations and compiled his insights into each of them in great detail, leaving behind an incredible trove of knowledge for the generations to come. The many master teachers in the training grounds couldn't help but feel their hearts leaping in excitement. Hoo-hoo! Amidst the discussions of the crowd, a total of 102 figures had materialized on the stage. Zhang Xian frowned. 102? Why don't I see the old principal anywhere? Chapter 900. Won't you allow me to pummel you? Every single generation of principal had left behind a sliver of their will in the Master Teacher Academy. Even if the principal of the previous generation had gone missing abruptly, considering that this was part of the heritage of the Master Teacher Academy, he should have entrusted a sliver of his will with the Master Teacher Academy as well. Why wasn't the old principal anywhere to be seen then? Noticing Zhang Xian's doubts, Zhao Bingshu explained to him through Zhenqi telepathy, the old principal. He went missing before he could accrue sufficient contributions to enter the mausoleum of principals, so he couldn't leave his will behind. Contribution? Zhang Xian was perplexed by the term. The Master Teacher Pavilion has a record of each Master Teacher's accomplishments, and these accomplishments are then quantified in the form of contributions. Each generation of principal has to achieve a certain level of contributions before they are given the permission to enter the mausoleum of principals. Basically, anything that is beneficial to mankind can be considered a contribution. Imparting knowledge so as to allow more cultivators to grow stronger is a contribution. Killing otherworldly demons and ridding mankind of the underlying threat is a contribution. Creating new cultivation techniques and battle techniques and spreading them far and wide so that mankind can reach greater heights is a contribution as well, Zhao Bingshu clarified with a smile. Principal Zhang, your act of taming the spirit beasts and saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge has spared mankind from a possible disaster in the future, and the Master Teacher Pavilion considers it a huge contribution as well. Just that in itself should qualify you to enter the Mausoleum of Principals. The Cloud Mist Ridge had always been a huge threat to the Master Teacher Academy, and despite going through over 100 principals, the problem had still continued to persist. Facing such a problem, not only did Principal Zhang manage to resolve the problem once and for all, he even effectively turned the forces of the Cloud Mist Ridge into the forces of the Master Teacher Academy. With such an accomplishment, even if his contribution was still beneath that of the founder of the Master Teacher Academy, it was definitely sufficient to go down in history for countless years to come. I have made sufficient contributions? Zhang Xian was stunned by the abrupt news. Of course. Zhao Bingshu nodded with an indescribable expression. Other principals had to toil laboriously day after day, doing whatever they could do that was beneficial to mankind in order to accrue sufficient contributions to enter the Mausoleum of Principals. The current principal was probably the only one in the many generations of principals to achieve sufficient contributions, despite not knowing what it was. If the previous principals were to learn about this matter, would they spurt a mouthful of blood and start cursing furiously? Sometimes, it was the difference between fellow men that was the most frustrating. Oblivious to schoolhead Zhao's thoughts, Zhang Xian continued asking, "What is the Mausoleum of Principals?" The Mausoleum of Principals is where the wills of the principals are nurtured, as well as where their bodies are kept after their deaths. Thus, it can be said to be the resting place of the previous principals of the Master Teacher Academy. So, it is like a tomb for the principals. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Judging from school head Zhao's words, it seemed like not every principal was qualified to be buried in there. Only those who had made sufficient contributions were allowed to rest there after their deaths. Most likely, there is something special about the tomb. Zhang Xian thought doubtfully. If it was just an ordinary tomb, there was no need to restrict even the principals themselves from entering. Since there was such a strict restriction imposed on it, there was probably more to it than meets the eye. Just as Zhang Xian was contemplating this matter, the wills of the principals suddenly turned their eyes over to him. "You are the principal of this generation?" An authoritative voice echoed through the air. The one who had spoken was the founder of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Mu Kai. Mu Kai had a very gentle and elegant air around him, and his eyes carried no hint of underestimation or disdain for Zhang Xian just because of the latter's young age. On the contrary, he nodded in commendation, expressing his approval for Zhang Xian instead. "For one of your age to receive the recognition of so many students and elders, it seems like you are a person of exceptional capability." Naturally, the eye of discernment of the man who had founded the Master Teacher Academy was anything but ordinary. When others only noticed Zhang Xian's young age and inexperience, the founder of the Master Teacher Academy saw his potential. For a person of his age to be chosen as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, that could only mean that he possessed certain capabilities that surpassed all other competitors. Even under the protection of the formation, the time that we can remain existent here is limited. Use 3 sentences to introduce yourself, your strengths, and capabilities. We will use it as a gauge to determine whether you are worthy of our approval or not." Mu Kai said with a smile. 3 sentences? Not expecting to be given such a challenge, Zhang Xian frowned. He had thought that he would be kneeling to beseech the preceding principals for their acknowledgement, similar to how it was in the teacher acknowledgement hall. However, from the looks it didn't seem to be that simple. He was given an opportunity to speak, but this only served to heighten the difficulty of the test. This opportunity could also be considered a test from the preceding principals, so he would have to proceed with caution. Just as Zhang Xian was musing over his words, Zhao Bingshu suddenly sent a telepathic message to him. "Principal Zhang, you must think it through carefully. The number of acknowledgments you receive from the principals will determine the degree of authority you will wield in the academy." Degree of authority? There are certain places in the Master Teacher Academy that even the principal won't be able to enter without possessing a certain degree of authority in the academy. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. In essence, the principal was not the true master of the Master Teacher Academy, but a master teacher nominated by the 10 great master teachers to manage the affairs of the Master Teacher Academy temporarily. Naturally, the principal wasn't given free rein over everything in the academy. The greater degree of authority one commanded, the greater one's control over the academy would be. As long as you receive 20% of the predecessor's recognition, you will be deemed qualified to take over as the next principal of the Master Teacher Academy and receive the elementary jurisdiction. If you receive 40%, you will be granted the intermediate jurisdiction. 60%, you will be granted advanced jurisdiction, and 80%, supreme jurisdiction. If you receive supreme jurisdiction over the Master Teacher Academy, you will gain total control over all of the major formations, access the most confidential books in the academy, and even gain free access to the mausoleum of principals without needing the required contribution. Access the most confidential books in the academy? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The main reason he had agreed to be the principal in the first place was due to the principal's privilege in accessing the books in the academy. However, judging from Zhao Bingshu's words, it seemed that he would still be unable to access some books if he didn't obtain the supreme jurisdiction. If that was the case, he would just have to obtain the supreme jurisdiction. But in order to achieve that, he would need to find the right words to convince over 80% of the preceding principals to recognize him within 3 sentences, and that was easier said than done. While the founder of the Master Teacher Academy, Mu Kai, might have a positive view of him, not all of the principals shared the same opinion. After all, there was simply nothing praiseworthy about Zhang Xian's age, cultivation, and master teacher rank. To change their minds of him within just 3 sentences, difficult. Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask Zhao Bingshu, what percentage of recognition did the old principal receive? The old principal was only a 6-star pinnacle master teacher when he took over as the principal, barely meeting the mark. So he only received 22% of the preceding principal's recognition, Zhao Bingshu replied. Most of the preceding principals received the elementary jurisdiction in this formality. Out of the 103 preceding principals, less than 30 has received the intermediate jurisdiction, less than 10 for the advanced jurisdiction, and only 1 for the supreme jurisdiction, which was the founder, Mu Shi himself. Only one for the supreme jurisdiction? Zhang Xian was astonished. It seemed like the test was far harder than he had thought. Each of the preceding principals were top-notch experts in their era. Receiving their earnest recognition and commendation was truly no easy task. Besides, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. What one views to be perfect might be worth nothing in the eyes of others. There were master teachers in this world who specialized in more than a dozen supporting occupations, achieving an incredible mastery in each of them. Logically speaking, a person that capable should receive the respect and admiration of others. However, there were also those who thought that a master teacher should focus their efforts on teaching others. The fact that a master teacher had achieved such deep mastery in every field only meant that they weren't devoted in their primary responsibility, so they weren't worthy of respect. Indeed, in this formality, the fewer preceding principles there are, the easier it is to receive a substantial percentage of their recognition. With more than 100 preceding principles here, it will be extremely difficult to gain a sufficient proportion of their support to obtain higher degrees of authority. Zhao Bingshu said, receiving the recognition of just one or two principles was relatively simpler with an outstanding performance and sufficient luck. However, to win the goodwill of over 100 people at once, that was nigh impossible. Thus, the 3 sentences he would speak were of grave importance. What words could help him convince all of them? Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. The master teachers beneath the stage also swiftly came to realize the difficulty behind founder Mu Kai's request as well, and anxiety emerged in their eyes. One of the students turned to his good friend beside him and asked, "What do you think Zhang Shi will say?" Zhang Shi is a man of great talent. It is beyond my means to fathom what he could possibly say. However, given his capability, I believe it shouldn't be too difficult for him to win the recognition of most predecessors. The good friend happened to be a die-hard fan of Zhang Xian, so he possessed unwavering confidence in the latter. One of the master teachers who had a deep understanding of the history of the academy said, "I'm afraid that it won't be that easy." Even the unbelievably talented Principal Mo Yanqing back then only managed to obtain a 71% recognition from the preceding principals. I believe that Principal Zhang's talent is nowhere beneath Principal Mo's, but his talent has yet to manifest itself fully yet. If Principal Zhang was given a few dozen more years, I have no doubt that he would be able to surpass the results of the preceding principals easily. However, in his current state, I fear that it won't be that easy. Indeed, it is unlikely for Zhang Shi to do too well in this. I heard that our old principal didn't do well in this formality either, achieving a recognition of only 22%, another student added. Considering how the old principal had managed to tame the Byzantium Helios beast and had been on the verge of a breakthrough to becoming a 7-star master teacher, there was little that had to be said about his talent and capability. Yet, such an expert only received 22% of the preceding principal's recognition. This went to show how difficult this formality was. Whether one would be able to receive the recognition of the preceding principals depended highly on one's capability, character affinity, and luck. It will be difficult to display the full extent of one's capability with just 3 sentences, but if Zhang Shi pulls it off well, he might manage to achieve something unexpected. Otherwise, it will probably just be a close pass. An elder shook his head upon hearing their conversation, when he suddenly pointed forward and said, "Look, Zhang Shi is about to begin speaking." The crowd hurriedly turned their gazes to the stage and saw Zhang Xian raising his gaze to face the wills of the 102 preceding principals. It might seem as if the conversation with Zhao Bingshu and the conversation among the master teachers below the stage had occurred over a long period of time, but all in all, only 10 breaths had passed. Seeing that the succeeding principal had prepared himself in such a short period of time, they couldn't help but wait with bated breaths to hear what he had to say. Zhao Bingshu also turned his gaze to Zhang Xian as he stroked his beard. He had already said all that had to be said. All that was left was to see how Zhang Shi would create yet another miracle and overturn everyone's view once more. "My name is Zhang Xian." With a soft chuckle, Zhang Xian first introduced himself. Hearing those words, the wills of the preceding principals nodded in agreement. It might seem as if he had wasted a sentence, but this was a display of his respect toward them and toward himself as well. It was polite and respectful, devoid of the usual arrogance that a complacent young man in his position would have. On top of that, his composed disposition also highlighted the absolute confidence he had in himself. It seemed like the young principal was truly not simple. Just as the wills of the preceding principals were still nodding in approval at Zhang Xian's first sentence, the latter suddenly scratched his head awkwardly and asked with his face reddened in embarrassment, that, as preceding principals of the Master Teacher Academy, I believe you are benevolent and magnanimous. Since that's the case, won't you allow me to pummel you? He wants to pummel them? Everyone in the crowd, who had pricked up their ears to listen intently to what that was being said, couldn't help but fall into a state of disbelief. Chapter 901. Go ahead. They had all been wondering how Zhang Shi would make use of his 3 sentences. If he wanted to display his capability, be it pill forging, the way of medicine, smithing, or demonic tunes, he would surely have been able to capture everyone's attention easily and win their respect. If he were to talk about his contributions, retrieving Elder Wu Yangzi's corpse and contributing his forging technique without asking for any compensation, saving the Hongyuan royal family's Bodhi Saint tree, taming all of the spirit beasts and saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge. All of these were incredible feats that wouldn't pale in comparison to the previous generations of principals. Even if it was in the field of imparting knowledge, while his direct disciples might not possess high cultivation realms, their understanding of cultivation and battle techniques far surpassed most 6-star master teachers, such that even the head of the martial school had personally invited them to become the guest elders of the academy. Regardless of which one it was, he would surely be able to attract the attention of all of the predecessors in an instant. Yet, instead of speaking about any of that, he had actually asked to pummel the predecessors instead. Big brother, we are master teachers, not hoodlums. The master teachers beneath the stage were all dumbstruck. Countless elders had pulled out their beards unwittingly, causing blood to flow down their lower jaws, but it seemed as if they hadn't noticed it at all. They had seen those who had boasted about their capabilities and accomplishments to win the admiration of others. They had also seen those who resorted all means in order to obtain power. But never had they seen anyone who threatened to lay his hands on his predecessors after inviting them over. More importantly, he had even said it out loud, seemingly without the slightest shred of remorse at all. Zhang Shi, aren't you afraid of the predecessors killing you on the spot for your insolence? Even if you don't wish to be recognized and become the principal, you need not bring such trouble upon yourself, right? On the other hand, Zhao Bingshu nearly fell off the stage after hearing Zhang Xian's words. School head Mo and the others also nearly had their lower jaws falling to the ground. Their faces flushed incredibly red, seemingly ready to blow at any moment. You want to pummel us? While the crowd was feeling lightheaded from this abrupt turn of events, the wills of the preceding predecessors on the stage stared at one another in frenzy, unable to believe what they had just heard as well. As preceding principals of the Master Teacher Academy, they had undergone this formality themselves, and they had assessed many juniors after them too. They had seen those who racked their brains to formulate the perfect 3 sentences to present to them, but never had they seen one who threatened to pummel them on this formal occasion. You must be on the verge of going insane. As the faces of all of the preceding principals darkened, Founder Mu Kai frowned and advised, "You only have 3 sentences. Consider what you wish to say carefully." "I have already considered it thoroughly. Just allow me to pummel all of you once." Zhang Xian replied affirmatively, after which his figure blurred, and in the next instant, he was already standing before Founder Mu Kai with his palm raised, ready to assault the latter. Hong Long. The palm strike was so powerful that it caused a deafening sonic boom to reverberate in the air. With just one glance, Founder Mu Kai could instantaneously tell that the young man before him possessed exceptional strength. Even a half-saint could be easily killed by the palm strike. Zhang Shi really made a move? What is he up to? Doomed. He is really doomed now. To make a move on the founder of the academy is a grossly disrespectful act. He will never be able to earn their recognition anymore. The master teachers beneath the stage clutched their hair in frenzy. Zhao Bingshu, school head Mo, and the others could feel their hearts in their mouths, and they felt as if they were going to faint at any moment soon. To make a move on one's predecessor, that was no longer a problem as simple as whether he was willing to become the principal or not anymore. Once this matter reached the ears of the master-teacher pavilion, he could be severely punished for his disrespectful actions. In the worst-case scenario, he might even be scorned by all, making it impossible for him to remain a master-teacher. Audacious! How brazen! You are seeking death. Seeing Zhang Xian make a move on Founder Mu Kai, the other preceding principals immediately bellowed furiously. Founder Mu Kai's face also twitched at Zhang Xian's abrupt assault, and he quickly dodged his attack with a sidestep before raising his palm to retaliate with a strike of his own. In response, Zhang Xian swiftly turned around and retreated. Founder Mu Kai was planning to retaliate, but in that moment, he abruptly sensed something that left his eyes narrowed and his body trembling. Who? Seeing that the other party had finally understood it, Zhang Xian smiled and came to a halt. However, his halt didn't stop the preceding principals from charging at him furiously. Powerful surges of energy, reminiscent of steel, were heading swiftly for him to bound him tightly. Zhang Xian's disrespect toward the founder of the Master Teacher Academy had incurred their ire, and their anger would never be appeased until they taught the new principal a harsh lesson. Stop! But just as the steel-like surges of energy were about to bind Zhang Xian tightly together, a loud bellow abruptly sounded. Founder Mu Kai. All of the preceding principals hesitated for a moment before withdrawing their strength and returning back to their positions reluctantly. Nevertheless, their hostile gazes were still fixated upon Zhang Xian. Mu Shi, this new principal has no respect for his seniors and the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion at all. To dare make a move against you, that clearly shows that there is a problem with his character. Please, allow us to deal with him. We, Master Teachers, have always valued etiquette, and if we don't deal with him, how are we to maintain discipline among our ranks? The preceding principals all exclaimed furiously. In their years as principals, they had never seen a person as brazen as that. Audacious! Hearing the furious exclamations from the crowd, Founder Mu Kai's face turned livid, and he raged. We are only a sliver of what left behind by our former selves, and yet you still wish to teach the incumbent principal a lesson? Don't you think that is overstepping your bounds? Hearing Mu Shi, the one who respected etiquette strictly the most among them, saying such words, everyone was dumbstruck. They couldn't help but stare at him in confusion. I didn't see you hesitating in the slightest when you made a move on him earlier. It's just that the other party managed to dodge your attack, so your strike failed to land on him. We are just doing the same as you. Why are our actions considered overstepping our bounds? What should we do then? One of the preceding principals asked. What else do you plan to do? Founder Mu Kai glared at the preceding principal who had asked the question and raised his hands majestically. Remain rooted on the spot and allow him to pummel you. Put hong, put hong, put hong. The knees of the master teachers beneath the stage caved in, and they all fell to the ground. Remain rooted on the spot and allow Zhang Shi to pummel them. What the heck was with that? Was that some kind of bad joke from the founder of the Master Teacher Academy? The wills of the preceding principals exchanged horrified glances with one another. This was especially so for the second and third generation principals. Not only had they lived in the same era as Founder Mu Kai, they were even his student and grand student respectively. As such, they had a deep understanding of Founder Mu Kai's personality. Upright and austere, he was a person who viewed etiquette with great importance. Yet, for him to show no signs of anger in face of the rudeness of the new principal, and even command them to remain still before the latter's beating, such a response was inconceivable. Enough, hurry up and do as I say. Our time out here is limited, so stop wasting it. Paying no heed to the shock of the others, Founder Mu Kai waved his hands impatiently. Yes. In face of Founder Mu Kai's displeasure, the preceding principals could only grit their teeth and step forward reluctantly. With a look reminiscent of soldiers marching to their deaths, they glared at Zhang Xian and said in resignation, "Come, do your worst." "Pardon me." Nodding, Zhang Xian stepped forward and shrouded all of the preceding principals with his zhanqi in an instant. The zhanqi only remained for a brief instant before dissipating, after which Zhang Xian returned back to the edge of the stage and stood quietly, as if nothing had happened at all. On the other hand, the faces of the preceding principals paled as realization struck them. They turned their sights to the young principal once more, this time with their gazes filled with respect. With a soft chuckle, Founder Mu Kai said, "All right, it's about time. Let's begin. I, the first-generation principal of the Master Teacher Academy, declare my recognition for Zhang Shi as the next principal. With him, the Master Teacher Academy will definitely be brought to unprecedented heights. I, the second-generation principal of the Master Teacher Academy, declare my recognition for Zhang Shi as the next principal. I, the third-generation principal of the Master Teacher Academy, declare my recognition for Zhang Shi as the next principal. I, the fourth-generation principal of the Master Teacher Academy, declare my recognition for Zhang Shi as the next principal. I, the 102nd generation principal of the Master Teacher Academy, declare my recognition for Zhang Shi as the next principal." One by one, the principal of each generation stepped forward and declared their own support for Zhang Xian as the next principal of the Master Teacher Academy with a resounding voice. Am I seeing things? The preceding principals actually expressed their support for Zhang Shi? I have no idea what is going on. Didn't Zhang Shi just show blatant disrespect for the founder of the Master Teacher Academy? Under such circumstances, shouldn't all of the preceding principals object to his inauguration? How did the situation suddenly turn to this? I have no idea either. In any case, Zhang Shi isn't a person who can be defined by common sense. Somehow, even the impossible becomes possible when he is involved. The master teachers beneath the stage were shocked beyond words. Of the 100 principals in history, the only one to have received the highest authority was the founder, Mu Kai. Yet, despite crossing the wills of all of the preceding principals, that fellow had actually been recognized by each and every one of them and received the supreme jurisdiction over the academy without the slightest doubt. Could it be that the wills of these preceding principals were actually masochists who preferred to be beaten up than to listen to words? Since we are done expressing our recognition for Zhang Shi, it's about time for us to leave. Seeing that everything was done, Founder Mu Kai nodded before he turned to Zhang Xian once more and said, "I hope that you will never forget your roots as the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, no matter how high you reach in the future." After which, he clasped his fist and said, "Farewell." With those words, the figures of the preceding principals swiftly blurred before disappearing altogether. Most likely, they had been teleported away by the formation. With their departure, Zhang Xian couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. Upon learning that he would have to obtain the supreme jurisdiction in order to access all of the books in the academy, he couldn't help but want to obtain it. After a long moment of contemplation, he had come to understand that it was impossible for him to win the support of over 80% of the preceding principals with just 3 sentences, especially given his disadvantages, such as his lacking cultivation and low master teacher rank, unless he could find a compelling reason that would leave them with no choice but to recognize him. Such a reason would be nigh impossible for anyone to find, but it just so happened that he had one. Celestial Master Teacher. As a master teacher recognized by even the heavens, who would not recognize him? However, his capability was still currently too low in order to manipulate his power such that it was only visible to the preceding principals. Considering that they were in a public location, he could potentially be placed into danger in the future if his identity as a celestial master teacher were to become known by others. Left with no choice, he could only come up with an alternative plan, feigning to battle with the master teachers to shroud his Zhenqi around them before releasing his pressure as a celestial master teacher. It was a little troublesome, but his Heaven's Path Zhenqi would be able to hinder anyone from trying to look into what was happening within. And after revealing his identity, which preceding principal would still dare to object to him? No matter how powerful one was, could one possibly be stronger than the heavens? Celestial Master Teacher, the height that no one other than Kong Shi had reached. As such, the previous sight had occurred, and Zhang Xian became the only principal since the founding of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to have received the recognition of every single preceding principal. It was inconvenient for the preceding principals to speak of this matter, so the others had no idea what had happened either. As such, the mysterious veil that seemed to shroud Zhang Xian grew even thicker. The students and teachers who had harbored doubts regarding Zhang Xian's inauguration as the principal were also utterly silenced by this matter. A man who was recognized by all of the preceding principals, what right did they have to doubt his capability? Recovering from his shock, Zhao Bingshu scanned the surroundings and declared with a hoarse voice, "All right, since Zhang Shi has received the recognition of all of the preceding principals, let's move on to the next formality, forming the principal's seal. But before that, allow me to invite Principal Zhang to conduct a public lecture." Chapter 902. Even donkeys have gone insane. Forming the principal's seal required gathering the wills of every single student and teacher in the Master Teacher Academy. It was a solemn and sacred event. Before doing so, the succeeding principal was required to conduct a public lecture so as to give the members of the academy a glimpse of his capability in imparting knowledge. If the succeeding principal couldn't even convince the members of the academy of his capability, how could he possibly gather their wills to form the principal's seal? I am excited to hear Zhang Shi's lecture. Since even his students are so capable, little has to be said about the teacher. I wonder what the lecture from a man recognized by all of the preceding principals will be like. Anticipation surfaced on the faces of the crowd. Given how even Zhang Shi's students could lecture about the foundation of cultivation and battle techniques so well, he should be able to do far better than that. I shall conduct a lecture on the fundamentals then. Zhang Xian nodded as he walked toward the edge of the stage. School head Mo had told him earlier that he would have to hold a public lecture as part of the inauguration ceremony, so there was nothing much for him to hesitate over. Besides, having comprehended the heart of a teacher, he had a deeper insight into the responsibilities of a teacher. Knowledge served as a tool to further the prosperity of mankind, and only through imparting it would they serve their purpose. There was no point in him keeping it to himself. After surveying the crowd, Zhang Xian began to speak. One can view cultivation as similar to building a castle. Only with a strong foundation can a castle reach great heights. Otherwise, it will only be like the moon in the lake, disappearing with the slightest ripple. Even though he didn't intentionally amplify his voice, his words still reached the ears of every single person in the training grounds crisp clear. As he spoke, spiritual energy began to surge in from the heavens and gathered around the training grounds. The sheer concentration of spiritual energy resulted in its materialization as innumerable pure white lotuses, creating an exceptionally beautiful sight. Spirit gathering diction. Listening to Zhang Xian's lecture, it didn't take long for the students to fall into a trance. On the streets beyond the Master Teacher Academy were stores trading in every sort of commodity that one could think of, be it daily necessities, accommodation, or consumables. Over the years, each store had developed an extremely effective supply chain that drove the economy of Hongyuan Empire. Being a master teacher was one of the most lucrative occupations in the Master Teacher continent, so those who succeeded in securing a store around the Master Teacher Academy often made a killing out of their businesses. Boss, isn't the main reason most choose a store location close to the Master Teacher Academy to come into contact more with master teachers and possibly receive their guidance and advance their cultivation? Why has your cultivation remained stagnant over the past 20 years then? In a tavern, a carefree swordsman with a cup of fine wine in his hand gazed lazily at another person standing not too far away from him. He had visited the tavern once 20 years ago and lived there for several months. In that period of time, the both of them had grown rather close with one another. The man who he was speaking to was a pot-bellied man in his 50s, with an appearance that deeply resembled a merchant. However, he was actually a renowned swordsman, boasting incredible skill dozens of years ago. However, for some reason, he had backed out of the pugilistic world and became the owner of a tavern instead. It had been dozens of years since then, and many merchants along the street had come and gone. He was the only one who had remained constant in this time, and his cultivation had shown no change as well. As such, the swordsman couldn't help but be bewildered by this puzzling sight. I also wish to advance my cultivation, and there must have been at least 8,000 master teachers who have drunk in my tavern, and of which, Probably 2 to 3,000 have offered me pointers on my cultivation at some point. However, it seems like I have already reached the limits of my talent. No matter how hard I try, I am just unable to take another step forward. Sighing deeply, the boss shook his head with a bitter smile. As a swordsman who had lived alongside his sword for many years, he wouldn't have chosen to cast aside his sword had he not met with overwhelming difficulties. Severely damaged in a fight against a rival, he had found his cultivation and his ability to cultivate crippled. Hoping to find a cure, he had opened this tavern just outside the Master Teacher Academy so that he could seek their advice and return to his peak. However, dozens of years had passed, and he had indeed encountered many master teachers as well. However, not a single one of them possessed the capability to cure his trauma and allow him to pick up the sword once more. Over time, disappointment after disappointment had eroded the confidence he had, and eventually, his skill with the sword became beneath his skill with a butcher's cleaver. Sigh. Realizing the boss's helplessness toward his plight, the carefree swordsman gulped down large mouthfuls of wine and sighed. Just as he was about to say something in consolation, he suddenly felt the surrounding spiritual energy gushing furiously toward the Master Teacher Academy. "What is happening?" the swordsman asked with a deep frown. The boss took a glance and replied nonchalantly, "I heard that the Master Teacher Academy is holding an inauguration ceremony for their succeeding principal today. Most likely, they are currently in the public lecture formality at the moment. For a 6-star Master Teacher to trigger Spirit Gathering Diction, that isn't anything to make a fuss about. A 5-star Master Teacher was already capable of utilizing Spirit Gathering Diction, just that the area of effect would be significantly smaller. Considering that the one conducting the lecture was the succeeding principal, it should come as no surprise that he was capable of utilizing Spirit Gathering Diction." "Oh," the swordsman nodded. However, just as he was about to continue drinking, he suddenly heard a voice from afar. "One can view cultivation as similar to building a castle. Only with a strong foundation can a castle reach great heights." The voice seemed to gradually fade off from the boundary of the Master Teacher Academy, but as the tavern was located right against the academy's walls, it was a little vague but still barely audible in there. The content may seem basic, but it is very direct, seemingly pointing straight to the essence of cultivation. After listening for a brief moment, the carefree swordsman's eyes suddenly brightened, and he placed his wine cup down. The zhenqi in his body began to move spontaneously according to the other party's words, furthering his cultivation. Incredible! For his body to have such a reaction despite being such a distance away from the speaker, just how powerful was the person lecturing in the Master Teacher Academy at this very moment? This was no longer a simple lecture, but an impartation of the true essence of the world. Taking a swift glance at the boss of the tavern, and seeing that the latter was still in the midst of preparing his wine, the carefree swordsman quickly yelled, "Boss, you should listen to the lecture, too." The trauma the latter's body had suffered had hindered him from cultivating. Perhaps, the formidable might of this lecture would be able to aid him in overcoming his trauma and bring him back to his peak. Listen to what? It's not like I haven't met the elders of the Master Teacher Academy before. I have already received personal guidance from a couple of them, but none of them were able to do anything about my situation. What use can a mere public lecture be? The boss shook his head, thinking nothing of it. Since even the personal guidance of the elders of the Master Teacher Academy was unable to treat him, what could a public lecture possibly do for him? After so many years of disappointment, the hope he had harbored initially had already eroded, leaving nothing but disappointment and despair. His faith in master teachers had also fallen to a minimum as a result. On the other hand, seeing that the boss of the tavern was reluctant to budge, the carefree swordsman urged anxiously, "I am not joking. You really should give it a listen. This is really good stuff." Wandering the world, he had encountered many master teachers and listened to many of their lessons, but there were none who could compare with this public lecture. Or perhaps, it might be more accurate to say that they were on two totally different levels. Despite the faint voice depriving him of a few words here and there, he still benefited greatly from the lecture. "It's fine. I have already gotten used to this life. The boss shook his head with a smile as he continued to prepare his wine behind the counter, not bothering to make his way over. You don't believe me? Take a look at that donkey then. Seeing that the boss was reluctant to come over, the carefree swordsman shook his head helplessly, unsure of how he should convince the boss otherwise when he suddenly caught sight of something, and his eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly raised his finger and pointed at a donkey in the courtyard of the tavern. It was the animal that the boss used to transport his wine about. Donkey? Frowning, the boss shot a gaze over, and the sight before him left him stunned. The donkey, which he had spent several years with, had pricked up its large ears and placed one against the wall of the academy, listening intently so as to not miss a single word of the lecture. Under the effects of the lecture, it seemed to have fallen into a trance, snorting in excitement from time and time while nodding continuously to express his respect for the lecturer. Even a donkey is listening to the lecture? The boss narrowed his eyes in shock. It was said that the most formidable of master teachers were able to impart knowledge beyond racial boundaries. Be they human or beast, the master teacher would be able to draw them in with their lecture, convincing their bodies to cultivate obediently. However, those who had managed to achieve such heights were extremely rare. At the very least, despite managing a tavern right outside the Master Teacher Academy for so many years, he had never seen a master teacher capable of such. For the public lecture of the succeeding principal to successfully convince even a donkey to listen to his words, just what in the word was being said? In that moment of bewilderment, the boss suddenly saw his perfectly ordinary donkey raising its head to the air and braying out loud. The aura it emanated from its presence intensified as spiritual energy gushed into its body, nurturing its strength. Kacha! Kacha! The donkey had successfully achieved a breakthrough from an ordinary animal into a savage beast. Eko-o, oh-o. With this breakthrough, the donkey brayed arrogantly as it turned its sight to its boss tauntingly. Courage that had long disappeared within the donkey after the many years of oppression finally bloomed within it once more, and the determination to use its donkey hooves to fight against the inequality in its fate permeated its being. Since even a donkey is capable of achieving a breakthrough, don't you think that it's still too early for you to give up? Surely you can't be inferior to even a donkey, right? The carefree swordsman remarked. The boss's face turned pale. The donkey that he had bought was only an ordinary animal, possessing no bloodline of any savage beast whatsoever. Yet, just by listening to a lecture momentarily, it actually managed to achieve a breakthrough. Just how formidable was the lecturer? Perhaps, if he were to listen to it, he might just be able to overcome the bottleneck that had limited his progress. Just as he was about to approach the wall against the Master Teacher Academy to listen to the lecture, he suddenly saw a rooster, which he was intending to kill later in the night for dinner, leaping out of its cage, spreading its wings, and soaring into the boundless skies, reminiscent of a proud phoenix. An ordinary rooster had also become a savage beast after listening to the lecture, following which, the pig he had bred, the fish within the pail. Changes began to emerge in each of them as strength welled up within them, and they began to thrash about in hopes of escaping the courtyard, as well as the desolate fate that was awaiting them. The boss rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Just what in the world was the succeeding principal lecturing on for such changes to emerge in all of these fellows? Goo hua hua. But before he could recover from the shock of it, he suddenly heard many beasts and animals along the streets calling out delightfully as their strength reached new heights. At the same time, many vendors who were listening to the public lecture also felt invigorated as they overcame their previous bottlenecks. In just a short moment, the street seemed to have become completely different from before. I must hurry. I have to listen to the lecture as well. Knowing that this change was caused by the lecture occurring within the academy, the boss dared not to hesitate anymore. He quickly ran over and placed his ears against the academy walls, intent on listening to what was being said within. And with just a couple of words, his eyes immediately glazed over as he fell into a trance. Hong Long. Some time later, his cultivation, which had remained stagnated for dozens of years, abruptly began moving once more, and with a resounding buzz, he overcame the locks tying him down previously. I have succeeded. Realizing that he could finally pick up a sword once more, the boss's body trembled in agitation. He had no idea who the lecturer was, but he still kneeled down toward the Master Teacher Academy to express his earnest gratitude for a very long time. The same sight was also occurring along all of the streets in proximity to the Master Teacher Academy. At least 9 out of 10 of those who had reached a certain level in their cultivation would receive a tangible benefit from listening to the lecture or even achieve a breakthrough. However, what was even more exaggerated was the animals. Almost all of them had turned into savage beasts just by listening to the lecture. In the royal palace, a white-haired historian recorded the events. Hongyuan Empire, the 33th year of Emperor Yu Shenqing's rule, spring. In the inauguration ceremony of the 104th principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Shi held a public lecture. Spiritual energy descended from the heavens, and heavenly lotuses were scattered in the sky. All members of the Xinxian faction achieved a breakthrough simultaneously, and many other students had managed to advance their cultivation significantly as well. In order to listen to the lecture, all of the savage beasts and spirit beasts pressed their ears against the walls of the Master Teacher Academy. During that time, there was not a single animal to be found along the streets and alleys of Hongyuan City, but their calls echoed resoundingly throughout the entire city. Chapter 903. Forming the Principal's Seal. All right, I will end the lecture here. The public lecture had lasted for an entire 2 hours, and after seeing that most students and teachers had benefited greatly from it, Zhang Xian came to a stop. It's ending just like that? In the past, when I attended the lecture of other teachers, I would be praying to get out of class as soon as possible. But for Zhang Shi's lecture, why does it feel like it has only just begun? Indeed, it ended too quickly. I have barely gotten started. If I could listen to this kind of lecture frequently, my chances at making a breakthrough to Saint Realm would surely be increased by many-fold, and the duration I would take to graduate would also be cut by several years. As Zhang Xian came to a halt, the crowd recovered from their trance, and excitement gleamed in their eyes. It was only a 2 hours lecture, but it was comparable to months or even years of studying and cultivating. Look! Suddenly, someone amid the crowd exclaimed, and everyone swiftly raised their gazes, only to see a bunch of animals flying above them. There were chickens, ducks, geese, peacocks, cranes. It was as if the Master Teacher Academy had turned into a zoo. All animals capable of flight filled the entire skies. Laudation of myriad birds. Have they all arrived due to the sheer quality of the lecture? Someone among the crowd muttered with a quivering voice. Laudation of myriad birds was a phenomenon that was at a far higher level than spirit-gathering diction. Only 8-star master teachers were capable of producing such a sight. With mere words, even the birds in the area would go into an excited frenzy and gather in the area. But Zhang Shi was only a 4-star master teacher. How could he draw so many birds over? Furthermore, chickens, ducks, geese, and peacocks? What the hell were those? Were those animals capable of steady flight like that? How could they remain in the sky for such a long period of time? Furthermore, the calls of innumerable other animals could be heard beyond the walls of the Master Teacher Academy as well. One particularly conspicuous sound among it was the majestic braying of a donkey, seemingly trying to display to the world that it harbored great potential within as well. In the hands of a discerning man, it could transform into a 1,000-mile donkey, so by no means should its talents be allowed to remain buried. Just what was going on? Your guess is right. It was indeed Zhang Shi's lecture that drew so many animals here. Furthermore, it seems his lecture didn't discriminate between races, allowing even non-human listeners to comprehend it and go into a frenzy over it. Perhaps this is the real reason he was able to tame the spirit beasts and saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge. An elder said meaningfully. He had paid careful attention to the lecture, and he noticed that it seemed to talk straight to one's soul, unimpeded by the barriers of language. Even ordinary animals that had not comprehended the human tongue could benefit from Zhang Shi's lecture. Such capability was already far beyond the means of a 6-star or even 7-star master teacher. The heavens nourished all living beings, regardless of race or language. Such was the same for the true impartation of heaven's will as well. Back then, when Kong Shi conducted lectures, not only would humans, animals, spirit beasts, and saint beasts benefit greatly from his teachings, even the flora and fauna would form sentience and begin to cultivate. While Zhang Shi still didn't wield the capability to sway plants with his words, just the ability to induce a breakthrough in ordinary animals was already an extremely fearsome feat in itself. It seems like Principal Zhang will be able to clear the empire-building test easily. School head Emo muttered beneath his breath as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The empire-building test was the most difficult option among all of the different 6-star master teacher examinations, and barely any master teachers would dare to challenge it. He had thought that even someone as capable of Principal Zhang would face troubles with it, but after watching such a sight, he realized that he was still grossly underestimating the latter. Putting everything else aside, with just Principal Zhang's lecturing capability, he should be able to raise the prowess of a conferred kingdom to an unranked empire just by conducting a lecture once a week for 2 months straight. With such a lecture, not only would the humans become experts, even the roosters, ducks, donkeys, and such could easily become experts themselves with time. This was how fearsome his lecture was. Looking at the crowd, which was still immersed in the lecture, Zhao Bingshu shook his head and announced loudly, "With this, we conclude the Principal Zhang's public lecture. Now, let's begin forming the Principal's seal." They were already at the final formality, so it would be good to wrap up the inauguration ceremony as soon as possible in case any mishap occurred. The process for forming the Principal's seal is extremely simple. I will activate a formation later on, and those who are willing to earnestly recognize Principal Zhang as the next principal of the Master Teacher Academy, offer a droplet of your blood. Once the blood comes into contact with the formation, it will automatically extract your will contained within it and gather them all together to form the seal that governs the academy, Zhao Bingshu explained. Infused within a human's blood was a hint of their will. With the earnest will of 100,000 people gathered together, it could generate power beyond one's imagination. For one, if the principal could command all of the students through the principal's seal and organize them neatly, the overall fighting power of the Master Teacher Academy could be enhanced significantly. On top of that, the principal's seal contained the will of countless master teachers, making it a nigh indestructible artifact. When used for defense, even a Saint Realm 4-dan, or even 5-dan expert would find it hard to overcome it. In essence, it could be said that the principal's seal represented the authority of the principal of the Master Teacher Academy in itself, making it an invaluable artifact. We will start now. After explaining the matter, Zhao Bingshu raised his palm and closed it into a fist. Hong Long. The ground began to shake as a massive formation whirred into life. Something reminiscent of a net of light materialized in the air, shrouding the Master Teacher Academy. Grade 7 Formation, 9 Revolution Heaven Net. The master teachers from the headquarters had dispatched their men to erect this formation back when the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was just founded. It was neither an offensive formation nor a defensive formation. Its sole purpose lay in just gathering the wills infused in the blood of those in its area and condensing them all to form the palm-sized principal seal. Gather the blood. Seeing the formation were into action, the master teachers bit their thumbs, and a droplet of their blood essence flew out of each of them. When each of these droplets of blood essence came into contact with the 9 Revolution Heaven Net, it began to emanate a brilliant glow. Form the principal seal. Zhao Bingshu shouted once more after noting that everyone had released a droplet of their blood. Hong Long Long. The net in the sky suddenly converged together swiftly, gathering all of the droplets of blood essence together to a point. A deafening buzz rang out as a brilliant bundle of light shimmered at the center of the formation, seemingly heralding the birth of an artifact. As he looked at the brilliant bundle of light in the sky, School Head Emo couldn't help but ask, "What level of principal seal do you think our principal will be able to form?" Even though everyone had released a droplet of their blood, it was impossible to tell whether they had truly accepted Principal Zhang from the depths of their heart or not. In order to contribute to the principal's seal, one's subconscious mind must have fully accepted the succeeding principal. There mustn't be the slightest hint of rejection. Jiang Qingqin hesitated for a moment before replying. "It's hard to say. However, considering how well the public lecture went, he should be able to form the golden principal seal at the very least. Before the principal seal was formed, it would be difficult to say for sure. As the saying goes, one's true heart is hidden beneath a layer of skin. Even as 6-star pinnacle master teachers, it was still impossible for them to read the minds of others. Nevertheless, considering how Principal Zhang had managed to draw everyone in with his lecture previously, he should have at least won the recognition of over 60% of the school populace. In other words, even at the very least, he should be able to form the golden principal seal. By no means should the golden principal seal be underestimated. Even among the 100 preceding principals, such a result could already be considered outstanding. Ultimately, Principal Zhang was still young, and it had only been a month since he had arrived at the Master Teacher Academy. On top of that, he had spent most of his time demolishing buildings. If he had been given more time to conduct more lectures and build his reputation and prestige, forming a higher-tier principal seal would have been a walk in the park. I think the platinum principal seal is still within reach, School Head Emo remarked. Even though there have only been 2 principals who have reached such a tier since the founding of the academy, considering that this is Principal Zhang we are talking about, it should definitely be doable. The principal seal could be divided into 4 tiers: platinum, golden, copper, and iron. It would take the recognition of at least half of the academy's populace in order to form a copper principal seal, 60% for golden principal seal, and 70% for platinum principal seal. Platinum? I think you are still underestimating Principal Zhang, Wei Ranxue argued with a sharp glint in her eyes. Before even entering the Master Teacher Academy, Principal Zhang generously gave away his points to the other examinees so that they could clear the examination as well, thus winning him the respect and admiration of the 30,000 freshmen. It is their shared respect for him that led to them coming together to form the Xianxian faction. With this, he already has the support of 30% of the Academy's 100,000 populace secured. The other school heads nodded in agreement. The Xianxian faction was not only the largest student faction throughout the Master Teacher Academy, its members were also known to be exceptionally loyal to the organization. Considering that it was their faction leader that was becoming the principal, they probably wouldn't have any objection to it whatsoever. After which, he donated Elder Wu Yangzi's forging and body cultivation technique to the blacksmith school without demanding any compensation in return. For this, the students of the blacksmith school should be filled with gratitude for him, right? Zhang Qingqin and School Head Imo were stunned for a moment before nodding in agreement. Even though School Head Zhao and the other elders of the blacksmith school didn't officially announce Zhang Xian's achievements, the news had eventually been leaked to the students, so most of them were aware of the matter. As the second largest school in the Master Teacher Academy, even after subtracting the freshmen, there are still at least 30,000 students in the blacksmith school. In other words, there are already a total of 60,000 people who would recognize Principal Zhang, so he has already reached the mark required to form the golden principal seal. After which, he challenged the vice head of the physician school, Yu Su, causing a huge ruckus. Even though there are quite a few students who found his actions reckless and disrespectful, a larger proportion of the students ended up admiring him for his courageous act in standing up against Yu Su's abuse of power. The physician school is only the 5th largest school in the Master Teacher Academy, and taking into account the overlap in the students between the physician school and the blacksmith school as well, there should still be an additional 5,000 students there. The students of the Master Teacher Academy were allowed to take on multiple supporting occupations at once, so there were frequently overlaps between the students of each school. But even taking the overlaps into consideration, there should still be at least 5,000 new students who hadn't been taken into account previously, thus adding up the total to 65,000 students. Following that, he caused a huge ruckus in the apothecary school, conducting a public lecture and emptying the school of its students and teachers. As the largest school in the Master Teacher Academy, it boasted the largest student population of all. Even taking into account the various overlaps, there should still be 10,000 new students yet to be taken into account there. This brings the total to 75,000 people, which means that 75% of the student populace will likely recognize Principal Zhang as their principal, thus reaching the level required to form the Platinum Principal Seal, Wei Ranxue said. Hearing her analysis, the school heads couldn't help but leap in shock. It was only after having it explained to them that they realized how much prestige Principal Zhang wielded among the academy populace despite the short duration he had been in the academy. That isn't all. In the matter yesterday, Zhang Xian's act of taming all of the beasts in the Cloud Mist Ridge saved many students from the Beast Tamer School and spared the students from the martial arts school from a possibly bitter fight. With eyes shining in excitement, Wei Ronxue continued, taking them into account, there should be at least an additional 5,000 students. In other words, using a conservative estimate, Principal Zhang should have at least won the earnest respect of more than 80% of the academy populace. 80%? School head Mo and the others glanced at one another as they gulped down a mouthful of saliva each. Hoarsely, School head Mo muttered, "That Supreme Principal's seal?" Chapter 904. From today onward, I am the principal. Hong Long. Shortly after saying those words, the brilliant light at the center of the 9-revolution heaven net finally started to dim, and a shining diamond-like principal seal emerged before everyone's eyes. This principal seal had a translucent appearance reminiscent of a beautiful diamond, and its appearance left everyone's hearts jolting in astonishment. School head Mo and school head Zhang's bodies trembled once more, and with a hoarse voice tinged with the disbelief over what they were seeing, they muttered, "No, that isn't the Supreme Principal's seal, but the Impeccable Principal's seal." Isn't the Impeccable Principal's seal a thing of legends? How could it possibly appear here? The Principal's seal that had formed before their eyes wasn't the Supreme Principal's seal, which required at least the earnest recognition from 80% of the academy populace, but the even higher tier Impeccable Principal's seal. In order to achieve this tier, one had to obtain the respect and admiration of every single student and teacher in the Master Teacher Academy. Such a tier only existed in theory because it was deemed to be impossible to achieve. Even founder Mu Kai himself had failed to form such a principal seal. Each person had their own beliefs and ideals, and the more people there were, the more difficult it would be to win all of their favor simultaneously. Unless one was a spirit stone, it would be impossible to win the favor of over 100,000 master teachers simultaneously. After all, not even the great Kong Shi was able to make everyone submit to him. Yet, someone had actually achieved this seemingly impossible task, and right before their eyes at that. Just how did this happen? It had only been slightly more than a month since the other party enrolled into the Master Teacher Academy, and on top of that, he had spent half of his time beyond the walls of the academy. This was truly inconceivable. Who? Before everyone's shocked gazes, the Impeccable Principal's seal fell toward Zhang Xian and landed on his palm. Taking hold of it, Zhang Xian frowned in astonishment. The Impeccable Principal's seal was only around the size of one's palm, but in the moment that he caught the falling seal, he nearly fell off the stage from the sheer weight of the seal. Taking his zhenqi, physical body, and soul cultivation into account, Zhang Xian possessed a total might of 65 million ding at the moment. With such strength, he could even easily lift a mountain. As such, it was truly bewildering how the small Impeccable Principal's seal would be so heavy that he would nearly fail to catch it. Lowering his head to examine it closely, the seal in his hand had a translucency reminiscent of a diamond, emanating an extremely brilliant and beautiful glow. Its appearance showed no signs of such heaviness, and on the contrary, it even gave the impression that it would be light and fleeting. Curious, he immersed his consciousness into the Impeccable Principal's seal, and what he saw left his eyes narrowing uncontrollably. This is the weight of responsibility. Zhang Xian exclaimed internally before sighing deeply. As an artifact forged out of wills, it should have been nearly weightless, to the point that any child could carry it easily. However, it bore the trust and faith of more than 100,000 students and teachers of the Master Teacher Academy, and that wasn't a weight that anyone could bear easily. It wasn't the Impeccable Principal's seal that was heavy, but the responsibility that came along with it. Zhang Xian had only chosen to become the principal so that he could conveniently access all of the books within the Master Teacher Academy, but feeling the weight in his hands, he suddenly felt that he could not proceed on with such an attitude in mind. Since he had decided to take on this responsibility, he would have to shoulder everyone's hopes and dreams and bring them to greater heights. Otherwise, how could he face those who had placed their trust and faith into him? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian made a solemn vow under his breath. Rest assured, as long as the principal's seal remains in my hands, I will definitely not let any of you down. This principal's seal was neither an honor nor a tool to elevate his standing. It represented the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. The greater authority one wielded, the more responsibility one had to bear. At this moment, Zhang Xian could finally understand why the old principal insisted on heading to the ancient domain despite knowing the dangers behind it. Most likely, there must have been something extremely important within it that left him with no choice but to do so. Who? Shortly after such thoughts emerged in his mind, the incredible weight that had threatened to break his already bent wrist abruptly disappeared, and the impeccable principal's seal became as light as a feather. Holding onto the principal's seal, Zhang Xian turned his sight to the crowd beneath the stage once more. The face of every single teacher and student appeared clearly before his eyes. There was a warmth in their eyes that was reminiscent of one when meeting old acquaintances. After a seemingly long period of silence, Zhang Xian's voice abruptly boomed across the training grounds. From today onward, I am the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Principal, principal, principal. Loud chanting exploded from the agitated crowd, and the voices continued for a very long time. A position that had been empty for more than 2 years had finally found a new owner, and it was with the recognition and admiration of every single teacher and student in the academy at that. That is our principal. School head Imo and the others couldn't help but feel warm tears streaming down their cheeks. Ever since the disappearance of the old principal, it had been necessary for the 10 great master teachers to step up to handle his responsibilities among the skepticism and doubts of others, thus putting them under a lot of pressure. However, with such an outstanding principal to lead them now, they would surely be able to raise the Master Teacher Academy to even greater heights than before. At the same moment, on the recording platform of the Qingyuan conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, a single line of words appeared. The 18,827th year of the Qingyuan calendar, Master Teacher Zhang Xian takes over the position as the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. These words weren't particularly striking, and it didn't take long before it was drowned among the other incoming information of the recording platform. Only in the very distant future did the later generations realize the true significance behind those words, and the legend that would rise along with it. With the inauguration ceremony finally coming to an end, Zhang Xian stepped off to the stage and headed to the principal's residence prepared for him. However, before he could reach his destination, school head Imo suddenly walked toward him and handed him a storage ring. Principal Zhang, these are the congratulatory gifts sent in by the nearby empires, powers, and Master Teacher Pavilions. The Master Teacher Pavilion was the central organization responsible for ensuring the peace and stability of the nearby dozen Tier 1 empires and countless sections. Even if the leaders of most powers were unable to make it to the ceremony personally, the least they could do was deliver a proper congratulatory gift. Grabbing the storage ring, Zhang Xian immersed his consciousness into it to take a look, and his eyelids abruptly twitched in astonishment. There were simply too many things inside, and each of them was of exceptional value. Just in terms of the high-tier spirit stones, there were already several thousand of them. Other than that, there were also all kinds of valuable pills and precious artifacts. Place them into the treasury of the Master Teacher Pavilion. These items belong to the Academy, not me. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian held back the urge to stuff the ring into his pocket and passed it back to schoolhead Imo. He wanted to claim the storage ring for himself, but he knew that these congratulatory gifts weren't meant for him, but his identity as the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. In other words, even if it was another person who had been inaugurated as the principal, they would also have received these gifts as well. Thus, these gifts could be said to belong to the Master Teacher Academy and not to him. Besides, after accepting the gifts from the Cloud Mist Ridge, these items no longer held much value to him. Yes. School head Imo nodded and took the storage ring back as the admiration in his gaze toward the young man before him deepened. following which, he whipped out yet another storage ring and passed it over. This is a personal gift from Emperor Yu Shanqing to you. To me. Taken aback, Zhang Xian took a look inside and blinked in surprise. The items in the storage ring were significantly less valuable than the ones in the other, but it was still a significant sum. Yu Shanqing must have emptied out at least half of them national treasury in order to fork out this sum. Emperor Yu Shanqing has said this is his token of appreciation to you for saving the Bodhi Saint tree and imparting the set of profound soul cultivation techniques to them, and he hopes that you won't turn down this gift of his. School head Emo said. This? Zhang Xian was a little hesitant. The reason he saved the Bodhi Saint tree was for Wei Ruyan's sake, and the impartation of the set of cultivation technique was his compensation for secretly learning the other party's secret arts. As such, how could he accept so many valuable items from the other party? Tell His Majesty that I appreciate his goodwill, but I am undeserving of his gift, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hands. The items were indeed good, but these were items that shouldn't belong to him in the first place. If he were to accept them, he would be striking up a karmic debt with Yu Shanqing, and this was a burden he wasn't willing to bear. All right then. School head Emo nodded in response. After dealing with a few other miscellaneous matters, Zhang Xian said, Now that's all settled. Take me to the Mountain of Records. I wish to take the 6-star Master Teacher examination. Since he had already become the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, it was about time for him to take the 6-star Master Teacher examination. All right. School head Emo nodded before giving a rough introduction to the place. The Mountain of Records is a ground used by the Master Teacher Academy to assess one's strength. Any Master Teacher of Cultivation beneath Half-Saint is qualified to challenge it, and there are 9 levels in total. 9 levels? The difficulty of the test heightens significantly with each level. On the 3rd floor, the challenger will have to face an enemy comparable to a Half-Saint cultivator. On the 6th floor, an enemy comparable to a nascent Saint cultivator. And on the 9th floor, an enemy comparable to a Saint Wundan cultivator. School head Emo said, This trial serves not only as a test, but also as a standard for selecting combat masters. If any cultivator beneath the cultivation of Half-Saint clears the 6th level, they will gain the right to take the combat master selection test. If the cultivator successfully clears the 9th level, they will be able to join the combat master hall immediately. To reach the 6th level with a cultivation beneath Half-Saint. In other words, one has to defeat a nascent saint with the cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle? Zhang Xian asked. Indeed. With the superior eye of discernment that master teachers possess, they wield power that can challenge cultivators with higher cultivation than them. Nevertheless, to defeat a nascent saint with the cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle still requires an exceptional cultivation foundation and superior fighting prowess. School head Emo nodded grimly. Zhang Xian agreed. The 2 master teachers that he had met back in the valley after procuring the scarlet firefly fruits, Wu Su and Lu Cheng, were very likely to be combat masters. Otherwise, the former wouldn't have been able to challenge the 4 strongest geniuses of the Master Teacher Academy simultaneously and still overwhelm them. Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask, throughout all these years, how many people have reached the 6th level with a cultivation beneath Half-Saint? School head Emo pondered for a brief moment before replying, In the 10,000 years since the establishment of the Academy, a total of 327 people have successfully become a combat master. However, those who have done so through clearing the 6th level of the Mountain of Records are below 100. Those who were qualified to become combat masters were the master teachers who possessed fighting prowess unmatched by their peers. But even so, only a small proportion of them were able to rival a nascent saint with a cultivation beneath Half-Saint. A huge rift existed between sainthood and transcendent mortals. Before saints, all beings were mere ants. Overcoming this gap was nigh impossible, even for geniuses. I see. Zhang Xian nodded as he continued asking, What is the Master Teacher Academy's highest accomplishment in the Mountain of Records? Since there were challengers, there should be an existing record as well. Zhang Xian was curious to learn the strength of the greatest genius of the Master Teacher Academy. The highest accomplishment was left behind by Principal Emo Liuzhan. School head Emo chuckled. Principal Mo is known as the most capable genius of the Master Teacher Academy in the past 10 millenniums, and naturally, he still holds records to back this title as well. Back then, right after he achieved a breakthrough to Chrysalis Realm, he headed to the Mountain of Records to challenge it, and in a single breath, he reached all the way up to the 7th level, leaving everyone else gasping in amazement. Principal Mo managed to reach the 7th level right after reaching Chrysalis Realm? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. His cultivation was currently at Chrysalis Realm primary stage as well, the same cultivation realm that Emoliozhen was at when he challenged the Mountain of Records back then. Considering the enemy at the 9th level was a Saint Realm 1 Dan primary stage cultivator, the enemy one would face on the 7th level would have to at least be a nascent Saint intermediate stage or advanced stage cultivator. In other words, given they were in the same cultivation realm, Principal Emoliozhen possessed fighting prowess comparable to or perhaps even beyond him. Chapter 905. He looked at me. This was truly fearsome. The cultivation technique that Zhang Xian cultivated was the strongest Heaven's Path divine art, and he had cultivated his physical body and soul as well. For Emoliozhen to possess strength equaling him, could it be that his soul and physical body were equally strong as well? I truly mustn't underestimate other cultivators, Zhang Xian thought in alarm. In his journey from Tianqian Kingdom, he had encountered many experts of his age, and he had always been able to overcome them easily. As time went by, a feeling of superiority had unwittingly arisen within him. However, it seemed like it was time to quell such a notion in his mind. There had always been powerful geniuses on par or even superior to him on the master-teacher continent. It was just that he had never met them before. Does Principal Zhang intend to challenge the record? Schoolhead Mo asked. Honestly speaking, he was indeed rather curious to see the clash between the new principal and Principal Emoliozhen back then. With the same cultivation, which of them would possess superior fighting prowess? Zhang Xian nodded, confirming Schoolhead Mo's guess. His strength was at 65 million ding, which placed him on par with only a nascent Saint intermediate stage cultivator, making it doubtful whether he could clear the 7th level or not. Nevertheless, this was a good opportunity to see how he stood against the top geniuses of the master-teacher continent, as well as to see what his limit was. Besides, this was a necessary trial he would have to undertake if he wanted to clear the 6-star master-teacher examination as soon as possible. Allow me to take you there. Schoolhead Mo's eyes lit up in excitement as he offered to lead the way to the Mountain of Records. The Mountain of Records was in close proximity to the Elder Hall, and its structure was reminiscent of a towering mountain. As the duo arrived at the Mountain of Records, Schoolhead Mo began explaining more about the Mountain of Records. Our Master Teacher Academy's Mountain of Records was built by Principal Mu Kai back then based on the Combat Master Tower in the Combat Master Hall. Every single level is guarded by a puppet that represents the pinnacle fighting prowess of a cultivator of that certain cultivation realm. It won't be easy to scale the Mountain of Records. This trial is extremely demanding on one's fighting prowess and battle sense. Furthermore, unlike most tests in the Master Teacher Academy, this trial is highly dangerous. Principal Zhang, you must proceed carefully inside. Dangerous? That's right. As the ones guarding the levels are puppets, they might be unable to control their strength as precisely as human cultivators. The slightest carelessness might easily place one in a lethal position, and each year, there are quite a number of master teachers who are severely injured or die in the trial. Schoolhead Mo said grimly. The Mountain of Records wasn't an easy trial to challenge. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to have remained unchallenged despite it being more than a month since the start of the new semester. Principal Zhang, if you faces any danger in any level, please don't hesitate to admit defeat. Once you do so, the puppets will immediately stop their offense and back down, Schoolhead Mo advised. He had deep trust in Zhang Xian's capability, but in the end, the latter's cultivation was still too low. There would definitely be levels where the latter would face grave danger, so it was important to explain the rules to him thoroughly in advance. Noted. Zhang Xian nodded before bidding Schoolhead Mo farewell. Without any hesitation, he began making his way into the Mountain of Records. Before long, he arrived in a room roughly a few hundred square meters large. Within the room was a puppet that possessed the cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Advanced Stage, granting its fists an incredible might exceeding 30 million ding. Finally, a new challenger. Hee hee. With a soft chuckle, the puppet's joints cracked resoundingly before pushing its massive feet against the ground and charging right toward Zhang Xian. An artifact by the Celestial Designer Hall? Even though it hasn't reached Saint Tier, it still possesses spirit. Not bad. Knowing that the other party's strength was beneath his, Zhang Xian wasn't nervous in the slightest. Standing before the rampaging might of the puppet's fist, he chuckled softly. He had also encountered similar puppets in his 2-star Master Teacher examination back in Tianwu Kingdom, but it was obvious that the one before him was far more technologically advanced. Even though it was still a way off from becoming a Saint-tier artifact, it already possessed spirit and even sentience. If one could forge many of such puppets, one would be able to build an extremely powerful army that felt no fear nor pain. However, considering the expensive materials and advanced skill required to build each one, that would probably be difficult to achieve. 2 breaths later, the puppet was already lying on the floor. Zhang Xian walked past it and headed to the second level without any hesitation. The puppet on the second level possessed a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. Naturally, it wasn't a match for him either, and he was able to defeat the other party easily. Advancing ahead, just as School Head Imo had said, Zhang Xian faced a half-saint primary stage puppet in the third level. However, considering how Zhang Xian was able to defeat even a half-saint realm combat master like Lu Cheng shortly after achieving a breakthrough, there was no way his journey could be impeded by that half-saint primary stage puppet. Heading up the levels, Zhang Xian hardly faced any impediment at all. At the bottom of the Mountain of Records, Zhao Bingxiu, Wei Ranxue, and the others had also gathered in the area after hearing that Principal Zhang was going to challenge the trial. They hadn't really witnessed Principal Zhang's battle prowess for themselves, but they knew that it was likely extraordinary given the abilities of his direct disciples, Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, and Lu Yang. How could a teacher who had the capability to groom such powerful students possibly be weak himself? Wei Ranxue couldn't help but ask her fellow peers, "How far do you think that Principal Zhang will be able to reach?" I harbor little doubt regarding Principal Zhang's fighting prowess. Just by his comprehension of battle techniques, as well as his grasp of spearmanship, fist arts, and leg arts, he should be able to display a fighting prowess far beyond that of his cultivation realm. Back then, Principal Emoliosian had reached the 7th level. I believe that, at the very least, Principal Zhang should be able to beat his record and reach the 8th. The head of the martial arts school, Su Chongqing, said as he stroked his beard. As a martial arts fanatic, he had taken some time to study Zhang Yang's spearmanship, Wang Ying's leg art, and Lu Yang's fist art, and the conclusion he had reached after a long examination was that it would easily make them invincible among those of the same cultivation. There were no battle techniques that he could think of that could possibly rival theirs. How could a master teacher who was able to impart such powerful battle techniques possibly be weak himself? As talented as Principal Emoliosian was, he also didn't manage to receive the recognition of all of the preceding principals and form the impeccable principal seal. For Principal Zhang to achieve this unprecedented feat, there was no way his accomplishment in the Mountain of Records would be beneath that of Principal Emoliosian. Just like you all, I also think that Principal Zhang should be able to clear the 8th level, Zhao Bingxiu said with a smile. They had harbored doubts regarding Principal Zhang's capabilities in the past, and in the end, they had suffered severe face slaps due to their underestimation of the latter. When they heard that the latter was going to challenge the Mountain of Records, they had rushed over excitedly, hoping to witness how the latter would break the record and leave behind a legend. I also think so. Schoolhead Jiang nodded in agreement. I think it's just a question of how long it will take teacher to reach the 9th level now. Others might be unaware of Principal Zhang's strength, but he had a clear view of it. Just in terms of comprehension of demonic tunes, the other party had already reached the level of a 7-star demonic tunist, just like him. With such prowess, the other party could easily destroy opponents of far higher cultivation realms than him. Moreover, this was unlikely to be all of his means. If he were to utilize all of them, clearing the levels would definitely be just a walk in the park. Back then, Principal Emoliosian took 2 hours in order to reach the 7th level. I think that our principal should be able to clear it within an hour. An hour? I think that's still underestimating our principal. Considering his previous records, he should be able to clear the 8th within 10 minutes and perhaps even destroy the entire mountain of records while he is in the midst of doing so. The head of the physician school, Zhong Dingchun, said with a bitter smile. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be possible. Hearing those words, everyone abruptly fell silent. They suddenly felt that it was a huge mistake for them to have allowed the other party to challenge the mountain of records. Despite the short duration that Principal Zhang had been in the Master Teacher Academy, he had challenged quite a few of trials, and wherever he had passed through, there was not a single one that had been left intact. Devastating would be an apt term to describe it, and even they couldn't help but shudder when they imagine it. The Mountain of Records was one of the more important heritages of the Master Teacher Academy. If Principal Zhang were to collapse it as well, how could they possibly face their predecessors? After a long moment of silence, the head of the painter school, Song Danqing, said, "When he caused all that ruckus back then, he was only a student. Since he has become the principal, I guess he should know to hold back a little, right?" "Let's hope that's the case." The others stared at the mountain of records with deep frowns on their faces, seemingly doubtful that Zhang Xian would know to hold himself back. The levels of the mountain of records were hidden amid the mountain, making it impossible to tell the results from the outside. Only through entering the trial personally or waiting for the challenger to exit would one know the results. As the school heads thought that the new principal wouldn't take too long to clear the trial, they chose to wait patiently outside. However, the wait went on for far longer than they had thought. An hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, a day. But there still wasn't any movement outside, and no one had left the mountain of records either. Reaching the limits of her patience, Wei Ronchua asked with a deep frown, "School head Mo, are you certain that our principal has entered?" "There is no doubt about that." School head Mo replied affirmatively with a nod. He was the one who had escorted Principal Zhang there personally, and he had seen the latter enter the trial with his own eyes. There couldn't be any mistake about it. Then, why isn't he out yet? Given Principal Zhang's strength, it shouldn't be possible for him to have been trapped for one whole day. Indeed, could it be that some kind of accident has happened? Considering the outstanding talent that Zhang Xian had displayed in the various supporting occupations, challenging a mere mountain of records should be like an easy and relaxing walk for him. How could he possibly still be inside even after the passing of an entire day? I'm afraid that something might have really happened. Zhao Bingshu's face darkened. It shouldn't take a day for any challenger to clear or fail the mountain of records. Be it pass or fail, the challenger should have been out long before then. Even Hu Yaoyao and the others didn't spend such a long time in there back then. Something was amiss. Hearing school head Zhao's words, Wei Ronchua asked in a panic, "What should we do then?" It hadn't been long since Zhang Xian's inauguration, and there was even a huge commotion due to it. If something were to happen to him due to challenging the mountain of records, just the thought of the resulting after effects was more than enough to leave them in a frenzy. What else can we do? Let's enter to take a look. If something has really happened to Principal Zhang, we will have to act immediately to save him. In any case, we also need to get to the bottom of what is going on. School head Imo said, "I concur. I concur as well." The school heads hurriedly nodded in agreement. Even ordinary students would only take 6 hours at most in the mountain of records. For someone as talented as their principal to take up more than an hour in the mountain of records, it would be a blatant lie if they said that they didn't harbor some doubts regarding the matter. It was simply too inconceivable. They could believe it if the other party had rushed to the 8th or 9th level within an hour. In fact, even if the mountain of records had collapsed into a pile of rubble within 10 minutes, it still wouldn't have been beyond their imagination. But for the other party to have remained inside for a whole day, that was unbelievable to them. All right, let's enter then. Having made a decision, the school heads quickly pushed open the entrance of the mountain of records and entered with their elder tokens in hand. Soon, they arrived at the first room. As soon as they stepped in, they saw the puppet that had charged at Zhang Xian earlier lying on the floor with its eyes widened in disbelief, as if a day wasn't sufficient to convince it that what had happened to it was real. Seeing its state, Zhao Bingshu couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" I lost, the puppet muttered with its spiritless eyes. It seemed that it had suffered too huge a blow, and its spirit could dissipate at any moment. Where there is competition, there will be victory and loss. You are the guardian of the first floor, so it's perfectly normal for you to lose to the challenger. Seeing its state, the crowd glanced at one another for a moment before shaking their heads. Given that you are just the guardian of the first level, the least that anyone challenging the trial should do is defeat you. Surely you don't have to be so disappointed over a loss? After consoling the puppet, School Head Emo suddenly noticed something that left a deep frown on his face. Perplexed, he asked, "It doesn't seem like there is any external injury on you. How were you defeated?" Hearing those words, a look of indignation immediately surfaced on the puppet's face as it cried tearfully, "He looked at me." Chapter 906. It wasn't just a looked at you? The crowd frowned in bewilderment. What does that mean? When we asked you how you lost, what we wanted to know was which move or ability of the opponent did you lose to. It is one thing for you to refuse to reply to our question, but why are you suddenly so poetic for? Furthermore, he looked at you? Are you going to follow up with how he will never be able to forget your bewitching looks? When we are asking you a serious question here. As a puppet, you should be answering our question properly instead of playing with lyrics. School Head Emo and the others shook their heads. Seeing everyone's expression, the puppet nearly burst into tears. What I am saying is that he took a look at me, and I lost. He took a look at you, and you lost? Everyone was stunned. They had heard about how others could defeat their opponent in a single blow with an exquisite move, a powerful palm strike, or a profound sword art. But never had they heard of anyone defeating an opponent with just a look. Confused, Su Changqing asked, "What you mean is that the challenger who came yesterday didn't even lay his hand on you. With just a gaze from him, you were already forced to admit defeat?" That's right. Upon seeing that someone understood what it was saying, the puppet was so touched that it nearly cried tears of joy. That's right. School Head Zhao, School Head Emo, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. As a puppet, you were supposed to stand guard and test the challengers of the Mountain of Records. Yet, to admit defeat with just a look from the new principal, even if you wish to fawn over him, surely you need not do it so obviously. If that is going to be the case, how can anyone trust in the credibility of this trial in the future? On the other hand, Su Changqing seemed to have a different view of the matter, and he asked, "Can you recount the battle for me clearly?" Yes. The puppet hurriedly nodded and went through its encounter with Zhang Xian the previous day without any hesitation. Back then, as soon as Zhang Xian entered, it immediately began its attack. However, just as its fist was about to reach the other party, the young man chuckled softly, and a brilliant glint flashed through his eyes. In that instant, deep fear abruptly assaulted it, and its instincts sent it swiftly retreating in fear. However, due to the sudden change in momentum, its body was put under immense pressure, and before the other party could even make a move, it had already sustained significant damage. While the other school heads were still bewildered by the puppet's words, the head of the Celestial Designer School suddenly began trembling in agitation as his face paled in disbelief. Could it be the flaws in the internal structure of the puppet? Even though the puppet seemed to bear some resemblance to humans in terms of physical appearance, they were ultimately products created by celestial designers, and their internal structure was vastly different as well. If his guess wasn't wrong, it was likely that Principal Zhang had managed to see through the greatest flaw in the internal structure of the puppet. As long as he were to strike that location precisely, he could immediately cripple the puppet, rendering it powerless. Perhaps, even reparations might be impossible. In other words, at that moment that the puppet attacked, not only did Principal Zhang manage to find the flaw in the other party's attack, he had even managed to identify the core weakness behind the puppet's internal structure. That look that he shot the puppet served as a warning to the latter that, if it didn't back down, utter destruction was the outcome that it would face. The puppet might not have understood the true intent behind that gaze, but its instincts had subconsciously told it that it would face grave danger if it continued charging forward, thus triggering an instantaneous reaction within it to retreat. However, Such a reaction caused its momentum forward to be abruptly halted, resulting in an immense force crushing down on its body, severely damaging it before it had even made a move. As simple as this sounded, it was easier said than done. The puppets in the Mountain of Records were specially crafted by the predecessors, and infused into them were the fighting experience of many veteran master teachers. An average master teacher would stand no chance against them at all. Furthermore, just as each leaf on a tree was unique, the same puppets created by the same celestial designer using the same materials might also have their weaknesses appearing in vastly different places. Despite so, to be able to see through its flaws with just a single glance. Just what kind of eye of discernment and battle sense did he possess? This works too. I heard of talented master teachers clearing the puppet in the first level with a single blow, but never have I heard of anyone defeating it with just a look. Upon understanding what was going on, the school heads clutched their hair in a frenzy. As the 10 great master teachers of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, they possessed a far wider outlook than most master teachers. In the past 500 years of their life, they had seen many seemingly inconceivable feats in their life. They had seen how a weaker cultivator incapacitated a stronger cultivator with a single move, or how a powerful individual devastated an entire army with a single crushing move. But never had they heard of anyone severely injuring their enemy with just a look. Yet, the facts were lying right before them. They had long known that their principal would surely accomplish something astounding when they heard that he had challenged the Mountain of Records, but they had thought that the most he could do was clear the trial faster than the talented Principal Emoliozhen. But from the looks of it now, they had been limited by their imagination. The other party had managed to clear the level without making a single move, subduing his opponent with just a single look. In the entire master-teacher continent, was there anyone who could top that feat? Let's head to the second level. Suppressing the shock in their minds and casting aside the many doubts they harbored, Zhao Bingxiu and the others rushed to the next level. Similar to the sight they had seen on the first floor, the guardian of the second level sat on the floor with a blank look in his eyes, reminiscent of a defeated rooster. He took 2 looks at me, and I was already severely injured. The puppet explained. The lips of the crowd twitched, and they hurried to the third level. He took 3 looks at me. The guardian of the third level cried tearfully. A chrysalis realm primary stage cultivator fighting against a half-saint puppet. That is the difference of an entire realm in terms of cultivation, and all it took was just 3 looks? Everyone's body trembled in disbelief. They had all guessed that Zhang Shi's strength would be extraordinary, and they knew that it would be a walk in the park for him to clear the test. But never had they thought that he would be able to clear even the third level with just a few looks, utterly crushing the confidence of all of the puppets he had defeated. Didn't he clear the levels a bit too easily? Back then, when they challenged the Mountain of Records, they were pummeled to the point that they felt as if they already had a foot into the grave. Yet, Principal Zhang was able to destroy the confidence of those powerful puppets with just a look, or 2, or 3. Was there really a need for the world to be so unfair? Sensing the gloomy atmosphere drifting among them, School Head Emo spoke up in consolation. The guardian of the fourth level will be a half-saint advanced stage puppet. Anything that is involved with the word saint, be it half-saint or nascent saint, will be anything but ordinary. From this point onward, it is unlikely that Principal Zhang will be able to get past the puppets with just a few looks. And in truth, the crowd also shared the same thoughts as well, but none of them dared to speak up. As the most powerful elders in the Master Teacher Academy, their eye of discernment, strength, and worldly view could be considered to be at the very peak of the Tier 1 empires. Yet, for some reason, not once had their predictions on Principal Zhang ever been accurate. It was truly inexplicable. Let's head up to take a look. Shaking their heads, the school heads knew that it was pointless for them to overthink this matter. Thus, they began making their way toward the fourth level of the Mountain of Records. The room on the fourth level was significantly larger than the one on the third level. In the corner, a large puppet was lying unmoving on the ground. Its head was bent at an unnatural angle, and its eyes were glazed over, seemingly despairing over life. Su Chongqing stepped forward and asked with a quivering voice, "It can't be that. You were left in such a state after Principal Zhang took 4 looks at you? Considering how this fellow was in the same state as those that came before it, could it be that he had been defeated in the same manner? For looks? Struggling to its feet, the puppet shook its head, lowering its head in embarrassment, seemingly desiring to bury himself in the ground. It muttered softly, "He didn't look at me that much. All he did was to shoot me a glance and say, 'Lie down,' and I was already left in this state." Shot you a glance and said, "Lie down?" The crowd glanced at one another in confusion. In the previous levels, Principal Zhang had eyed the puppet's flaws, leaving them deeply unnerved and frightened, thus causing them to instinctively admit defeat. Even though it was inconceivable, it was still an explanation they could barely accept. But this, just because the other party told you to lie down, you lay down on the ground. Aren't you being too obedient? Wait a minute. While the others were confused, a thought struck Jiang Qingqin's mind, and his eyes narrowed. Could Principal Zhang's words have been infused with demonic tune? To make a half-saint advanced stage puppet lie on the ground with mere words, he could think of no other means capable of this feat other than demonic tunes. It was indeed a demonic tune, and he focused his power on my vitals as well. I wasn't even able to retaliate at all. The puppet cried in lamentation. The young man it faced wasn't strong at all. On the contrary, the other party to be rather weak as compared to it. But for some reason, under the other party's gaze and command, its body seemed to move on its own and lay down on the floor obediently. Just the thought of it left him deeply submerged in despair. Focused his power on your vitals? I thought the strength of a demonic tunist lay in attacking souls. Given that you are puppet devoid of a soul, how did he manage to attack you? Su Changqing frowned in incomprehension. The other school heads carried the same doubts in their minds as well. The reason demonic tunists were widely feared was due to their ability to bypass physical defenses to attack their enemy's soul directly. While spirit did share some similar properties with souls, they were ultimately two different things fundamentally. Considering how the puppet didn't possess a soul, even a 7-star demonic tunist like Jiang Qingqin wouldn't have been able to harm it with his zither tunes. Since that was the case, how did Principal Zhang manage to make the other party lie down obediently with just his words? His demonic tune wasn't aimed at my soul but my physical body. His voice produced a resonance within my body that threatened to reduce it to dust should I continue to attack him. The puppet said with deference and horror reflected in its eyes. Resonance? The school heads widened their eyes in astonishment. There was indeed such a method of offense known among demonic tunists, and it was extremely effective against puppets too. However, it wasn't easy to do so. For one must have a deep understanding of the properties of every single material used in the forging of the puppet, as well as the resulting product after tempering and putting them together so as to determine the resonant frequencies. Otherwise, no matter how loud one's demonic tune was, it would be nothing but futile. To be able to determine the materials used in the creation of the puppet, deduce its resonance frequencies, and determine the type of demonic tune to use against it with just a glance. Was this really happening? Principal Zhang, are you sure you are here to challenge the mountain of records and not to play around and subdue a few puppets while you are at it? After confirming the happenings in this room, Zhao Bingshu sighed deeply and said, "The puppet of the next level is at half-saint pinnacle, and it specializes in battle techniques. Given the same cultivation realm, even I would have difficulties defeating it. Perhaps, things will get difficult for Principal Zhang from now on. Let's take a look then." Knowing that it was futile to be making guesses over there, the crowd moved on, heading to the 5th level. Just like in the 4th level, a puppet was lying unmoving on the ground, and unlike the one from before, this one was convulsing every now and then. Rushing forward, school head Feng of the Celestial Designer School took some time to look at it and repair it before asking anxiously, "What happened?" "That man. He told me to lie down twice. The first time, I stood my ground and resisted it. However, on the second command, I was left in such a state," the puppet said gloomily. He issued 2 commands? It seems like this level was indeed not as easy as the previous one for Principal Zhang. It took him 2 whole commands before he was able to subdue the puppet. The next stage is a puppet that possesses the strength of a nascent saint cultivator. Considering that Principal Zhang is only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage, surely he wouldn't be able to subdue his opponent with just 3 commands, right? Why not? You have seen the previous few levels, too. Don't tell me that you are still harboring doubts regarding our principal? This, after hearing the words of the puppets, the lips of the school heads twitched uncontrollably, and they hurriedly rushed for the 6th level. Chapter 907. Entering the 7th level, the 6th level was even larger than the previous, and there were several formations inscribed on the walls all around. A battle between 2 nascent saint cultivators could easily result in devastating damage. Just the aftershock of their strikes was sufficient to induce a disaster. As such, it was imperative for the room to be reinforced with formations so that both parties could let loose and not be restricted by their surroundings. Walking in, they thought that they would see a puppet lying on the ground, just like in the previous 5 levels, but contrary to their expectations, such a sight didn't appear before them. A puppet was seated imposingly not too far away with a disposition reminiscent of a sharp sword, emanating a bone-chilling aura that left shivers running down one's spine. Isn't the guardian of the 6th floor a nascent saint primary stage puppet? Why does it seem like that isn't the case? You are right. It seems like the puppet has grown stronger. But isn't the strength of a puppet fixed, considering how it is unable to cultivate? How could it possibly grow stronger? Upon seeing the puppet, everyone's eyelids began twitching uncontrollably. With their eye of discernment, they could easily tell that the strength of the puppet had already surpassed its nascent saint primary stage bottleneck and reached nascent saint intermediate stage. But how could this possibly have happened? Puppets were the product of celestial designers, made out of mechanisms. Even if they possessed spirit, they were ultimately still non-living things, making it impossible for them to cultivate under normal circumstances. Since they were unable to cultivate, how could they grow stronger? Could this fellow have killed Principal Zhang? At that very moment, someone amid the crowd suddenly spoke up, and everyone's body stiffened. Their principal had managed to clear the previous few levels easily, subduing the puppets with just mere gestures or words. Given that the puppet of this level had an abrupt power boost, and putting that together with the bizarre disappearance of their principal, could their principal have accidentally let his guard down on this level and been killed by the puppet? If that was really the case, they would be the greatest sinners of the Master Teacher Academy for allowing such a mishap to happen. Unable to hold himself back anymore, Zhao Bingshu whipped out his elder token, rushed forward, and interrogated the puppet. "Where is the challenger who came here a day ago?" The puppet hurriedly got to its feet and asked with a smile, "The challenger who came here a day ago? Ah, you must be talking about Zhang Laoshi. May I know why you are looking for my teacher?" "Zhang Laoshi? You acknowledged Principal Zhang as your teacher?" Schoolhead Zhao, Schoolhead Mo, and the others nearly keeled over when they heard those words. "To make the entire apothecary school your student? Fine, we will accept that. Making Senior Byzantium Helios and Senior Golden Origin Cauldron acknowledge you as their master? All right, we will tolerate that too. Taming the entire Cloud Mist Ridge. Since it isn't entirely impossible in the first place, we will acknowledge that as well. But to make a puppet acknowledge you as its teacher, what the heck is that?" Even though a puppet possessed spirit and was capable of communication, it was ultimately still an artifact, a tool. The memories and knowledge it possessed were all infused into it. To acknowledge another as its teacher, what for? Noticing everyone's doubts, the puppet hurriedly explained, "Indeed. In truth, I initially intended to engage my teacher in a battle to stop him from advancing any further, but he noticed a clear flaw in my forging process and helped me correct it. It was just a simple fix, but my strength increased by a whole stage. A person of such capability, it is only right for me to take him as my teacher. A mistake in your forging process?" The lips of School Headphone of the Celestial Designer School twitched uncontrollably. When did Principal Zhang become a skilled celestial designer as well? For many generations, many talented master teachers had challenged the mountain of records, but not a single one had noticed a flaw in them. Yet, Principal Zhang had noticed one as soon as he arrived and even corrected it on the spot. Just by this feat in itself, it could be seen that the other party's mastery as a celestial designer was far above his. Was there a single occupation that their principal was ignorant of? That's right. It's in awe of his capabilities that I acknowledged him as my teacher. In any case, if you are seeking Zhang Laoshi, you should head upwards. He headed to the 7th level a day ago. The puppet nodded. Let's go. After learning that Zhang Xian had cleared the 6th level as well, the crowd began making their way over to the 7th level, which was also the level where Principal Emoliusian had stopped back when he first challenged the trial. The guardian of the 7th level was a puppet that harnessed the strength of a nascent Saint Advanced Stage cultivator. Against such a powerful opponent, the crowd couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Shi would be placed in danger. I have read through the journal that Principal Emoliusian left regarding the situation when he first challenged the Mountain of Records. Even for someone as talented as he was forced into a corner and nearly lost his life. It was out of sheer luck that he managed to achieve a breakthrough on the spot and surpass his limits, thus defeating the puppet, Zhao Bingshu said with a grim expression as they headed up. Principal Emoliusian had left behind writings detailing his encounters while journeying up the Mountain of Records, and according to it, luck had played a huge part in him clearing the 7th level with his Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivation. If he hadn't achieved a breakthrough on the spot then, putting aside making history, he might have been severely wounded or even killed due to it. The stronger the puppets were, the harder it would be for them to hold back in battle. As such, the further one progressed up the Mountain of Records, the more danger one would be placed in. For Principal Zhang to have not returned after an entire day, especially considering how quickly he had cleared the previous levels, could he have met with some kind of unexpected situation? I am truly in awe of Principal Zhang's strength, but his cultivation is simply still too low. There is a gap of almost 3 cultivation realms between him and a nascent Saint Advanced Stage puppet. I fear that his chance of victory is slim. Indeed, I have met quite a few combat masters over the years, but even so, I have never encountered one who could fight an opponent of almost 3 cultivation realms higher and emerge victorious. Since even combat masters are incapable of achieving such a feat, how could our principal possibly succeed? Understanding how fearsome the puppet on the 7th level would be for a Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator, the crowd couldn't help but be worried. Combat masters could be considered a type of master teacher, but their roles and responsibilities differed vastly from one another. Combat masters were, in essence, the soldiers of the master-teacher pavilion, and their responsibility was to protect mankind and uphold the authority and dignity of the master-teacher pavilion. As such, the primary focus of combat masters lay in their fighting prowess. Supporting occupations, the ability to impart knowledge, grooming students. None of those were used to assess their capabilities. There was only one criterion they had to fulfill, and that was to wield sufficient strength. In terms of knowledge and scope of skills, they might even be beneath that of the other occupations. However, in terms of fighting prowess, they were an unrivaled existence in the master-teacher pavilion. Considering how even they were incapable of rivaling opponents almost 3 cultivation realms stronger than them, little had to be said for others. With worries plaguing their hearts, the crowd arrived on the 7th level. Pushing open the door and stepping in, the first thing they saw were the many formations inscribed on the walls to reinforce the room, similar to those on the 6th floor. They hurriedly scanned the room to search for the puppet standing guard, but for some reason, there was not a person to be seen in this vast room. They couldn't help but feel perplexed. No puppet or traces of battle to be seen. What could this possibly mean? Seemingly noticing something, School Head Emo pointed to the corner and asked, "Wait a moment. Look at that. What is that?" The crowd hurriedly turned their sights over, and there, they saw a pile of miscellaneous parts lying on the ground. The puppet has been dismantled. School Head Feng of the Celestial Designer School exclaimed with twitching lips as he examined the miscellaneous parts carefully. The puppets of the Mountain of Records had been carefully constructed out of several dozen thousand parts, making them an extremely intricate artifact. Looking at the innumerable parts that had clearly come from a puppet before them, it was obvious that someone had dismantled the puppet in this stage and reduced it to its primitive form. After a moment of astonishment, School Head Emo asked anxiously, Can we confirm that these are the parts of the puppet on this level? If Principal Zhang had really managed to dismantle the puppet of this level to such a state, he really couldn't begin to imagine how powerful the other party must be. I can't be entirely sure, but there is a very high chance that is the case. School Head Feng replied with a bitter smile. He had never seen the puppet on this level, but based on the miscellaneous parts left on the ground, he could tell that the puppet had a particularly advanced design and forging method that could create a nascent Saint advanced stage puppet when put together. For such a powerful puppet to be left in such a state, that was definitely the doing of their principal. There was no doubt about it. They had been thinking that it would be difficult for the other party to achieve victory on this level, but to think that the other party would end up tearing the puppet all the way down into its parts like that. Principal Zhang, you sure are vicious. The puppet is only the guardian responsible for guarding the level. Just how did it offend you for you to dismantle it so callously? Several dozen thousand miscellaneous parts. Even with a blueprint in hand, it would still take a group of 6-star celestial designers several days in order to put it back together. More importantly, that would only be the body. To return its spirit and battle sense would be a much more troublesome process, and they would probably require the help of the martial arts school for that. In other words, Zhang Xian's act of dismantling this puppet would leave those two schools busy for half a month in order to allow this level to function once more. However, considering that it would probably be a few thousand years before another challenger would be able to reach this far, there was no need for them to hurry either. It seems like Principal Zhang really went easy on the puppets on the previous few levels, Wei Ranchue remarked. In the previous few levels, their principal had only shot the puppets a look or issued them a command in order to force them to submit. He hadn't used any real force against them at all. Perhaps it was due to the heightened difficulty of this level that had forced him to make a move. Nevertheless, even if they were to suppress their cultivation to nascent Saint advanced stage, similar to that of the puppet, it would still be difficult for them to achieve victory. Yet, their principal had managed to tear the other party down into its most basic parts despite his chrysalis realm primary stage cultivation. The thought of it sent endless sighs leaving their mouths. Even Principal Emoliosian only achieved a narrow victory back then, and yet, not only did Principal Zhang achieve a victory, he even managed to dismantle the puppet down to its parts. I really do want to know how he cultivates to grow so strong. With twitching lips, the crowd fell silent. It seemed like the strength of their principal was as monstrous as his mastery in his supporting occupations as well. To be able to defeat cultivators of 3 cultivation realms above him, that was already beyond the average standard of a combat master. Fearsome. Previously, they had thought that their principal had put all of his effort into his supporting occupations in order to achieve such astounding proficiency in them, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like they had misunderstood him. From the start to the end, his focus had been on his cultivation, and his supporting occupations were just something he had learned leisurely. Otherwise, how could he possibly wield such astounding fighting prowess? There is no strength that comes without hardship. Extraordinary strength can only come with extraordinary diligence and hardship. Putting everything aside, just the willpower he must have needed to reach this far was sufficient to leave them deep in admiration. Scanning the room and finding Zhang Xian nowhere in sight, Zhao Bingshu suddenly recalled something and frowned. Since Principal Zhang has cleared this level, he must have gone on to the 8th. This is bad. Indeed, it seems like he went to the 8th level. At this moment, School Head Mo's face also turned grave. Noticing the unnatural reaction of the duo, Wei Ranchue asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the 8th level?" Her expertise lay in terpsichorean arts, which, similar to demonic tunes, had little effectiveness on puppets. As such, she had never challenged the Mountain of Records, and she possessed little understanding of it as well. "We fear that Principal Zhang will face danger on the 8th level," Zhao Bingshu said worriedly. "You are still worried about that? I think that you can set your mind at ease now. Before the 7th level, we also thought that Principal Zhang would face danger. However, the fact that he was able to dismantle the puppet to this point shows that the strength he wields is far beyond our imagination. With that, it shouldn't be much of an issue for him to clear the 8th level." Wei Ranchue reassured with a soft chuckle. They had been a little jittery ever since entering the Mountain of Records, worrying that some mishap could have happened to Zhang Xian. However, time after time, the latter had shown them through his overwhelming strength that their worry was unfounded. After witnessing 7 levels of miracles from their principal, was there still anything that they needed to worry over? Even if someone were to tell Wei Ranxue that the latter had cleared the entire mountain of records, she still wouldn't have been surprised in the least. Seeing that Wei Ranxue was oblivious of the matter, Zhao Bingshu shook his head helplessly. It's not as easy as you think. The puppet on the 8th level is different from those before. Chapter 908. The Frustrated Puppet Different? What can there be different about the puppets? Wei Ranxue was perplexed. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Bingshu replied, "To tell you honestly, the guardian on the 8th level isn't a puppet but a clone that Principal Emoliosian made out of one of his rib bones back then." A clone? Wei Ranxue was stunned. Indeed, back then, when Principal Emoliosian advanced his cultivation to Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, he challenged the Mountain of Records once more, and unlike the first time, he managed to reach the 8th level this time around. In that battle, he felt that there was a fatal flaw with the puppet, so he took out one of his rib bones, and making use of an earth core crystal he had in his storage ring, he forged a new guardian for this floor and infused his fighting skills into it. Earth core crystal? Do you mean that rare, or that can only be found near the world's core? Wei Ranxue frowned. She had heard of the earth core crystal before. It was an extremely rare, or that was known for its toughness due to being tempered by the extreme conditions near the world's core. Harnessing great heat energy within it, it was an ideal material for tempering one's physical body and forging puppets. However, it was said that this incredible ore had been completely depleted several thousand years ago, and it was nigh impossible to find a piece of it in the world. For Principal Emoliosian to use it to forge a puppet for the Mountain of Records, even though it was for a good cause, they couldn't help but think his actions extravagant. In any case, if the puppet was truly forged out of earth core crystal, by no means should its strength ever be underestimated. Even with the cultivation of nascent Saint Realm Pinnacle, such a puppet would be able to emerge victorious in a battle against a Saint Realm One-Dan expert. Not only so, Principal Emoliosian has also left a sliver of his will within it. In other words, the puppet of the 8th level is no longer an ordinary puppet, but an existence with a battle sense nearly on par with Principal Emoliosian back then. Pairing that with a cultivation of nascent Saint Realm Pinnacle cultivation, nigh invincible defense, and a body that knows no pain, it is unlikely that even the Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle Principal Emoliosian would stand a chance against it. Needless to say, the Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage Principal Zhang. Zhao Bingshu said with a bitter smile. It wasn't that he didn't have any trust in Principal Zhang, but the enemy he faced was simply too strong. Furthermore, when Principal Emoliosian left behind the puppet, he was already at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, not too far away from reaching Half-Saint. Between fellow top-notch geniuses, nearly a realm of difference in strength was a practically unbreachable gap. On top of that, the opponent was a monster that knew no pain nor fatigue. It was no wonder Schoolhead Zhao and Schoolhead Mo had no confidence whatsoever. Wei Ranxue was at a loss for words. If that was truly the case, it would be truly too difficult for Principal Zhang to emerge victorious. It could almost be said that victory was a pipe dream. There's no point discussing it here. Let's head up, and we will know the answer soon enough. Su Chongqing waved his hand to stop the discussion before gesturing toward the stairs upwards. The others nodded in agreement before heading toward the 8th level. The 8th level was extremely quiet, but the many depressions of different areas and depths on the wall and ground made it clear that an intense battle had occurred there. Zhao Bingshu took a quick look at the surroundings and said, "We were late. The battle has already ended." As master teachers, they could easily tell that the battle had already ended a day ago, so they quickly rushed into the room and looked around. However, they couldn't see anyone or any miscellaneous parts anywhere. Eventually, they could only stare at one another and ask doubtfully, "So, who won?" If it was just like in the previous level, various miscellaneous parts scattered about the area, there would be no doubt that their principal had won. But the ground was clean except for the marks of battle here and there. Could their principal have really lost? But if he had lost, where was the puppet guarding this level then? Why would it have disappeared too? Suddenly, Wei Ranxue exclaimed anxiously, "There is some blood here." Alarmed, the crowd hurriedly gathered together and saw a pool of blood on the ground. Judging from the amount of bloodshed, the wounded must have suffered rather severe injuries. Principal Zhang. The crowd clenched their fists together tightly. While the puppet was a clone made out of Principal Emoliozhen's rib bone, blood didn't run through its body. In other words, the blood could only have come from Principal Zhang. For their powerful principal to have stumbled here, indeed, defeating the Principal Emoliozhen's clone to clear this level was no easy feat. Noticing everyone's apprehension, Zhao Bingshu reassured them. Even though Principal Zhang is injured, there should be no need to worry. Since the puppet of this level harnesses Principal Emoliozhen's will, it shouldn't have executed a killing blow against Principal Zhang. The puppets of the previous 7 levels possessed ordinary spirits, capable of only fighting as they were commanded. They didn't have the emotions or sentience of a human. On the other hand, the puppet on the 8th level had a sliver of Principal Emoliozhen's will imbued into it, so naturally, it possessed his consciousness as well. After learning of Principal Zhang's identity, it shouldn't have gone too heavily on him. At the very least, Principal Zhang's life wouldn't have been in danger. Just as everyone was deducing what had happened, the head of the painter school suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, take a look over there." Everyone quickly turned to him, only to see his finger pointed toward the ceiling with a dumbfounded look on his face. Turning their gazes upwards, the crowd was also taken aback by what they saw. There was a huge depression on the ceiling with a human silhouette embedded deeply into it. The human silhouette had its eyes tightly closed, probably still unconscious from the impact of the blow it had suffered. "That is the puppet Principal Emoliozhen forged?" Zhao Bingshu exclaimed in astonishment. Upon recognizing the figure, the school heads quickly rushed up to pull the puppet out from the ceiling. School head Zhong and school head Feng hurriedly examined its condition and treated it. A moment later, it finally opened its eyes. As soon as it opened its eyes, its face immediately flushed in anger as it cursed furiously. "Damn it! Just who in the world is that shameless fellow who came by just now?" Shameless fellow? Hearing Principal Emoliozhen's evaluation of Principal Zhang, the mouths of the crowd began twitching uncontrollably. According to historical records, Principal Emoliozhen was not only known for his talents, but his composed temperament as well. This was also the main reason he was able to leave his mark in history as the #1 figure of the Master Teacher Academy in its 10,000 years of history, respected by many generations of students and teachers. Yet, such an incredible figure actually began cursing without the slightest bit of concern for his bearing. In the duel, that fellow wasn't a match for me at all. The puppet that Principal Emoliozhen had left behind explained indignantly. After a few blows, I could already tell that he was bound to lose in the end, so I told him to leave and return only after he had cultivated to Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. But who knew that the fellow would suddenly proclaim his admiration for me passionately, requesting desperately for me to impart my battle techniques to him. Not only so, he even grabbed my hands and began spewing praise after praise for me. At this point, a regretful look emerged on the puppet's face for falling for the other party's ploy. After all he had said, it wouldn't have been right for me to turn him down as a master teacher, so I began to offer him some pointers for his breakthrough. But who knew that fellow would adamantly clutch onto my hands, claiming that he wanted to come into close contact with his idol. I thought that his actions were out of earnest admiration for me, but who could have known? The more the puppet spoke, the more furious it became. Eventually, its face reddened to the point that it seemed like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Seeing the other party stop at the crucial moment, Wei Ranxue urged it on. Who could have known? Who could have known that it was all a trap by the shameless fellow? From the start to the end, his goal was to use the earth core crystal within my body to cultivate. You all should be able to tell that my body is forged out of earth core crystal. If that fellow had absorbed the energy of my earth core crystal rapidly, I would have surely noticed something. But he secretly stole it bit by bit while distracting me with his sweet words, so by the time I noticed, he had already stolen most of the energy contained within the earth core crystal. Even if a puppet was infused with the will of a human, its senses still wouldn't be as sensitive as a human body. Taking the soulless metal humanoid, for example, it was a body constructed mainly for movement and battle. Other than that, its senses and other functions were secondary to humans. Even without the Earth Core crystal, I will only suffer a drop in my defense. But for some reason, that fellow's physical strength suddenly soared as well. With these two factors coming into play simultaneously, I was sent flying into the ceiling with a single punch and was knocked out from the impact. The puppet recounted the happenings furiously. If it had known that that fellow intended to secretly cultivate using its Earth Core heart, it would have never listened to his words. The state it was in, putting aside how it had suffered from a significant dip in its defense and fighting prowess, it had even been utterly crushed in a battle against someone it had defeated easily a moment earlier. In Principal Emoliozhin's many years of cultivation, he had seen many master teachers, but never had he seen one as shameless as that fellow. Rage, frustration, and indignation bubbled furiously within him, which had led to his outburst upon seeing the school heads. After learning what had happened, the crowd glanced at one another with twitching faces. In a desperate life-and-death battle, such actions would be nothing much. But to resort to such in a trial, especially when the opponent had already stopped fighting, that was indeed a little improper. After venting his frustrations, the puppet sighed deeply and waved its hands to show that it was over the matter. Forget it, this is how battles are supposed to be. There is no room for compassion or fairness in it. On the bright side, this shows that he isn't a rigid person restricted by conventions and the sort. A person like him will be able to reach greater heights than others. As the role models for others, master teachers were expected to uphold their bearings. Nevertheless, they mustn't be too inflexible, or else how could they innovate and reach greater heights? Putting everything aside, even Kong Shi had been an extremely adaptable person. Back then, he had sneaked into the subterranean gallery thrice and mixed in together with the otherworldly demonic tribe, disguised as one of their own. Eventually, he had even managed to rise through the ranks, being conferred as a king, followed by an emperor, and so on. Through such efforts, he had nearly managed to wipe out their entire tribe. If master teachers had insistently embraced conventions, choosing to follow only the teachings of the predecessors instead of bravely forging their own path, humanity also wouldn't have come such a long way over just several dozen millenniums. Hearing Principal Mo's words, Zhao Bingxiu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that Elder is able to think of it like that. On one hand was the will of the esteemed preceding principal, Emoliozhin, and on the other was their current principal. As the saying goes, the ones to suffer in a battle between deities are the mortals. It wouldn't have been right for them to side with anyone in a conflict between the two, so it was best if Principal Emo could let this matter go himself. Shooting a glance at the stairway above, the puppet stood up, turned to Zhao Bingxiu, and said, "Since that fellow was able to defeat me, he must have proceeded on to the 9th level. The 9th level is a forbidden ground, so even with your elder tokens, you won't be able to enter it. Since that's the case, you should wait for him here instead." A restriction was placed on the 9th level, such that only those who had defeated the guardian of the 8th level with their own strength were allowed to enter it. As Emoliozhin himself had only managed to clear the 8th level by exploiting a fatal flaw in the puppet, he hadn't been allowed to advance any further back than either. Zhao Bingxiu and the others nodded. They were aware of the rules as well, and knowing the difficulty of the 8th level, they had thought that they would find Principal Zhang here. However, the latter had surpassed their expectations and advanced even further. Suddenly, school head Feng of the Celestial Designer School noticed something and exclaimed in astonishment. "Wait, something is wrong. Elder, it doesn't seem like your cultivation is at nascent Saint Pinnacle." Chapter 909. The 9th floor. My cultivation isn't at nascent Saint Pinnacle? The puppet was stunned for an instant before lowering its head to take a look at itself as it exerted its strength. Hong Long. A powerful aura immediately burst into the air, forcing everyone back several steps. This is Saint Realm Wondan? How did I achieve a breakthrough? The puppet was completely stunned. It had been a puppet for more than 4,000 years, and all along, its cultivation had been capped at nascent Saint Realm pinnacle. Not once had it ever thought that it could still further its cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the doing of Principal Zhang. In exchange for devouring the energy contained in your earth core crystal, he helped you advance your cultivation, Zhao Bingshu said. After the experience on the 6th level, they knew that their principal possessed the capability to do so. Most likely, he must have felt embarrassed about devouring the energy harnessed within the earth core crystal in the other party's body. So he helped to alter the other party's constitution slightly to allow its energy to flow smoother, thus enhancing its cultivation significantly. Hearing school head Zhao's explanation, the puppet was stunned. Even though the earth core heart was important to it, it wasn't the centerpiece of its existence. Giving it up in order to raise its cultivation to Saint Realm, it could be said that it was the winner of this deal. Just that, with its cultivation raised, it would be nigh impossible for the later generations to clear the trial. It was almost a certainty that they would be impeded on the 8th level, making it impossible for anyone to reach the 9th level. It was an act of goodwill toward the puppet, but the challengers that came after him would probably be cursing him furiously as they fought the enhanced puppet. Defeating a nascent Saint Pinnacle puppet was already nearly impossible. What Zhang Xian had effectively done was create a deadlock on the 8th level, preventing anyone from advancing any further in the future. At that moment, Wei Ranchue suddenly turned to the puppet and asked, "What is on the 9th level?" "The 9th level? I have no idea either. I only know that no one has been there since the establishment of the Master Teacher Academy. Probably, the only one who knows is the founder of the academy, Founder Mu Kai." The puppet shook his head in response. The one guarding the 8th level was a nascent Saint Realm Pinnacle puppet, whereas the prerequisite for challenging the Mountain of Records was for one's cultivation to be beneath half-saint. In other words, one would have to challenge an opponent nearly 3 realms stronger than oneself in order to reach the 9th level. Even the incredibly talented Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle Principal Emoliozhen Back then had been unable to accomplish this feat. Needless to say the others. In the 10,000 years since the founding of the Master Teacher Academy, that fellow was the only one to have achieved this feat. Noticing everyone's worries, the puppet said, "No matter what, that fellow shouldn't be in any danger. The main purpose for the establishment of the Mountain of Records is to sieve out the talents of the Master Teacher Academy, so there is no way it will allow one who possesses the ability to reach the 9th level to die in there." The others nodded. Indeed, a person who had cleared the previous 8 stages could already be considered a top-notch genius even among the entire Master Teacher Pavilion, so how could a mishap of any sort be allowed to befall a talent like that in the final level? As such, there was no need to worry about that matter. But even putting aside their worries, they were still curious to know what their principal would encounter in the 9th level. In that moment, they couldn't help but peer into the darkness of the stairway that led to the mysterious 9th level. Rewinding time back to a day ago, after clearing the 8th level, Zhang Xian took a look at the puppet, which he had pinned onto the ceiling, and heaved a sigh of relief before heading forward. Honestly speaking, it seemed like he had overestimated his strength. In truth, he had already been struggling against the nascent Saint puppet on the 6th level. His strength exceeded 65 million ding, granting him a might comparable to nascent Saint intermediate stage cultivator, but the difference between a transcendent mortal and saint didn't just lie in their strength. Those who had achieved sainthood had already reached an entirely different level of existence, granting them superior reaction speed and reflexes as compared to others. Even with his greater strength, it would still be difficult for him to achieve victory. In other words, despite his strength, half-saint pinnacle was the limit of his own ability. If he wished to defeat a nascent saint primary stage cultivator, he would have to depend on the library of Heaven's Path. As such, he offered guidance to the puppet of the 6th level in order to convince it to acknowledge him as its teacher, thus successfully clearing the level. However, the puppet on the 7th level didn't trust him, so the same ploy didn't work against it. Unable to overpower the other party, he could only dismantle the other party bit by bit while dodging its attacks. If he had been able to defeat the other party in a proper battle, he wouldn't have resorted to such a method. To be forced to dismantle the puppet down to its very parts in order to defeat it. How embarrassing. On the 8th level, he encountered the puppet principal Emoliosian had forged using his rib bones, and after exchanging a few blows, he was already severely wounded from the other party's pummeling, leaving him spewing large mouthfuls of blood. He had thought that the 8th level would be his limit, but he suddenly noticed that the puppet was made out of earth core crystal. The earth core crystal happened to be the artifact required for cultivating the 4th incandescence of the quintuple incandescence golden body, and he had been searching for it all this while, but to no avail. Seeing it here, he nearly went frenzied with delight. However, if he were to ask for it from the other party directly, there was no doubt that he would be rejected flatly. Left with no choice, he could only resort to some tricks up his sleeves. Putting that aside, using the energy from the earth core crystal, he managed to advance his quintuple incandescence golden body to the 4th incandescence, thus inducing a massive surge in his physical strength. From its original 16 million ding, it had doubled to 32 million ding. In other words, just in terms of physical strength, he was already on par with a Chrysalis Realm Advanced Stage cultivator. Factoring in the 29 million ding from his Zhenqi cultivation and 20 million ding from his soul cultivation, his total might add it up to a grand total of 81 million ding. With such strength, he could easily overpower even a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator. On top of that, Principal Emoliosian's puppet wasn't prepared for his assault at all, so it was easily sent into the ceiling from the might of his fist and fainted. Nascent Saint Primary Stage 60 million ding. Intermediate Stage 65 million ding. Advanced Stage 70 million ding. Pinnacle 75 million ding. Even though I defeated the puppet in the previous level, my true fighting prowess is still some distance away from matching a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator. While Zhang Xian had managed to send the puppet forged by Principal Emoliosian flying with a single punch, he wasn't so arrogant as to believe that he wielded strength comparable to a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator. The reason he was able to succeed was due to his understanding of the flaws in the other party's moves from the previous battle, and the other party letting its guard down from its underestimating of him. Otherwise, in a proper battle against a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator, even with his superior strength, he wouldn't have been able to achieve a victory that easily. That was also the reason why Zhang Xian wanted to maintain a low profile. It could possibly become the key for him to overcoming dire situations like that battle. As the saying goes, a tree that rises above the forest will only be torn down by the wind. An embankment taller than the shore will only be washed away by the waves. But it was a pity that every time he wished to maintain a low profile, everything would just go contrary to his wishes. This had left him deeply distressed. Perhaps that was life. The outstanding were meant to live brilliant and short lives. Considering how Zhang Xian didn't even wield the fighting prowess to overcome a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator, he knew full well that he stood no chance at clearing the 9th level. Unless he perfected the Chrysalis Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art and advanced his cultivation to Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. But there was no way he could find such cultivation technique manuals here. Since I have already reached this point, I might as well head up to take a look. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian eventually decided to advance to the 9th level. Having come to this point, it would be truly regretful if he stopped there without at least giving it a try. At the very most, he would just have to admit defeat once he found himself in a hopeless situation. Pushing open the entrance to the 9th level, an extremely vast room unfolded before his eyes. An elder came into his sight. Upon seeing the elder's appearance, Zhang Xian frowned. Monsieur? It was none other than Founder Mu Kai. He had just met the other party's soul during the inauguration ceremony, so there was no way he wouldn't recognize him. No, that isn't it. This is a Saint Realm puppet that Mu Shi forged based on himself. It wasn't very apparent, but Zhang Shi was able to swiftly tell what was amiss about the elder before his eyes. Naturally, the elder before him couldn't possibly be Founder Mu Kai in person, and considering that it possessed a corporeal body, it wasn't just his soul either. Rather, it was a puppet forged according to his appearance. However, the craftsmanship was so exquisite that Zhang Xian had to take several glances before noticing it. Watching as Zhang Xian walked over, Mu Shi's puppet said with a smile, "To be able to clear the previous levels with a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage, you are a truly talented individual." Paying respects to Mu Shi, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bowed. Even though the other party was only a puppet, a sliver of Mu Shi's will was infused into it, so its prowess wasn't one he could afford to underestimate. Mu Shi's puppet nodded with a slight smile. I possess a cultivation of Saint Realm 1 Dan primary stage at the moment. As long as you can defeat me, you will have cleared the mountain of records and earned the rights to claim the reward from me. Defeat you. A look of difficulty surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. Honestly speaking, his chance of defeating the other party in a proper battle was near zero. However, if he were to utilize his exceptional capability at tearing things apart to reduce the other party back down to its miscellaneous parts, he should still be able to defeat the other party. Just that, considering the opponent was the founder of the Master Teacher Academy, it would be disrespectful for him to use such an unseemly mean against it. If others were to think that the principal of the Master Teacher Academy had destructive tendencies due to this matter, what would become of his reputation? Don't worry. Feel free to use any means at your disposal. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Seemingly noticing the worries Zhang Xian harbored, Mu Shi smiled. To be honest, it is already improper for a Saint Realm cultivator like me to duel against a Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator like you. Are you certain? Zhang Xian asked with a bizarre expression on his face. Is it really fine for me to use any means at my disposal? Of course. Mu Shi replied with a smile. Since that's the case, pardon me. Hearing that there were no restrictions on the means he could utilize, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as the burden weighing down his heart vanished. Who? The golden origin cauldron materialized before Zhang Xian. Ding ding. Go and pummel that fellow for me. Zhang Xian commanded with a majestic wave of his hand. Don't worry, it's just a puppet of old Mu. I will reduce it to cinders this very instant. The golden origin cauldron nodded as it began to rush forward. As the guardian saint artifact that the headquarters had given to the Master Teacher Academy at its founding, it had met Mu Kai back then, so it was able to recognize the latter easily. Upon seeing the sight, Mu Shi's lips twitched as he nearly fainted on the spot. Anxious, he hurriedly yelled, "Wait a moment." Gesturing for the golden origin cauldron to stop, he turned to Mu Shi with a doubtful look. What's wrong? Didn't you say that I can use any means at my disposal? Why are you stopping me all of a sudden? The face of Mu Shi's puppet reddened as it said, cough cough. When I said that you can use any means at your disposal, I was referring to your abilities as an individual, such as your battle techniques and your supporting occupations, and not your Saint Tier artifacts. Otherwise, with the might of your Saint Tier artifact, even a transcendent mortal 1 Dan or 2 Dan cultivator would be able to easily clear the mountain of records, thus rendering the entire trial meaningless. It should have clarified its words further in order to avoid such an awkward situation. The mountain of records was a trial to assess one's individual prowess. If one had such a formidable artifact in one's possession, one would be able to easily clear the entire trial even if one's strength was lacking. If that was the case, what was the use of the trial? I see. Pardon me for my misunderstanding. Zhang Xian scratched his head as he returned the golden origin cauldron to his storage ring. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a spirit pinnacle sword from his storage ring and pointed it at the other party. Will this do? Mu Shi's puppet nodded with a smile. Just as it was about to speak, the sharp glint of a sword reminiscent of a shooting star abruptly flashed across its eyes. Chapter 910. Zhang Xian's Defeat. That's some fine swordsmanship you have there. The eyes of Mu Shi's puppet lit up as it nodded in approval while moving to counterattack Zhang Xian's move. In an instant, the human and the puppet were already colliding with one another. Boom, 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 boom. Exerting his full might, Zhang Xian's sword fell relentlessly on the puppet like waves in the river, each strike growing faster and stronger than the previous. Even though he hadn't cultivated any particularly powerful sword arts, he had managed to compile the many sword arts he had obtained so far to form the profound Heaven's Path sword art. With its prowess, he could even overwhelm a Saint Realm expert off guard. But as formidable as it is, you are still too weak. With a light chuckle, Mu Shi's puppet tapped its finger forward. Voila! The air right before Zhang Xian's sword suddenly seemed to have collapsed into an abyss, and the sharp glint of his blade seemed to have been pulled into a whirlpool, draining it of its strength. Knowing that he would be placed in a vulnerable situation if he didn't retaliate to that swiftly, Zhang Xian gathered his full strength and forcefully pushed his blade ahead. Hong Long. The collapsed air abruptly burst apart like a balloon, and Zhang Xian's sword surged forward with incredible momentum to clash with the puppet's finger. Voila! As if having struck a thick wall, Zhang Xian felt a numbing sensation assault his arm, and a stifled feeling welled up in his chest. In the next instant, he was abruptly sent flying from the recoil of the collision. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian swiftly utilized the red dust heaven ascending steps to counteract the momentum of his retreat while pushing himself back to the ground, leaving behind numerous deep footprints on the ground in the midst of doing so. After regaining his posture once more, he roared furiously and charged forward. Voila! A sword sliced through the air, heading straight toward where the weakness of Mu Shi's puppet was. Seeing that the other party was able to see through the weaknesses in his movements so quickly, Mu Shi's puppet was taken aback for a moment before chuckling softly. Keen eyes, following which, he swiftly twisted, and the weakness from a moment ago disappeared without a trace. Even heaven's path was imperfect, let alone man-made creations in the world. It was normal for any battle technique to have its own weaknesses. However, while Zhang Xian was able to identify the weaknesses accurately, the difference between his speed and reflexes against his opponents were so great that he was unable to exploit it. In other words, in the interval between him making his attack and his strike landing, his opponent had sufficient time to evade it. As a result, the weaknesses he had identified became nothing more than a joke. As expected of the founder of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian thought grimly. If it had been any Saint Realm primary stage cultivator in the other party's place, it would be doubtful if the other party would be able to come up with an instantaneous counterattack to his moves, especially since his moves were directed at the other party's weaknesses. However, his opponent was actually able to go to the extent of even predicting the next few moves that he could possibly make within this narrow window, sealing away any alternative offensive maneuver he could utilize against the other party. Fearsome. The other party's strength didn't lie solely in his fearsome might, speed, and reflexes, but his astounding eye of discernment as well. Put those together with the other party's vast combat experience and sharp battle sense, and the other party was truly a nearly impossible adversary for him to overcome with his current cultivation. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian didn't panic. As long as he makes a move, there will surely be flaws that I can exploit. I don't believe that you can continue dodging until the end of time. Even though Zhang Xian usually relied on the Byzantium Helios Beast and the Golden Origin Cauldron, rarely making a move himself, he had collected and gone through many books on combat and accumulated the wisdom of many predecessors, sharpening his battle sense to one that was on par with a veteran general, or even beyond. Regardless of how profound or elusive a technique was, it was bound to have its flaws. As long as he could pull off the correct maneuvers to counteract to the other party's move, even if it was a god-tier battle technique that the other party was using, he would still be able to corner them. But of course, that was still easier said than done. Even if he had the library of Heaven's Path, which allowed him to see through the flaws in the other party's attacks, his strength was still lacking for him to push his attacks through decisively. Break! With the flexibility of a serpent, Zhang Xian's sword surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, it was already on the verge of striking one of the Ming men of Mu Shi's puppet. As long as he struck that point, he should be able to inflict serious injuries on the other party even with the power disparity between them. A good move, Mu Shi's puppet remarked. However, as if having guessed that Zhang Xian would make such a maneuver, it didn't show the slightest hint of anxiety. Instead, it chuckled softly and jolted its arms. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming might crushing down on him, suppressing his aura. His seemingly indomitable sword was abruptly halted in its path under that astounding force. Pong! The overwhelming might struck Zhang Xian squarely, and he was sent tumbling back in the air before crashing heavily onto the wall. With a reddened face, fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. For 2 consecutive moves, He had successfully identified the other party's weakness and aimed the attack at the other party's blind spot. But the disparity in strength was simply too great. Even technique was insufficient to bridge the difference. Wiping away the fresh blood on the edges of his lips, Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. I am still too weak. He was only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage, a gap of 3 whole realms from Saint Realm Wundan primary stage. Even his physical body and soul cultivation were insufficient to breach this massive difference. Before the other party, his immense strength exceeding 80 million ding was not worth mentioning at all. Saint Realm experts, having opened their Zhukong acupoint, were not only capable of flight but wielded a might exceeding 100 million ding as well. Even if he could find the other party's flaws with his library of Heaven's Path, he didn't possess sufficient strength to breach the other party's defense. So, how could he possibly win? Even if one were to equip an ant with a sword, there was no way it could rival an elephant. They were simply existences on 2 different levels. No matter how skilled the ant was, it couldn't possibly win. Such was the situation he was faced with. The other party was a puppet that boasted nigh invincible defense, and with his current strength and weapon, he couldn't breach the other party's defense. On top of that, the other party possessed sharp battle sense that allowed it to retaliate against every opportunity he received. This was truly a despairing situation. How could anyone overcome such a challenge? I guess I have no choice then. Knowing that he wouldn't stand a chance in a proper fight, Zhang Xian immersed his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path and summoned a certain book. Since the other party was a puppet, it had to be assembled part after part. If nothing worked out, he would just have to abandon his dignity and dismantle that fellow into its miscellaneous parts, as he had done on the 7th level. Flipping open the book slightly, the content of the book immediately surfaced in his mind, becoming part of his knowledge. 7-star serial puppet. Upon noting the name of the puppet, Zhang Xian's eyebrows immediately shot up. The puppet on the 7th level was also a serial puppet as well, but it was only at 6-star. So he was able to dismantle it with relative ease. A 7-star serial puppet. It was truly hard to say whether or not he would be able to dismantle it with his current strength. On top of that, the other party wouldn't simply stand idly on the spot while it was being dismantled. Once the other party sensed that it was in danger, it would surely retaliate with all of its might, and under such circumstances, he had no confidence that he would emerge as the victor. Forget it, I will still have to give it a try. Taking all of the flaws of Mu Shi's puppet into mind, Zhang Xian took in a deep breath and turned his gaze to the other party once more. Who? Executing the Heaven's Path movement art, Zhang Xian's figure vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he appeared behind Mu Shi's puppet with his sword cutting diagonally down on it. Simultaneously, the fingers of his left hand stabbed for a certain point on the other party's back. Interesting. Noticing Zhang Xian's attacks on its vitals, Mu Shi's puppet abruptly turned around and sent a punch at him. The punch was not a battle technique or a maneuver, just a simple attack packed with raw strength. However, Zhang Xian instinctively sensed that he would be severely damaged if he were to push on. Thus, executing Heaven's Path movement art once, he swiftly sidestepped to the left and dodged the attack. Naturally, his offense also fell flat with this defensive maneuver he made. What incredible reflexes! Zhang Xian's face darkened. Never had he felt so indignant in a battle before. Despite grasping the weaknesses of the other party tightly in his hands, he was still forced back with just pure strength. As long as he didn't possess that darn strength, putting aside whether he would be able to defeat the other party, it would already be a blessing if he could survive the other party's attacks. Just as he had found the other party's weakness, the other party had also found his lack of strength. As long as the other party continued exploiting that weakness of his, he would be rendered completely helpless. Admit defeat. You aren't a match for me. Mu Shi's puppet shook his head. Admit defeat? Zhang Xian frowned. It hadn't been easy for him to reach the 9th level. Was he really going to have to admit defeat and leave like that? That's right. In your current state, you won't be able to defeat me. However, as long as you work hard on your cultivation and reach Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, it is very likely that I won't be a match for you then. Mu Shi's puppet said. Even though it had been able to easily defeat the young man before it, It knew that this wasn't a problem with the other party's talent or skill. As long as the other party raised his cultivation to Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, it was very likely that it wouldn't be a match for him anymore. Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask, "You should have established the 9th floor in the Mountain of Records hoping that someone will be able to clear the trial, but is it really possible for one with a cultivation beneath half-saint to defeat you? If the other party was just an ordinary Saint Realm 1 Dan cultivator, his chances at victory would still have been considerable. However, Mu Kai was a master teacher, an expert who had founded the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy at that. His understanding of battle had reached an extremely profound level. It could be said that anyone who didn't possess strength rivaling him wouldn't stand a chance against him. Zhang Xian cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art, quintuple incandescence golden body, and his soul. Yet, despite that, he was still unable to defeat the other party. He truly found it hard to believe that there would be another person in the world who could outdo him. But if that was truly the case, why would Musher bother creating a 9th level that no one would be able to clear? It is possible. Musher's puppet replied with a nod. Really? Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. You need not doubt my words. I am certain of that. There are many combat masters who are capable of this feat, and even Kong Shi slew quite a number of Saint Realm experts before reaching half-saint back then. Musher's puppet said, slew quite a number of Saint Realm experts before reaching half-saint? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. He knew that the other party meant killing with their own strength and not making use of external aids such as the Golden Origin Cauldron or the Byzantium Helios Beast. To be able to slay Saint Realm experts, was Kong Shi already that formidable before reaching half-saint? Of course. If he wasn't able to accomplish such extraordinary feats, how could he possibly lead mankind in a war against the otherworldly demonic tribe? Musher's puppet replied nonchalantly. This? Zhang Xian was taken aback. When he met Lu Cheng and Wu Su back then, he had thought that combat masters were only that capable. However, it seemed like it was naive of him to gauge combat masters just based on those two. Admit defeat. You can't possibly win against me. There is no point stalling for time, Musher's puppet said. Knowing that Zhang Xian was only trying to earn some time to recuperate his zhenqi, you can return after you reach Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. Perhaps you will wield sufficient strength to defeat me then. Musher's puppet didn't think that the other party would be able to defeat him with a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage. If that was really the case, he would be far more frightening than most combat masters he knew of. Return after I reach Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle? Zhang Xian shook his head. There is no need for that. I can defeat you right now. Oh. Musher's puppet curiously gazed at Zhang Xian. You don't believe me? Zhang Xian chuckled softly. I can prove it to you. However, I will have to ask you to give me a moment. I will change my clothes before battling you once more. Chapter 911. Saint Ascension Decipher, Change Clothes? Musher's puppet was stunned. What does changing your clothes have to do with whether you are able to defeat me or not? The clothes I am currently wearing were specially prepared by the Master Teacher Academy, and they are extremely valuable. With them on, it is inevitable that my movements will be restricted. Only after changing back into my Master Teacher robe will I be able to fight you with my full strength. Zhang Xian explained. Hearing those words, Musher's puppet frowned and asked, Isn't the robe you are wearing a powerful artifact? Zhang Xian was still wearing the robe that the Blacksmith School and Celestial Designer School had specially made for the inauguration ceremony. Not only was it tailored to fit him snugly, it was even a spirit pinnacle artifact that boasted incredible defense. The Academy had paid a hefty sum in order to complete it. With eyes as sharp as Musher's, he could tell that the robe was extraordinary from the very first sight. Even a pig could become a hero with that armor, and yet, the young man before him said that it lowered his fighting prowess? Wasn't that plain nonsense? It is indeed a powerful artifact, but in my humble opinion, I think comfortable clothes still make the best battle dress, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Pardon me, but I will have to ask Musher to turn around for a moment. I don't really like to expose my bare body to others. All right then. Shaking his head, Musher's puppet decided to just go along with Zhang Xian and turn around. Actually, it was not completely unheard of for a cultivator to change clothes in preparation for a battle, but that was usually only for Terpsichoreans. Terpsichoreans utilized glamorous clothes to enhance their charisma so that they could better charm their opponent. Could the young man before it be a Terpsichorean? But even if that was the case, it was futile. Terpsichorean arts worked against the soul, but as a puppet, it didn't possess a soul. Besides, Terpsichoreans were usually beautiful ladies. For a man to be exerting his seductive charms toward it, Musher's puppet suddenly felt a nauseated sensation in his guts. Even though it was a puppet, it could almost feel its goosebumps rising. At that very moment, it heard a cold and slightly haughty voice speak. "I'm done." Turning around, Musher's puppet saw that the young man before it had changed his previously eye-catching wear into a rather ordinary-looking robe. You really intend to fight me with just an ordinary master-teacher robe?" Musher's puppet couldn't help but be taken aback. It could understand it if the other party had changed his clothes to a half-saint robe or something. After all, clothes could affect one's fighting prowess too. But to switch back to the perfectly ordinary master-teacher robe, it was just as if one had switched a spirit pinnacle sword to a perfect ordinary blade. No matter how one looked at it, wasn't the other party just handicapping himself? "Are you really certain that you are trying to defeat me and not suffer a beating?" "Indeed." Zhang Xian nodded as he gazed at the other party proudly with his hands behind his back. "This ordinary robe is sufficient for me to subdue you. You seem really confident. Let's start then." Seeing how the young man before it had suddenly grown so arrogant right after changing clothes, the face of Musher's puppet darkened, and it clenched its fists tightly. Hoolah! This time, Musher's puppet took the first move. Its fist surged forward with immense might that collapsed the air around it. In order to make the other party learn that his efforts were futile, it had utilized its full strength right from the start, making its attack far more powerful and threatening than before. Just what I wanted. The Zhang Xian, after changing his clothes, stood on the spot in composure, showing not a sign of fear or respect. With a taunting smile, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Seeing that the young man was going to face its attack face-on, Musher's puppet frowned. It had gained a clear grasp of the other party's strength from their short battle earlier, and it knew that it was impossible for the other party to withstand an attack of its full might. For the other party to face its punch head-on, did the other party change his brain as well as his clothes? If its punch were to land squarely on him, he could very well die. At that moment, Musher's puppet couldn't help but hesitate and consider whether or not it should retract a portion of the strength in its fist. However, before it could come to a decision, the two fists had already collided. In that instant, the eyes of Musher's puppet narrowed. It was still lamenting over the arrogant decision of the young man to face it head-on a moment ago, but as soon as their fists connected, it immediately realized that something was amiss. It had expected to overwhelm the young man's punch in an instant, but what it encountered was a surge of devastating force pushing through its fist, leaving its entire body convulsing uncontrollably. It was truly fortunate that it hadn't retracted its strength. Even with its full might, it wasn't confident that it could emerge as the victor of this direct clash. Go! Bellowing furiously, a crescendoing creak sounded from the joints of Musher's puppet as it gathered every single inch of power it wielded in its body to match the young man's fist. On the other hand, the young man opposite to it tilted his chin upwards and looked down on Musher's puppet with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At the same time, the force exerted in his fist intensified. Before Musher's puppet could even react, it was already overpowered and sent flying over a distance of several dozen meters through the air before crashing heavily into the wall. With a look of disbelief, Musher's puppet stared at the young man standing haughtily in the center of the room, aghast. It was true that the young man had displayed an exceptional eye of discernment in the previous battle, identifying its flaws precisely and exploiting them promptly. However, the huge gap in the strength between them should have made it impossible for him to injure it at all. Why did it seem like he had turned into a wholly different person just by changing a set of clothes, sending him flying in a clash of brute strength. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed like he hadn't even exerted his full might yet. It was inconceivable that there could be such a huge difference in a person within such a short span of time. Without any hesitation, Mu Shi's puppet immediately began to examine the young man before him from head to toe, but the latter's physical appearance and distinctive soul aura told it that it was still the same person as before. In other words, that fellow had really grown many times stronger just by changing a set of clothes. With his hands placed behind his back, the young man standing at the center of the room declared haughtily, "You have lost." It took a while before Mu Shi's puppet finally recovered, and it shook its head bitterly. "Congratulations on clearing the 9th level. You are the first master teacher to clear the mountain of records ever since its establishment." It was still unable to make sense out of what happened. Naturally, it didn't believe that a person could grow stronger just by changing a set of clothes, but a loss was still a loss. As the founder of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, it wouldn't stoop so low as to deny this. On the other hand, the young man opposite to it simply waved his hands impatiently, acting as if it was a given that he would win. "You are the greatest talent our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy has ever had since it was founded 10,000 years ago. As a reward for clearing the mountain of records, I will pass down this secret art, which I have held onto dearly for my entire life, Saint Ascension Decipher." Paying no heed to the young man's arrogance, Mu Shi's puppet chuckled softly as it took out a book and passed it over. "Saint Ascension Decipher?" the young man asked doubtfully. "Indeed." Mu Shi's puppet smiled. "As a master teacher, you must have at least heard of how Kong Shi ascended to sainthood?" "I have. According to what I know, he is a celestial saint," the young man replied with a nod. "It was said that when Kong Shi made the leap from nascent saint to saint realm, he received the recognition of the heaven and became a celestial saint, and the Saint Ascension platform was testimony to that deed. He had been there himself, and it wasn't much of a secret. Indeed, he is a celestial saint." At this point, a bright gleam surfaced in the eyes of Mu Shi's puppet. A saint recognized by the heavens will not only possess strength superior to others, it will also serve as the foundation for him to reach heights far beyond others. Over the years, innumerable master teachers have attempted to emulate Kong Shi's feat and become a celestial saint as well, but to date, none have achieved it. I happened to obtain this Saint Ascension Decipher by some stroke of luck back in my time, and detailed within it is the process of how Kong Shi cultivated to sainthood, and from it, I was able to compile a feasible cultivation technique. It isn't a guarantee to becoming a celestial saint, but if a cultivator cultivates it strictly, he will be able to strengthen his foundation and raise his strength before sainthood by at least twofold. "Twofold?" the young man exclaimed with widened eyes. Typically speaking, the strength increments for the rise of each stage and realm from half-saint to saint realm were fixed. Yet, to raise one's strength before sainthood by twofold, just how strong must one's foundation be? If one were to achieve a breakthrough with such a strong cultivation foundation, even if one didn't receive the acknowledgement of the heavens, one would still wield strength far surpassing ordinary saint realm cultivators. Indeed, this Saint Ascension Decipher does indeed have the ability to raise one's fighting prowess significantly. However, there is a fatal flaw to it as well, at which point, Mu Shi's puppet shook its head. Due to the exceedingly strong foundation, it will be far harder for a practitioner of the technique to achieve a breakthrough compared to their counterparts. Back then, I was greedy to aim for the best, but as a result, I missed the golden growth period for me to advance my cultivation. As a result, my cultivation remained stagnant until my death, and this is my greatest regret. The young man fell silent. The other party was right. To gain something, one had to give up another thing in return. To raise one's strength by twofold before sainthood, it wasn't too difficult to imagine the strength of the cultivation foundation required for that. It was indeed good to have a strong foundation, but it also made it far more difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Take the Heaven's Path Divine Art, for example. It had granted Zhang Xian an incredibly strong foundation, which would allow him to reach greater heights in the future. But in exchange for that, he had to absorb more, far purer spiritual energy than others in order to advance his cultivation. and this was the main reason his progress had been slow. In fact, it seemed to have been even slower in recent days. It had nearly been 2 months, but he had only raised his cultivation by 4 realms. Just thinking about it was sufficient to leave his face reddening in shame. I will leave the final decision to you. In any case, you have 3 days to study this book, and what you are able to gain from it within this period of time will be dependent on yourself. Oblivious to Zhang Xian's reddened face, Mu Shi's puppet passed a book over. All right. The young man nodded and took the book, after which he hesitated for a brief moment before saying, "Before studying the book, I would like to change my clothes once more. I will have to ask Mu Shi to turn around for a moment." All right then. Mu Shi's puppet was rendered speechless by how troublesome the young man before him was being, but eventually, it still chose to accede to the latter's request. After confirming that Mu Shi had averted his gaze, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, an identical figure materialized before him, and just by making eye contact for a brief instant, the materialized figure was able to get a sense of what had happened. "All right, clone, you should return for now," the materialized figure said with a wave of his hand. "Yes, main body," the young man replied before vanishing into thin air. Naturally, the materialized figure was the real Zhang Xian, whereas the young man who had defeated Mu Shi's puppet earlier was his clone. Just by trading 2 blows, Zhang Xian could already tell that he wasn't a match for the other party. Thus, using changing clothes as an excuse, he made use of the opportunity to switch places with his clone. While the latter was not a particularly reliable figure to count on, his fighting prowess was indeed formidable. No matter how many breakthroughs Zhang Xian had made, he was still overpowered by his clone without fail each time, smashed mercilessly into the ground. Even if Zhang Xian himself wasn't a match for Mu Shi's puppet, he was still confident that his puppet would be able to subdue the latter with ease. And as expected, his clone didn't let him down. He had successfully defeated Mu Shi's clone and cleared the 9th level. But in a sense, this couldn't really be considered cheating either. After all, his clone could also be considered a part of himself too, so there was no doubt that the strength of his clone was his strength as well. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian still chose to do it discreetly, so as to prevent the existence of his clone from leaking out somehow. After all, it was a trump card he could use in dire situations, and it wouldn't do for his enemies to learn about it in advance. After making the swap, Zhang Xian informed Mu Shi that he was done before turning his attention to the book in his hand. Chapter 912. Grades of Origin Cores in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xian had already gained a deep understanding of the content of the book. Detailed in the front were the experiences Kong Shi had undergone before ascending to sainthood, and the content was rather similar to the writings left on the cliff face on the Saint Ascension platform, just that the descriptions were more vivid, seemingly putting the reader himself into the very situations depicted through the words. "It's so complicated?" A frown slowly appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He had thought that the Saint Ascension Decipher would just be a simple cultivation technique that he would be able to master and raise his strength significantly just by following the instructions precisely. However, it wasn't that simple. A saint that even the heavens had acknowledged couldn't possibly only possess denser Jinqi and greater might. One's psyche must also be strengthened beyond the limits of an average cultivator as well. In essence, strengthening one's psyche could be considered to be tempering one's mind. Only with a strong psyche would one be able to keep a broad perspective of the world, allowing one to see and advance further. The mind and body of humans were connected in the most intricate of ways. If one could achieve a state of mind capable of harnessing a world within it, one's dantian would naturally expand to allow the harnessing of more Jinqi as well. As it watched the young man before it studied the book in his hands seriously, Mu Shi's puppet suddenly spoke up. In the chrysalis realm, otherwise known as the embryonic core realm and golden core realm, a cultivator will gather their cultivation and mold it into an origin core, also known as a golden core. Once successfully completed, it will merge together with the cultivator's body, allowing them to surpass their limits and advance to a height beyond mortals. Since you have already cultivated to this realm, I believe that you should have a deep understanding of it as well. Zhang Xian nodded. In essence, the chrysalis realm was the stage where a cultivator condensed the Jinqi in his body into a core, transforming it from a liquid into a solid, thus allowing the cultivator to store even more zhenqi within their body. Once the origin core was formed, they would be able to fuse their body with it in order to advance further toward the threshold of sainthood. Even though Zhang Xian hadn't gathered sufficient chrysalis realm cultivation technique manuals to compile a complete Heaven's Path divine art, a zhenqi whirlpool had already formed in his dantian, gathering the zhenqi throughout his body toward it. With some effort, it would only be a matter of time before he managed to form an origin core. If one were to cultivate normally, one should be able to gather the zhenqi within one's body to cultivate an origin core swiftly. However, the resulting origin core would only be that of the lowest tier, known as a third-grade origin core. Mu Shi's puppet explained, "Third-grade origin core? There are differing grades to origin cores?" Zhang Xian was perplexed. He had gathered innumerable books spanning across multiple occupations in the Master Teacher Academy, but he had never read of anything like that before. "There are, just that very few people are aware of it," Mu Shi's puppet replied. This grading system was proposed by a student of Kong Shi, and he intended to make it public knowledge to all cultivators. However, Kong Shi forbade him from doing so, and over the years, fewer and fewer people have retained the knowledge of this grading system. Kong Shi forbade him? Zhang Xian questioned in astonishment. Wasn't Kong Shi the world's teacher, the man who founded the Master Teacher Pavilion and imparted his heritage to all of mankind? Why would such a person prevent the impartation of such vital knowledge? It's in view of the welfare of mankind that he made such a decision. Mu Shi's puppet replied with a deep sigh. With some hard work, an average cultivator will be able to form a third-grade origin core with ease. However, the same cannot be said about second-grade origin cores. Not only will it require the devotion of a great amount of resources for its cultivation, the guidance of a skilled teacher is also necessary. Otherwise, the slightest mistake can easily render one's efforts futile. To make a comparison, the resources required to form a second-grade origin core are at least tenfold of what is required to cultivate a third-grade origin core, and that is a price that mankind cannot afford to pay. More importantly, not everyone has the talent to successfully cultivate a second-grade origin core even with ample resources. It is highly demanding on one's talent and psyche as well. To make things worse, there is a heavy price to pay for failure. Should an attempt to cultivate a second-grade origin core fail, one's origin core may fall apart, thus crippling one's cultivation. In the worst-case scenario, one might even face instantaneous death. If the news regarding the grades of origin cores becomes known, many master teachers would surely take the risk in an attempt to raise their fighting prowess to greater heights. While some might succeed, many more would find their cultivation going berserk and possibly end up dead. On top of that, that will place a greater strain on our finite cultivation resources, this resulting in the weakening of the forces of humanity as a whole. Zhang Xian fell into a moment of contemplation before eventually nodding in agreement. The other party was right. Cultivating a higher-grade origin core was no easy feat, requiring one to pay a heavier price and bear a higher degree of risk. From the very start, cultivators were limited by their inherent talent. If a person who was lacking ample capability were to attempt to cultivate an origin core beyond their means, it would only end in disaster. It was just like a greedy snake attempting to devour an elephant. Despite its relatively small size, it still chose to prey on a target far larger than itself. In this case, failure was just a small issue. If things went wrong, the snake could very well find itself trampled to death instead. This was the same for the cultivation of origin core. But if a cultivator were to intentionally opt to cultivate a third-grade origin core, it could create an impression that they had veered down the wrong path, and their cultivation was imperfect and inferior to others. Such subconscious thoughts could possibly lead to an opening within their mind and limit their future accomplishments. But limited by his talent, the cultivator would be unable to cultivate the second-grade origin core either way. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Sometimes, having a choice might not necessarily be beneficial. A higher-grade origin core grants a cultivator strength superior to their peers, but the price in order to do so is sufficient to groom a Saint Realm 2 Dan or even 3 Dan expert. From mankind's viewpoint, it is clear which is preferable of the two. Mu Shi's puppet continued. It was due to his concern of humanity's future that Kong Shi decided to make such a decision. From the very beginning, the primary responsibility of master teachers has been to bolster the forces of mankind and bring it to greater heights. In view of that, it is not a big trade-off for the average strength of our cultivators to be slightly weaker. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded. This secret was simply too shocking, and it could easily cause a huge uproar among the master teachers if it were to leak out. However, other than bringing huge pressure and stress upon them, there was really not much tangible benefit to it. As compared to that, why not just remain silent and leave things as they are? Besides, the primary role of a master teacher was to impart knowledge and pass down the heritage of the predecessors, not fighting. As such, it wasn't really a big deal whether what they had cultivated was a third-grade origin core or not. In any case, with only the deep understanding of cultivation techniques and battle techniques that master teachers wielded, they would still be considered the most powerful occupation in the world, unmatched by any. After understanding the story, Zhang Xian continued his questioning. You said earlier that normal cultivators will only cultivate a third-grade origin core. Since that is the case, what will a cultivator who has cultivated the second-grade origin core be like? A second-grade origin core. The most relatable example to highlight the prowess of a second-grade origin core is the combat masters. Mu Shi's puppet replied. Combat masters? Uncombat masters need not study supporting occupations, so they will be able to devote their efforts to furthering their cultivation and battle techniques. The members of the Combat Master Hall are also carefully picked, so their talents are likely on par as well. Considering that the Combat Master Hall is heavily financed by the Master Teacher Pavilion and mankind as a whole, it possesses the ample resources too. As such, it isn't too difficult for its members to cultivate second-grade origin cores. At this point, Mu Shi's puppet paused for a brief moment before continuing. In truth, the reason Kong Shi kept the Combat Master Hall separate from the Master Teacher Pavilion was to pass on the knowledge of the grades of origin cores. Realization dawned upon Zhang Xian. It was no wonder Wu Su, despite being at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle as well, was able single-handedly subdue Hu Yaoyao, Shuizhenyang, Long Cangyue, and Dong Xian simultaneously. It was not that the four of them were weak or lacking in talent, but there was simply a disparity in the grade of their origin cores. Due to that, the purity of their zhenqi and their strength were inferior to Wu Su, so it was no wonder that they had been defeated so easily. But if even combat masters only have second-grade origin cores, what about first-grade origin cores? Zhang Xian asked. If even the powerful combat masters only possessed second-grade origin cores, how powerful would an individual who possessed a first-grade origin core be? So far, first-grade origin cores are only known to exist in the legends. It has been far too long since anyone succeeded. In any case, I have never seen anyone with one before. Rumor has it that Kong Shi managed to cultivate a first-grade origin core back then. But of course, as such details are not written in the book, I can't say for sure either, Mu Shi's puppet replied. Only known to exist in the legends? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Indeed. In fact, I believe that a first-grade origin core is the requirement to becoming a celestial saint. That is the reason I wanted to cultivate a first-grade origin core, and I spent many centuries working toward it. But in the end, my efforts only ended with a second-grade advanced origin core, Mu Shi's puppet said with a bitter smile. Several centuries, nearly half of his entire life, he had dedicated to this dream of his, but he had only met with failure in the end. There was no one who wouldn't feel regret in his position. Second-grade advanced? Each grade of origin core can be further subdivided into primary, advanced, and pinnacle. In order to form a second-grade advanced origin core, I had to pay a hefty price, go through innumerable near-death situations, and invest a huge portion of my time. Even though I was able to rival opponents beyond my cultivation realm after successfully cultivating it, my rivals whose talents were beneath mine back then had already reached Saint Realm 4 Dan or 5 Dan. It was then that I realized that I had erred. If only I had advanced as an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. In order to cultivate my origin core, I squandered the golden period for a cultivator to advance their cultivation, which limited my final achievement. In the end, My footsteps terminated at Saint Realm Wondan Pinnacle. Can you understand the frustrations I felt then? At that point, I finally realized why Kong Shi chose to conceal the news. Those whose talent is insufficient, even if they were to achieve success at the end of the road, the effort and time invested into it are simply not worth it. Can a Saint Realm Wondan Pinnacle cultivator possibly be able to contribute more to humanity than a Saint Realm 4Dan cultivator? I think the answer is pretty clear. Mu Shi's puppet could only sigh endlessly in regret. Even the longest-living saint in the world was unable to live past the age of 2000, and he had dedicated an entire 700 years of his early years on cultivating his origin core, missing the golden years for advancing his cultivation. Eventually, his bodily functions deteriorated, and it was too late for him to start pushing his cultivation. On the other hand, those whom he had competed with in his earlier years and outshone had all become Saint Realm 4Dan and 5Dan experts. So what if his origin core was of a higher grade than the others? So what if he was invincible among those of his cultivation realm? Could he possibly challenge an opponent 3 to 4 realms stronger than him? That was clearly infeasible. Eventually, he could only conclude that this was a technique for those who possessed the greatest of talents. Anyone beneath that would only be wasting their time and potential. As such, I created the Mountain of Records in order to assess the fighting prowess of the students in the Master Teacher Academy. Only those who were able to defeat the Saint Realm Wondan me with a cultivation beneath half-saint would be qualified to learn of this news. Those are the people who possess greater talent than me. They might just be able to successfully advance their origin core to greater heights and possibly accomplish what I have failed at. Mu Shi said with a sharp glint in his eyes. The fact that you were able to defeat me with just a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm primary stage shows that you are an incredibly talented person. A genius of your caliber probably doesn't even appear once in 10,000 years. If you cultivate this Saint Ascension Decipher, you might just be able to successfully cultivate a first-grade origin core and possibly attempt to become a celestial saint. Seeing Mu Shi's puppet's heated eyes, Zhang Xian was stunned. Me? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.